Frank Bannon. Let's go. Yeah, make it look easy. Hey, stand up guy, boom, 10 toes. Big body pull up in a Range Rover. I can change the whole game when I say so. I pull up, shut it down, yeah, they know. Running this game ain't a thing for me. I never switched up, no change in me. The only thing changing this season, you go against me, then you know that you tweaking, okay? Cause baby, I'm him, I be on 10. Two-stepping in the party, I do not dance. Watch how I move, make it look easy. Counting up wins, that's part of the plan. Black man taking up my haters a CC. I can't fail, all my victories on repeat. I'm knee deep, need a dub, best that you seek me. I'm too sick, yeah, I know I make it look easy. Yeah, tell them don't try to play me. Yeah, I'm drippy on the daily. They can never count me out, I know. They can never count me out, I know I make it look easy. Make it look easy. I know make it look easy. Make it look easy. I know I make it look easy. Too smooth, I make it look easy. I know we make it look easy. Make it look. I know. Love, shoot my shot, better play up. Make it look easy, that's a layup. Bad man. Why they wanna be like me, the sad man? Too wavy, swallow your pride. All of my guys, call them, they slide. They will oblige. Called them, I told them, you playing with me. Now look, all of them starting to riot. Whoa, When I'm in your city, it's magic. When I'm all in my bag, it gets tragic. When I see what I want, gotta have it. I can't let up, they made me a savage. I can't slow down, my foot on the gas, yeah. Going way up from where I was last year. I'ma make it look easy, that's it. I know God got me, he got my back. These blessings falling in my lap. I came up, give it all I had. Rep my city, put them on my back. Hit my shots, I'm missed dog. Straight up, I'ma let them know I don't fall. Make it look easy and they know. There's only one way for us to go. Can't hold me back, I'm going way up. Tell them they can never play up, no. Ain't no stopping me now, no. Ain't no stopping me now, no. Ain't no stopping me now, no. Yeah, stayed in my lane when they got it, I make it. I know that they mad when I swerve out the lot. Thinking the plot, they did not get the picture when I said I don't fit in a box. Taking they shots, and they know that I ain't missing, and it's up if they hand me the rock. I feel like a Rubik's, cause they confused with how I line it up by spinning the block. Hey, too easy, get your weight up when you see me. I'm a threat, please don't give me a reason. I'm a vet, yeah, I see through your decence. When I'm done, they gon' pick up the pieces. And you know we ain't losing this season. It's the reason why they hating on me, cause you know that I'ma make it look easy. Ain't no stopping me now, no. Ain't no stopping me now, no. Ain't no stopping me now, no. Ain't no stopping me, I know I make it look easy. Make it look easy. I know I make it look easy. Make it look easy. I know I make it look too smooth, I make it look easy. I know we make it look easy. I know
Most important thing, of course, poker.
Okay.
And I need the sun, beach, and good food.
Wow, you asked for a lot for your vacations. Oh!
Where?
Phu Quoc. You know, my third APT was at Phu Quoc, you know?
Wow.
It was great. And we were at this beautiful Corona Resorts. Oh, and Phu Quoc's known for its beaches. Really nice sandy beaches. Just horizon for days. Well, Elfin, you're in luck. APT is going to Phu Quoc next week, November 8th to November 17th.
I also bring the 10 of bikini come here. Bikini!
Oh, you brought 10 bikinis to Phu Quoc.
Yes.
Nice. I brought 12.
We're so ready to go Phu Quoc. Phu Quoc, I'm coming!
Manila. Tournament dealers, shuffle up and deal.
This is number 3, I guess. Well, this is a different color at least, so a little variety. It feels good to win. It feels good. A lot of players, a lot of people I haven't seen before. Seems like they all showed up for the end of the series. Vin was really fun to play with. He pushes the action really hard, so it made the final table go a lot faster. He is more aggressive than me, which is saying a lot. So, my last hand, I had Queen-8 of diamonds. I raised and he 3-bet, but I was kind of sure he had a good hand.
Double up also, you're still chip leader if I double up.
So I was like, I hope he has ace king. I just pushed it in, and he had king queen, unfortunately.
Oh, 10 and a king. Okay, bro, GG. Yeah. GG, bro. Nice playing with you.
I hit an 8, so. Actually, tomorrow's trophy is the one I really want, the rose gold. And it's like bronze, but I call it rose gold. It just sounds nicer.
The APT is back in Manila for the first time in 2 years, and we're currently in the midst of our APT Manila main event. 100 million Filipino pesos in the prize pool, 18 million to first, 1,081 entries, and we are just moments away from the money bubble.
On jit, sit on jit. Okay, ready, gimbal.
All right, Bear. Excuse me, guys.
Let's just see the river.
And he's going to double up. River card. 10. 10's full of queens for the double up. We got a classic race here. 7 of spades, 7 of diamonds for the all-in. Ace of spades, 10 of clubs. Dealer, let's see what happens. Flop, please. I see 10, 4, 6. 10's made on the flop. For the caller. River card. It's a 9 of clubs. All right, everybody. That pops the APT Manila main event bubble.
Mr. Mendoza, you survived the bubble. What does it mean to have made it into the money of APT Manila?
Oh, I'm so glad. I played for 12 hours yesterday, didn't sleep. I'm glad I survived.
I'm Daniel, I'm from San Francisco. I mean, I'm just very happy. I started with like 94K, back 500K, so.
I mean, I can still play maybe a few more hours, but okay, I'll take it and then just play the side. I'm still like pumped up.
Min-Sung Lee from Korea, you've made it into the money of the APT Manila main event.
It's always pretty good to have a cash in a big event like this because I really love the APT. Last time I was in Taipei and I'm gonna go to Phu Quoc as well, so.
What do you like about the APT?
Everything. The atmosphere, you, the photographs, the stuff, the events is so great.
Tom from the Netherlands.
Had a great run. I bagged the chip late for Flight 1D. The dream is alive.
And what would you say is the dream?
Well, the dream is standing there in a couple days with the Golden Lion.
I hear you've made it into the money of the APT Manila main event, but you didn't play live today, here, or yesterday. How did you do it?
I managed to qualify through online
direct ITM. That's what matters most first. Yeah.
Want to catch all of the action of our APT Manila main event? Check out our live streams featuring world-class graphics and commentary live on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch.
All in and a goal once again.
Ron Matsuda all in for his tournament night with Ace 8 versus Pocket King. The River is the 4 of diamonds, and William Teo is your APT Super High Roller Champion!
I'm very excited, very happy to be in this field. I always dream about this. It's mine. I have 2 little lions at home, but I think it's now time to bring a new partner with them, for them already. APT is always a dream for us. Getting a big lion is a dream for, I think, every Asian poker player. After achieving this silver lion, that's actually a symbol for us to go for the next step, maybe go out of Asia. Poker, you need to keep communicate with friends, player. I believe by doing more communications, you will learn, because sometimes you alone doesn't discover certain strategy. Poker is an information game. By talking to people, especially your own communities, your own friends, it helps to achieve certain achievement. Yeah. The new era has brought APT from ordinary tournament to a very prestigious tournament. It's an honor to participate and to get a trophy of APT. Thank you for all the supports from the friends, and also I would like to thank one of my Malaysia young players, Sean, and a few Chinese players, which they give us a lot of good advice. Even when I was playing, they keep on texting, you do this to them, do that to them. They cares about team working and team building. They coach us a lot, so would like to take this opportunity to thank them.
It was a pretty tough turnout. All very good players. Just happened to be me that ran the best.
Oh no! Joseph Chong flops top 2. And that is it for Mike.
Honestly, having him around would have been easier, because then I would have chipped down them, but it gave me a big lead. And then heads up, I feel comfortable playing heads up, so. These high roller fields, when everyone knows each other, it just becomes a very friendly game. Way more talking than other tournaments.
If you win, you buy my lunch? Deal.
He offered to buy me lunch if he won, and I had like an 8-1 chip lead, so I wish I didn't offer that back. He's gonna get a cheap lunch, maybe Jollibee or something. You know, I think Asia's gotten a lot bigger. Poker used to be a lot bigger in America, but there's less and less stops. I mean, obviously the World Series is great, but I think Asia's kind of booming right now. I bagged a big stack in the main event here, so hopefully I win that. I like the big lion trophy, so I want one of those.
How are you feeling right now? My back hurts. Yeah. Yeah. My name is Marco Espela. I'm a cash game grinder, but recently I've been playing a lot of tournaments. I was optimistic after the first day. I was chip leader in Flight C. Some players that I know said, it's yours, it's yours. It's long due, because I've been playing for a long time and haven't really won a tournament before. So I think my hand mob was like 20,000 USD, and this would, almost double, yeah. During the first few levels heads up, the people around us were like suggesting to do an ICM, and she was really like getting the momentum. So I like, okay, it's fine. I'll do the ICM. I had like an open-ended straight draw. She went all in with jack high. The board was like ace 4-7. I could have just gone and she would have folded, and maybe the ICM didn't happen. Yeah, she had jack 9. The board was like ace 7-4. Well, winning this event definitely feels a sense of pride as a Filipino, and especially playing here in the Philippines, representing our countrymen, poker players. So I feel really good about it. To all the people that supported and believed in me, I'm gonna try to mention most of you, but if you don't hear your name, please don't be. Huwag kayong magtampo. So si Mad, si Rainiel, si Yurid, basically the Rivera brothers, really been good to me. Bam, Mike Takayama, those are people that I admire in this industry. Thank you so much for believing in me, supporting in me. This is it. Finally, I got my first trophy for APT. Hopefully more.
Hey you, wanna win some APT free mark?
Try on some merchandise, strike your most creative pose, and you'll be entered into a draw to win some APT free merchandise! Friends, come on over, come on over. Put it on, strike a pose. Wow, that guy was a handsome man if I ever saw one. Why are you twerking at APT? APT can twerk, man? 11 series, I've never seen twerking at APT.
Happy Halloween from APT Manila!
I'm not scary enough. Good to see you. What is your favorite card in the deck?
King of Spades.
What's your favorite card in the deck?
Must be the Ace of Spades.
Ah, so close. Oh, are you Wednesday Addams today?
I am.
Amazing. Happy Halloween. What's your favorite card in the deck?
Ace of Hearts.
Oh, so close, so close. Classic Wednesday Addams, making me depressed. No, it's too late. It's too late, Wednesday. It's too late.
Definitely Joker.
This guy. It's not even part of the game in poker and hold up. What's your favorite card in the deck? You'd think that 1 in 52 people would pick the Ace of Clubs.
Okay, I choose Pocket Deuce.
Jack of Spades.
Thank you so much. I know I'm a good card. I know I'm a good card. I'm the Ace of Clubs. I'm the Ace.
Ace of Spades.
It's and you know, and just because they don't see it doesn't mean that I'm worth any less.
A Jack of Spades.
Why the Jack of Spades?
My name starts with the letter J. But I kind of like the look of the spade.
Like a spade is a gardening tool. Like it's a hoe. Like you dig in the dirt with it. Whereas like a club is like a clubhouse. It's like a club of people.
Excuse me, sir. What's the most scary thing in poker about you?
Getting rivered. Yeah, scares me to death. Yeah.
For me, if I'm in the action and someone calls the floor, really get me scared.
Runner, 1 out, 1 out.
Being a short stack on the bubble, I guess.
请告诉我你们在扑克上最害怕的事情。
遇到 AA。
我不 love 别人。上下家做很可怕，就是卫生习惯不好的人。
都不好。
就是可能。
抠脚皮。
后头皮屑很多，或是很脏啊，这之类。
Guarantees and missing them. That's the most scary thing in poker for me.
How about this one?
They look nice. Elfin, what do you look for in a vacation?
The most important thing, of course, poker.
Okay.
And I need the sun, beach, and good food.
Wow, you asked for a lot for your vacation. Oh!
Where?
You know, my third APT was at Phu Quoc, you know?
Wow.
It was great. And we were at this beautiful Corona resorts. Oh, and Phu Quoc's known for its beaches. Really nice sandy beaches. Just horizon for days. Well, Elfin, you're in luck. APT is going to Fukuoka next week, November 8th to November 17th.
I also bring the 10 of bikini come here. Bikini!
Oh, you brought 10 bikinis to Fukuoka.
Yes.
Nice. I brought 12.
We're so ready to go Fukuoka. Fukuoka, I'm coming!
Manila, tournament dealers, shuffle up and deal.
This is number 3, I guess. Well, this is a different color at least, so a little variety. It feels good to win. Feels good. A lot of players, a lot of people I haven't seen before. Seems like they all showed up for the end of the series. Vin was really fun to play with. He pushes the action really hard, so it made the final table go a lot faster. He's more aggressive than me, which is saying a lot. So, my last hand, I had Queen 8 of diamonds. I raised and he 3-bet, but I was kind of sure he had a good hand.
I double up also, you're still chip leader if I double up.
So I was like, I hope he has ace king, I just pushed it in, and he had king queen, unfortunately.
Oh, 10 and a king. Okay, bro, GG.
Yeah!
GG, bro. Nice playing with you.
I hit an 8, so. Actually, tomorrow's trophy is the one I really want, the rose gold. And it's like bronze, but I call it rose gold. It sounds nicer.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Welcome to the Asian Poker Tour Manila. My name is Vidar. I'm joined by Simon Salt in the booth, and today is the last day of our festival, the last day of our stream, but it's a big one, the APT High Roller, the 2-day High Roller, the big one because we do award an APT Mega Lion for this one, and for good reason. These are the best of the best, and they've ponied up A chunk of chain, almost 3,400 USD for the buy-in. That's about 200,000 in the local currency. 134 entries I see here. 92 unique, so some buy-ins were repeated, Sam. And we're down to just a handful. I think we're 5 spots away from the money, maybe 6 spots away from the money. 20 people paid. This is going to be crunch time. First milestone is to get into the money. And then, of course, eyeing that 95,000 USD up top. It's going to be a fun one. Sam, how are we feeling? End of Manila. But before anything else, let me just remind everyone, Fukuok begins tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm feeling great. We're finishing up our last day of coverage here. We are going to crown another winner. There we have it. So we've been referring to this as the Bronze Mega Lion, but I did hear Joseph Cheong say the Rose Gold, and I think we might have to steal that.
Okay, like watches, you say Rose Gold. I like it. I like it a lot. And by the way, you mentioned Joseph Cheong. What a series he's having. He's still with us amongst the finalists here. This would be perhaps the accomplishment of all accomplishments in terms of one festival. Won the Superstar Challenge, that's a 25k buy-in. Won the Zodiac Classic for 89,000 USD up top. And now looking to eye that 95,000 USD prize up top. But first milestone, as I said, you see on the screen, 20th place, good for 5.3k USD, going all the way up to first place prize. Once we get to the final table, about 10,000 guaranteed. And then we do the old 10x from 9th place to first place.
Yes, it's going to be a very, very interesting final table. Buy-in 3,400 will get you 95,000 for first place. Huge, huge payouts here. Look at this, our ballroom looking a little empty to wrap up the series.
No, it's all over almost. We do have one last day of festivities, many events on the schedule. We will, of course, tell you all about that in a moment, but for now, let's take a look at our action-packed and superstar-packed feature table. By the way, Sam, I did spot, I think we have 7 entrants on our feature table, 26 players remaining in the total field, all 7 from different countries. Very, very cool to see. I did mention superstars, that's one of them. Alex Linsky from Australia, top 10 on the Australia all-time list, 4.4 million in his live earnings. Other superstars may include the Filipino legend himself, Lester Edok, yet to make his way to the table. We do see his bag of chips waiting there for him. Song Won Kim goes by Shinhwa Jin in Korea. He's going to be in seat 5. Almost $500,000 in his live earnings as well. Cards about to be up in the air. The prize pool ended up around 400,000 USD, well beating the guarantee of $250,000 USD. Lester joining us with this classic look. The hat, the shades. And we are kicking off already. Wow, Sam, it is the last day. 10th day of streaming, 11th of the festival. And we do it all over again in just one day.
Nice, kicking things off. Alexander getting busy. The King Jack offsuit in the hijack. He's got a very, very healthy stack there. 964,000 in chips. Good for 70-something big blinds. Maybe 80. Chen folding the ace-4. Gave it some thought. Sure he had a devious thought in there for a little bit.
There's barely settled in. Alex is stealing some blinds already, and Kim is the target. Has the shortest stack by far. Blind 6K, 12K. Chip leader on the table has 75 bigs. As does Yu Hang Shen, just shy of Alex's stack. Jack 8. How about just the nuts to kick things off? Quick release, so Kim down to just 9 bigs. 6 spots away from the money. There we see it. Alex now up to over 80 bigs. Effectively tied for the chip lead. Man from China, Yu Hang Chen, did join us in the main event just yesterday. Finished 19th, I believe. So that would be day 4. Has parlayed his prize into what could be 95,000 USD up top.
Welcome to those of you joining us early in chat. Justin, Blue Ice, Fireball, Crispy. Hello, hello. Good to see you all again.
Just reminding us that Leicester has 2 titles this series as well. I did take a look at that. Justin, one of them is in one of the high rollers, the single day ones. So he has a proper Lion. Also a smaller side event. No doubt he was firing it up for fun. Did win one high roller in Taipei as well. So not too bad. 3 APT Lions within the last 30 days or so. But this is the one he's rooting for. The Rose Gold.
Yeah. Do we know if anyone is in contention for 2 Mega Lions in this event besides Joseph?
Actually, not even Joseph, right?
Oh, right. He's got the black
2D.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so it's going to be a first-timer amongst the 26 remaining. Justin breaking things down in chat, as always. Thank you so much. Amongst the 26 left, South Koreans once again leading the pack. 4 of them. 3 Australians. There's 1 of each on our table. 3 Japanese players as well. There is Yuji from Japan on our table. 3 Malaysians. 3 Filipinos. Leicester. We do have the runner-up from the Super High Roller, Sam. Or pardon me, was it the Superstar Challenge? Also representing Philippines. 2 Chinese players. Yu Hangchen is one of them, and he has a fantastic stack. Just increased by 54,000, almost a million. 2 Singaporeans. Abraham Seasvin is out there. Definite notable, looking to defend his runner-up place finish and also improve it, of course, if he can. He's kind of short-stacked.
I think he's 10th in chips in the tournament right now.
Oh, I
Abraham.
see. Okay, there we go.
Yeah, kind of unfortunate for him. He's come 2nd in the main, 2nd in the Zodiac, and looking to take home his first title here. I mean, I say unfortunate, but there's still, 400,000 USD in payouts, which I'm sure is very, very well received.
Do have Daniel Nielsen out there as well from Australia. Unforgettable presence on the table, considering his fantastic beard and amazing shirts that he wears. Joseph Chong could be the story of APT Manila to the extent he isn't already. Shipping the Superstar, shipping the Zodiac, now looking to achieve what I might have deemed impossible, but here Joseph is trying to make it happen. 2 from the US, and on our table, I believe. 1 from Hong Kong, that is Law on our table, seat number 8. 1 from Ireland, 1 from Morocco, and that is Mehdi on our table.
Yep.
We'll talk about him when the action gets to him. And lastly, 1 from Spain.
Back to Ireland, that's Gary Thompson, chip leading the tournament, 1.25 million in chips. Alexander Linsky, after his couple wins, will be 2nd in chips in the tournament, followed by Ishiwatari Taiga from Japan. And then Chen, not far behind. So we have quite a few chips on our table.
I suppose all eyes on the short stacks as opposed to the big stacks at the moment. 6 away from the money. Still a few spots, I'd say, away for that maximum bubble pressure, but perhaps more importantly, after grinding all of yesterday, and it was a long day, Sam, I think ended well after midnight. They only got till 26, so players have had some rest and some time to think about their strategies, depending on their stack sizes. Like that. Law takes it down.
Much needed pot going his way.
Law seems to have about $20,000 in life scores. Bit hard to track online at least, but seems to have attended a fair few APTs, and we appreciate it. Also seems like a slightly familiar face, perhaps APT Taipei, that have some scores in APT Incheon. That's about a year ago. Now he's on the verge of being in contention at least for the big one. 5,500. 6 spots away. And then 95,000 USD up top. That's 5.6 million in the local currency. Buy in 200,000 Filipino peso.
Yeah, we are getting close to the bubble. Oh, 6 players left. It's going to get tight here. A lot of the big stacks do get to push around those medium stacks quite a bit.
Now, Sam, ordinarily you and I would be feeling withdrawals already, perhaps, but this is a unique one. We're going to Fukuoka tomorrow. How are we feeling about that? Do we feel like it's the end of this festival or no?
This one, I feel like this one went by quite fast. There's a lot of action. And the main events, like, I think we had our fastest final table ever.
For sure.
Yeah, that one was crazy. I went away for 45 minutes to get lunch, and I came back, we were heads up. Six-handed.
That's crazy. Think about the price differential while you were gone.
Oh, probably 6 figures.
I can actually take a look. We went from 54,000 to 130,000 in about 45 minutes.
Wow.
Law takes down another one, fair one, ace queen. So he's up to a lot more comfortable stack here, 32 bigs. A tiny, tiny stack of Kim. Will need to make a move. Yuji not too far behind, 13 bigs. Justin giving us more insight. Jordan from the US is out there. He's been in the coverage quite a lot for the main. That's right, he is the other American apart from Thompson. Also in the field is Songmok Jung, who was 4th place just in our main event in March. No Mega Lion holders, as we mentioned. Justin says one of us should play the National Cup in Fukuoka, Sam. I think that's going to have to be you since I'm joining the day after.
Oh, I would love to play that. Yeah, guys, it's like 360 USD buy-in for the National Cup. 5 flights over 2 days. 2 days of poker. An awesome way to kick off the series.
Oh, look at this. Kim might be on the verge of leaving us. Ace-Jack has been understandably called by the Ace-Queen in the big blind. Unfortunate that Kim does not end up with the best hand, the big blind, waking up with a monster. Mehdi has Kim at risk. Ace doesn't change anything. Some backdoors, perhaps. The clubs are covered, though. Rough shape. There is one of those backdoors. Now the queen or the 7. And the 5 of diamonds doesn't cut it.
GG to Kim from South Korea. Our first elimination of the day. Unfortunate way to go out. Ace-Jack and the hijack looks like a premium. But Mehdi just had the goods in the big blind. Only one more player to get through. It was so close.
Down to 6 on our feature table. We'll be filling out the seats shortly, given yield of 25. Patty Wright in chat says, hey, hey, from San Antonio. Hey, hey, Patty. Freeman 48, also familiar face. How you doing? 5 spots away now.
When you play at any APT Manila live events and get an extra $210 mystery bounty ticket when you play at APT main event or any
Lester getting active. King 8 of hearts. Opening it up under the gun.
$1.5 million guaranteed and 100,000 top bounty. Players from India, Japan, and the Philippines are eligible too. Please head to the National 8 booth to find out.
Not a great defend hand from the big blind for Chen. 10-8 offsuit is a crazy good price, but you're going to get dominated quite often here.
Price is too good, though. 12 into about 54. Comes along. King 6-6 is a lock on the hand for Lester. What can we say about Mr. Lester E-Dog that his cabinet full of APT Lions doesn't say already? Over 2 million in live earnings. Number 3 on Philippines all-time money list. Right behind Mike Takayama. Mike finished, I believe it was the 13th yesterday? On day 4, rather.
That sounds right. I think
Quite a
so.
run.
Yeah.
13th in the main event. Now Lester looking to make a similar deep run on his home turf.
Chen really applying the pressure here. Goes for nearly pot on the turn. Nice size, repping a 6 here.
2 flush draws possible. The trap on the flop with the check behind has worked perfectly, and Lester putting in a time bank for deception. Not much to do here, but just call. Maybe considering a jam with the 2 flush draws. In terms of equity, Chen just has a gut shot. Yeah, he just rips it. Wants to deny all the possible draws.
Yeah, I don't think Chen's doing this with the flush draw, though. Just because you are going to get jammed on, so... I mean, Lester's really only folding out hands that have 10% equity with this. And they get snapped off by a 6. I think call is probably a little bit better there. But Chen doesn't have to fire the river then. Gets away easy.
Starting in 1 game, 10,000 buy-in.
Justin in chat reminding me that Lester himself did make it a day 4, pardon me. I didn't realize that. Wasn't on our feature coverage, but you're right. Does ring a bell. So what a great run he's had in both the main and now the high roller with that pickup. Could be a bit of a lock to make it to the money, but doesn't seem to be Lester's style. Will be going for it. You don't pick up APT Lions by just inching your way into the money.
Ace is here for Mehdi.
Mehdi, or perhaps Mehdi, depending on how he'd say it in Morocco, is number 1 on Morocco's all-time money list. 1.6 million in cashes. No lack of experience, but certainly nor does Alexander have a claim to that. 4.4 million for him, 9th on the Australia list. And that's a big one to be on. Proper 3-bet, just over 3x. Alexander was being pretty light, opening King 7 off. And this can find its way into the muck. It's a solver favorite these days. Does solver say 4-bet against button 3-bet from the cutoff? I wonder. Nah. Mind you, Mehdi is sandwiched between the 2 big stacks. Has to navigate carefully between Alex and Yuhang Chen.
There we go, Justin, a little bit of insight to Mehdi. He's based in France, as many North African poker players are. Wonder why that is. There's not much poker in France. I don't think you can play online, where you have the area locked between, I think, France, Italy, and something online, but there's really no good live poker around there.
They do have EPTs, I know that.
Yeah.
They have poker rooms in Paris as well.
The rake is insane in those rooms. I think it's 5% uncapped, which is just a money printing machine.
Short stack on the table is Yuji from Japan. 11 bigs. No eliminations on the outer tables yet. Well, right as I say it, the counter goes down from 25 to 24. There we go, 4 spots away. The 11 big blind stack of UG will be the target on the table. Yeah, Justin calling you out, Sam. Says France has one of the best scenes in the world.
I might be thinking just of cash games. That's mostly what I play. Justin letting us know that, unfortunately, we did lose Joseph Cheong in 25th place. GG. He'll have to come back to Fukuoka to get his rose gold lion trophy. He'll be waiting for you, Joseph.
Well, he can't cement his legend with 3 of our marquee events, but I think 2 is quite an accomplishment as well. Might be a while before it's met its match, but GG indeed, Joseph. See you in Fukuoka, November 8th, aka tomorrow, all the way till 17th.
Hang on, he's still got the high roller last chance to jump into until 3:25 p.m.
And he probably will.
I imagine he will. It looks like probably the last event he'll play here.
What else do we have going on today, Sam?
Oh, we got some high-low 5 card. That's big O. We've got a short tech double chance for 342 USD. We've got some turbo high rollers at 600. Pot limit Omaha turbo, a hyper turbo, and to close this out, a hyper turbo high roller for 427.
That's event number 109. What a series it's been, and this could be trouble here for the Filipino legend. Middle pair. He's up against bottom pair. Law actually at risk. 3 of spades is as clean as they come. I think both players just going for a small ball, small pot approach with the king on the flop. Just about a big blind and change being bet. Could be all the action Lester is looking for. Clean river though as well. Can middle pair be worth a value bet?
I think so. I think you can get like a half pot bet here. Like sometimes you do value on yourself, but oh, this is really small.
Freeman asks, is short tech a regular event at the APT? Kind of. Check out the schedule for APT Fukuoka.
Yeah, I think we've had 1 or 2 short decks each day. It is growing. Ton of fun to play that. Here we are. We got 2 new players joining us. That is Abraham Seaspin, runner-up to the main event in Taipei. And also second place to Joseph Cheong in the Zodiac Classic. So he's having an incredible APT. He made day 4. He got second place, and now he's looking to take it down. I believe he started today 10th in chips out of 26 players.
He's coming to our table pretty short though, Sam. Looks
Yeah.
like he's taken a few hits. He's down to 196k.
Yeah, we also have Lim Shin An from Malaysia, 933,000 in chips joining us as well.
That's a proper stack. Tons of big stacks on our table though, with Lim joining us, so 4 spots away from the money. Who wants to be table captain? Lim not as experienced live as some of these sickos on the table. His first score in his Hendon mob is from April in this year. And I think this is the right moment for you and I to process what happened yesterday. Daniel Lee shipping the main event after starting playing poker in January of this year. I mean, I'm a bit jealous, firstly. That is an incredible score. And I can only imagine a fantastic start to a long career. Was an esports player. And I believe that helps a lot.
Yeah, we do have quite a few esports players in the high-stakes poker world. Doug Polk, Elke, and there's an Australian that I'm forgetting right now. There's another one I cannot remember right now. But back to the action. Mehdi opening with the ace-5 of diamonds. Alexander with the king-8 of diamonds here. Mehdi hoping for diamonds. Queen, queen, and jack. Both players miss. Tough for Alexander to hold on here, though. There we go. Justin letting us know. Gab Yong Kim, I think 3rd all-time money list in South Korea. Ex-StarCraft in the same era as Elke.
Maybe like on the river, like during that, enjoy like.
Lester's been very active. This table, king, queen now. Ooh, Abraham, a very nice spot here with the ace-king. Goes for the very small re-raise here. Looks like 55K, 60K. Oh, Alexander with the ace-5 of clubs. Does he want to get crazy here? Be bad timing as Abraham's never folding ace-king for his stack size.
Lester's Open was in early position. Could be what gives Linsky some pause. It is tempting, though. It is the kind of situation that this solver 4-bet was made for, and he's going for it. Those are 25Ks. GTO Wizard demands the 4-bet, the gold 4-bet.
Up to 150K, Abraham. It's not fun, but I don't think you can fold here.
Yeah, he's committed, and as is Linsky in terms of calling it off when Abraham.
I mean, but how many people have bluffs here when you see Seasfin 3-betting off of that stack?
Yeah, this is going to be a funny showdown. GTO Wizard hand. Yuhang finds it funny. Great shape for Seasfin.
Well, 80% here for Abraham to double up, more than double up to 440K. A very reasonable 35 big blind stack. Needs to fade clubs or a 5. 10, 10, 8. There are some chop outs now for Alexander Linsky. Wow, he's down to there's only 1-5 remaining in the deck. Ace on the turn. Really bad for Alexander's chop outs. 3 of clubs and Abraham doubles up 440K. Alexander did go for it. You got to respect that. Still at a very healthy 700,000 in chips.
So that's how Seasfin does it. Just gets people to 4-bet him, committing him themselves when he has ace-king.
But you have to know, like, I'm sure they played together quite a bit and has seen how aggressive Abraham can be, especially with the pre-flop raises. I think that's a pretty good spot. You know, we're seeing Lester open. You know, King 8 suited definitely can open under the gun, but when you're on that 20 big blind stack, I think it becomes pretty quickly a not profitable open when you're this close to the money in one of those survival stacks. So he's probably noticed he's opening a little too wide. And then Abraham is probably 3-betting quite often. So decent spot to take, but did run into Ace King there.
Yuji, short stack. Has been patient, has been quiet. Ace-9 off. And he commits. Plenty of players to get through. Good so far. Ace-7's tricky, but likely not calling. Gets it through. Huge pickup there. Not a fun feeling, ripping Ace-9 and then just waiting for, is it 6 players to pick up their hands?
6, yep, yep. That is, you're right, very unfun. You know what else is unfun? Bubbling. Managed to bubble my 3rd tournament this series last night.
Oh, Sam, don't join me up in those ranks, my friend. I did see this, by the way.
Yeah.
And Kelvin on the final table of another of the side events.
Did he take it down?
He went to heads up.
Okay, so 2nd place.
Yeah.
Yeah. Almost got the back-to-back lions for our producer, Kelvin. That would have been very cool.
Cool accomplishment, nonetheless. Well done, Kelvin. Took some of my money, some of Greg's money, some of Sam's money.
Yep.
How was it, though? Fun?
Fun, yeah.
This was the limit pre-flop.
Yep.
Pot limit on the flop. No limit post-flop event.
Yeah. Yeah, so a lot of fun, a lot more post-flop play for a Hyper Turbo. It's fun, I enjoyed it.
You know how sometimes when players are just raising, re-raising, we just say they're clicking buttons out there?
Yep.
I think Neil, our APT president who programs some of these events, I think he's just playing poker Mad Libs out there. Like, let's make the flop pot limit. What about the pre-flop? Well, limit.
Yeah.
Oh, top 2 for Leicester. Broadway draws for both the other players. This is the kind of pot he's been looking for. Has checked in flow, and look at this. Lim with the big stack is going to take a stab.
Wow, nice quick fold. Abraham facing that less than 1/3 bet there. I think heads up, it might be a bit of a different story.
Flop is ace-10-6 rainbow. There is one heart, so the backdoor nut flush draw in action as well. Leicester doesn't feel the need to raise at the moment. Another ace, just the nuts. Goes check, check, king high enough for showdown, and Lim knows an ace could be within Leicester's range, not to mention Leicester much less likely to fold to 10. With the board pairing up, and now the nuts, value bet, or trap? Value bet. Quick fold. So no eliminations since we reshuffle the tables to form the final 3. Four away. About 5,300 USD. Around 1.7 of the buy-in is the minimum payout. Once we reach our final table, which might just be 9-handed as we tend to do it, get to about the 10,000 USD mark, 9.5 or so, and we climb our way up to 95,000 up top.
Ooh, King Jack again for Alexander. Spot here for Chen. Does cover Alexander, so can put quite a bit of pressure on him.
It works. Nice pickup. And Alexander, after losing the ace-5 and now doesn't continue with the king-jack, down to 56 bigs, no longer top of the leaderboard. 24th place has left us. Justin in chat telling us it's Lee from Korea. Now perhaps the tension will begin 3 spots away. Pocket 3s for Law, not interested. Alexander, real hand once again. Ace-10 off, +2. Over 50 bigs, easy open.
Chen's going to come along with the 7s.
Wow. What a decision. Pocket 9s.
I think it's a bit too weak to squeeze.
He has the stack though.
He is going for it.
Yeah, wants to put pressure on all the shorter stacks.
Wait, 65k? What?
Too small against 3 players. I was going to mention the only big stack is Chen, and he's sort of the squeezed player, being in the cutoff. Should be a bit weaker in terms of his range. And now, how does this look like to Alex? Ace-10, much less playable. Chen, on the other hand, he hasn't actually folded. He's considering it. Has pocket 7s. There we go. The graphics are back up.
Getting just a silly good price on this.
Yeah,
call.
this price. I mean, he's facing a stack that actually has the implied odds.
No way Lester comes along. Really? King Jack? That is very ambitious from Lester. Does have position. Up comes down King 7-4. Chen making middle set here. Lester with top pair. This is going to get very dangerous.
That price that Lim offered on the squeeze has let Chen flop everyone else near dead. And Lim is the one. Continuation betting understandable on the King 7-4 rainbow board, but how does Chen proceed and how does Lester?
I don't mind a raise with Chen's hand. There's a lot of hands you can cooler from Lim.
Ace King obviously comes to mind. Aces as well.
Yeah.
And Lester, jack off in position. Could just call and evaluate, but is he considering committing?
Oh, looks like he is.
Oh, it's a raise. I'm not sure if it's committing or not, but he has bumped it up to about 85.
That's very thin for 3 ways on King 7-4 in a 3-bet pot.
Lim should know he's done with the hand. Lets it go. Now Chen likely cannot believe his luck. He has the nuts. Lester cannot have pocket kings, so seems like an obvious spot to just call. Board is rainbow, barely any draws possible. Lester would not be raising any gut shots. Simply call. Hope your opponent perceives your range as wide. And see what happens. He's gonna use a time bank.
It's actually kind of tough. I don't know what to do in Chen's shoes.
Yeah,
do you want to back raise or just flat? It's like, how is Lester ever bluffing? It would have to be like ace 5 of hearts, something like that. And I guess you're fine keeping those in, but if Lester is raising for value, it's going to be a king, and is that really going to try and continue on turns?
Yeah, but also is it going to pay off a back raise? Probably all alarms will be ringing if you back raise.
It's tough to get paid now if you're in Chen's shoes.
All Chen can represent here is 6-5 and the 8 comes in right as I say it. This is a tricky one. The 8 is actually one of the worst cards in the deck for Chen. Really, the only weak hand he could rep was 6-5.
Yeah, Lester's shoes, like, what are you beating here? Maybe like King 10 suited.
Yeah, of spades or clubs. That's it for the backdoors. And now the ace could let Lester get away relatively cheaply. He's navigated this very well, actually, with the raise working out so cheap in terms of showdown prices.
In Chen's shoes, I think, best case scenario, Lester has a hand like ace 5 suited here, or hopefully a 2-pair like ace 4 suited. Yeah, I like the bet. Chen, quick fold from Lester.
Interesting one, that pot. Well done by Lester.
The final 5 tables. And there will be a random breaking for the final 5 of the meeting event. The lowest number, the lowest table number should be the number 1, and the highest table number be the number 5.
No, I mean, No, I say no, bro. I say king queen.
Oh, look at this. Chen picking up ace king now. Going to continue his run. He's sitting on over 100 big blinds. And the high roller. Eastman showing some discipline there with the Jack 5 of diamonds. He is in chip preservation mode right now with the hay jump looming. Sorry, the bubble looming.
Dealer change. As we close out this festival, would love to shout out all the dealers who have made this possible. Sam, you and I both played many events, and you can just see the quality of the dealers and also the personality of the dealers. I played a ton of mixed games where dealers might be new to a game. Understandably, there's 15 game mixes out there, and yet they just made it work beautifully.
Yeah, you mentioned the 15-game mixed game. I believe there was a 22-game dealer's choice at one point.
Wow.
How do you know 22 games?
Well, you learn from the best, a.k.a. Lloyd, our executive tournament director, who teaches all the dealers whatever games they might be lacking. And then the floors, very, very knowledgeable as well. Sometimes players, super knowledgeable. Pretty cool to see them help any new dealers along. But then lastly, just really good dealing experience, really good skill, and they pick them up so quickly. Chen now getting frisky. King 6 off. We're near the bubble. He has 1.25 million. Knows this is his time to shine. Put the pressure on the medium stacks. Lim, though, has a decent stack. Has King Queen off. Did lose a chunk of chips in the previous hand, but has just under 50 bigs. Comes along. Dominating Chen. Oh, that's ugly. Getting a great price, but 9-4 off. Wow. Has to put in 2 bigs and looks down at 9-4 off. Maybe wasting a bit of time, considering we're 3 spots away.
Yep. Yep. Queen 5-3 Lim. Flopping very strong here. Top pair, good kicker with the backdoor flush draw. Then let's be a little bit cautious. This was a cutoff call. It's gonna be a quite narrow range. Quite a few, paired hands. Chen gonna put the pressure on.
Chen drawing dead. Is this the kind of card he wants to double barrel? Once Lim calls in the cutoff, calls the bet on the flop. Queen is a big part of his range, would not be folding. And being said, Chen could target those medium pairs that might still be coming along. Decides to wave the white flag. And Lim will bet, wants to charge any draws that might exist. Should be the end of the hand. Yeah, what about it? It seems like.
Was a very, very cheap price, but he's not really drawn to anything.
UG down to 8 bigs. Obviously one of the shortest stacks in the tournament.
For main event final day, blinds are up with 6,000, 12,000 with 12,000 mini. Once again, main event final 6,000, 12,000 with debate 12,000. Round number 20.
UG with pocket threes in the cutoff. Takes a look at the tournament clock. Blinds 8,000, 16,000. 40-minute levels, 30 to go. Decides that this is the moment. Pocket pair in the cutoff is going to be good enough. Looking to pick up the blinds uncontested with a hand like this. Good so far. And the 6 deuce and the big is what you want. Up to 10 bigs now. Gary Thompson in the outer tables, by the way, is up to almost 2 million in chips. Wow. Standing his chip lead as the chip leader does during bubble time. He's battling out there with Daniel Nielsen as per the live reporting. Check that out if you haven't before, apt.poker. Our live reporting team doing an excellent job as always.
Chen back to back to back kings, this time with a king queen of diamonds. Real hand here, opening things up under the gun. Does Mehdi want to defend against the chip leader from under the gun open with ace-6 off? Not fun. Stack isn't too much in the danger zone, though, for the bubble. But if he dips down to those 30 big blinds and is now tied with everyone else, it gets kind of rough. And yeah, I like that fold. Without the bubble looming, gotta call that, but with the bubble coming up so close, he doesn't want to get down to that 30 big blinds and not be able to play against and put pressure on the shorter stacks. Like the Lesters and the Laws, the Abraham Seasfins.
Makes total sense. I like it. I do like when tournament poker makes you make a non-standard decision. Just goes to show how many variables you need to consider. Maybe separates it from cash poker in a bit. You're always calling that in cash?
No, because there's rake in cash.
Ah, I see, okay. That's true as well.
Yeah, and no ante, so you define the big blind a lot less.
Also, when it comes down to small versus big, just chop it up.
Yeah.
You ever had aces in that situation?
Yeah, I still offer a chop.
Yeah.
If it's time rate games, I play, but rate games, always chop.
Ace-6 again. Suited this time. Lim has plenty of chips though. Over 50 bigs. Raises a little over 2x. ace queen for Linsky. Just a call on the button. This is what happens when you have a big stack. People cannot fight back near the bubble. Ace 9 suited for Chen, and he has both the opponents covered. Comes along. No ace, thankfully, on the flop. King 8-4, 2 hearts. We've seen this before from Lim. Continuation betting into multiple players. Last time around, he was up against top pair and a set. This time, just ace high, but Linsky does continue. Very, very small bet from Lim. Now the 5 actually gives more equity to Lim, and Linsky still left with ace queen high. And Lim is finding another bet. This is fantastic. Picked up just enough equity. Fire essentially what he thinks is a double barrel, and it's a small bet again. He did squeeze small as well, remember?
Yeah. And his C bet was like 15%, so he is just trying to play some small ball poker right now.
The price is too good. Linsky comes along. He could have left the hand multiple streets ago, but because of the sizing, he now gets the check mark. And now Lim needs a triple barrel. He has a 6.
I think he's going to lose more money if he triple barrels. I think Alexander's going to turn his hand into a bluff. Now, does Alexander feel the need to bluff here? I think it's very close. You know, you can fold out hands like 6s and 7s with a bet. You have nice removal to the traps from Lin. It's close, though. You know, you've got a good stack. Do you really want to risk too many more? Just checks it back.
That is going to be a pleasant pickup.
Huge bot going Alexander's way. Up to 758k will put him neck and neck for second place in chips on this table.
That is Lester Edok, over 2.1 million in live cashes. His best one is 265,000. That's massive. Still, 95,000 today would not hurt. He's third on the Philippines all-time money list. Has about 1 million in cashes to catch up to get to second. Mai Takayama, another legend sitting in second place. That being said, he is simply one of the country's best. Certainly one of the more familiar faces at the APT, no matter what stop we're at, but certainly in Manila, his home turf. And Lim now picking up big slick. Premium under the gun, still has plenty of chips, knows what to do. Last time around went 2.2x. Stays consistent. And ace queen suited for Yuji. He's been patient.
This is going to be rough for him.
10 bigs. He just saw the showdown as well, by the way, from Lim. Ace 6 suited. Early position. Cannot blame him for when he gets it in there. There we go. One ace dead. Not that it matters. It's the queen Yuji will be looking for. Everybody should get out of the way unless they have a monster, considering Lim has plenty of chips. And we'll have ace-king versus ace-queen.
Wow, we saw 8-7 suited hit the muck and Jack-10 suited hit the muck. That's power of the all-in. Lim getting a count before he commits. Finds out how much, makes the call. Yuji's gonna get the bad news. Ace Queen versus Ace King this close to the money. But look at those equities. They're very close due to card removal. 60-40. Much better than the 70-30 Yuji's thinking he's got. No help to Yuji, 9-8-3.
How about some chop outs on the turn at least? 9-3 or 8. Nah, just a brick. I mean, only 3 outs going once, otherwise we will lose Yuji in 23rd place. GG, sir. The man from Japan comes close. No cigar, and just like that, we're 2 away from the money on the soft bubble.
Yeah, one more elimination and we will go hand for hand.
Charles in chat says reeling for Leicester. Very cool. And Lim from Malaysia picking up those chips. As per his hand and mob, his first live score is April of this year. Let's just take a look at Alex Linsky's impressive total live earnings. 4.4 million. 9th on the Australian all-time money list, and that's no small accomplishment. Australia has some global superstars when it comes to poker. Facts from Andy. An ace on the button for Chen. Still has a big stack. Wants to make the most of it. Lester is in the small, he's the shorty. But Lim with the newfound chips isn't big. Jack 10 8, 2 spades. Ace high for both players, should be heading to a chop. Although the 4. A 3 or a deuce, actually, would give the ace-6 the best hand. The 2 big stacks not wanting to tango, and the 10 ensures the chop. really feel like the tension is mounting and I can actually feel it.
Yeah, this is the perfect time to use up quite a few of your time banks if you are one of the very short stacks. Or if you're one of the medium stacks that just has to go all in. No? This is the last time they will be valuable to use in a non-thinking format as hand for hand. There's no point in tanking.
Chen is raising again. Not the chop last time. This time, he's running it the ace king suited for Abraham. Tricky though, on the big blind, on the bubble.
Yeah, it's one of those hands that does like a small 3-bet, but as you get closer and closer to these big ICM spots, just jamming becomes a lot more attractive as equity realization, especially out of position, is so poor against a bigger stack.
Goes with the 3-bet. In fact, it is a small 3-bet. He's preserving his stack to the extent it goes post-flop. The flop is not favorable. He is willing to call it off. Trust us on that. Ace king suited. Abraham. Not afraid to gamble it up, as we saw when he went down to heads up for the main event.
Yep.
At APT Taipei. Did not make a deal. Came out on the wrong side of that, but seemed to have no regrets. $26 bigs with that pickup. Pretty comfortable. That should be most of the stacks on our table. 16 is the shortest, that's Leicester. 22 remaining, two away from the money. Technically, with a stack like 16 bigs, 2 away, you are able to just coast into the money. But again, Leicester, not looking to min cash here.
My mom is watching this fight. My mom is in this fight. That's why I do these kind of stuff.
Around the table 36. Tankman versus Gary. Six on the flop. 6, 8.
Oh, Leicester has just taken the spot. 3-bet jams, the 7s, as we just said. He's not worried about bubbling and doesn't care about min cashing. And Chen has been opening 3 in a row. This time he's not as light as he was. Does he think Ace-Jack is good enough? Makes the call and Leicester's going to be at risk. A flip for Leicester Edox tournament life. 2 away from the money. No matter how much experience and how many cashes you have, this is a gross feeling. Needs to win a flip, a full day of grinding, and now all in with 7s against Ace-Jack. A double would take him to 544. Jack 9, deuce, a dagger through the heart of the Filipino legend. Needs a 7. Blue Ice and Charles in chat saying hold. The ace changes nothing, but the 1 out now. 7 of clubs remaining. No dice. Full house for Chen, and we say GG to one of the game's best. Lester leaves us 1 spot away from the money now. Abraham and Lester shaking hands. Classy as always, both these players, in fact.
Yeah, GG, and we will be going to hand for hand now. Finals 3 tables, I believe, 7-7-7 on each table. So each table will play just 1 hand to keep on pace with the other tables as well.
So that takes us 6-handed on our table, I believe. Should have someone join us. Chen now getting very comfortable with his big stack. All his table captaining works out after winning that flip. Bit of a table reset. So 1 away, Sam. How do we think the decently stacked players on our table are going to approach it? I don't see anybody else making a move like Lester did. Lester, like I said, not caring about the min cash, surely. You can't just fold your way into the money.
Yeah, I'm not sure how short the shortest stacks are.
18, I believe.
18 bigs? Oh, so no, he's got no chance to fold his way into the money. He was on 16. So he does have to take some spots. He is the shortest stack, the most likely to bust.
Oh, you mean shortest stack
in the
tournament?
tournament. Yeah.
I see. The shortest stack on our table is 18 bigs. The tournament, yeah, I guess it all depends. Surprised nobody's standing up and taking a look at the outer tables.
Yeah, I know average big blinds is roughly 37, so they're quite deep for a bubble. Usually when we get to the bubble, you're sitting around like 20-ish big blind average, as there is a lot of the big stacks just accumulating a ton of chips.
Sam, has Lim arranged his chips such that all the colors are aligned?
Yeah, he has.
Wow.
When I see that in a cash game, if I have kings and they re-raise me, I am folding.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Just look at that. It looks very aesthetically pleasing, mind you, first off, but
it does.
It feels somewhere between an intimidation tactic and OCD.
Okay, yeah. I see that.
There we go. Announcement every time. All 3 tables are done, dealing their respective hands, and we move on to the next one. That's a new player joining us, David Wang, from Australia. About 500k in his stack. Tables evened out now. Just looked him up. Over 1.1 million in live earnings for him. Oh, look at that. His best live cash would be exceeded by a couple of $1,000. He can get first place here.
Oh, very nice.
Wasn't Justin Fairbanks doing some math in chat yesterday? If your best life cash is under 10% of your total life cashes, you're a proper grinder.
Yeah, I do remember that.
Certainly the case for David.
Don't make me look. Walk is okay.
Justin asking how many of these guys might book a flight to Vietnam as soon as the bust. I hope plenty of them. No direct flights to Phu Quoc, sure. No problem in terms of connectivity though. You can fly through Vietnam like I am, Saigon, Hanoi, or Bangkok, Hong Kong, like a lot of the APT team is. Some of them flying out at, I believe, 5 a.m. tomorrow. Justin, have you ever been to Vietnam? Fantastic place to play poker.
Alright, microphone to the new players. Please back to your seats. Rest of the meeting will be brief. Alright, here we go. Micro main event. Round number 6. Your two blinds in empty. 300, 600. Please tell it, leaders, please shuffle over the
Justin says I haven't left North America. Well, I recommend it. Pretty easy in terms of visas. None needed really. Vietnam, super friendly to tourists and poker players alike. Suited ace for C-Sven, late position on the stone bubble.
Opens things up. Only has 3 people to get through. Ooh, 9-7 suiteds both hit the muck. Spades and diamonds and Medi. He's got nothing to defend with.
He's been carted. I don't think he's played a hand actually. 26 hands into the table.
Who's this?
Medi?
He had aces.
No.
3-bet.
That's right.
Yeah, took it down. And I think he won another hand against Linsky as well. But has been, yeah, like you said, quite card dead. I think he won a very big one. Ace-Queen versus Ace-Jack was a big hand, the all-in pre. So, he's cruising. 33 bigs, very nice stack. And Abraham, look at that comeback from 200K, just under 200, up to 455 now.
Those would be our outer tables. We will jump to the outer table to the extent the all-in situation arises. We'd love to hear from chat who they're supporting. Did hear support for Leicester. Unfortunately, we did lose him. Charles in chat, Blue Eyes. What do we think? Blue Eyes, aren't you from Malaysia? Do have Lim on our table, representing the country. Doesn't mean you have to support him, by the way. Certainly have fan favorites. Personally, I love Alexander Linsky's attire. We've commented on his... What do they call those? The
quarter zip.
Quarter zip.
Yeah.
Would that be a pullover?
A fleece?
A
maybe?
fleece? Yeah, Justin pointing out that we missed David folding pocket nines under the gun. Kings are tight on the stone bubble.
Yeah, nines just don't have very good removal. Does suck to fold. Medi flopping the flush draw here. Elects to go for a check. Has to respect the big blind chip leader.
Break time, guys. 15 minutes. Tournament leaders. Race of all 1,000. Keep pace 1,000.
And we'll bet this 25K. Medi can't go anywhere here.
8,000, 16,000, 16,000.
Finally has a bit of a hand. He's check raising it.
Oh, I like that. Very polar. Look at that very big sizing as well. 120K. Nice play from Eddie there.
It's actually pretty tough to find a polar check raise there. A6, 8, 10, 2 diamonds. With his stack on the stone bubble. Very, very well navigated. He had the kind of flush draw that had no other connectivity. Was willing to fold if facing resistance. That's the outer table. It's spot Daniel Nielsen. Blue Eyes, our winner from the Beat the Pros event, in the chat, telling us he's supporting the other Malaysian in the field. We'll get to that in a moment. Looks like we have an all-in situation on the outer table. All in to call, perhaps?
No, I think we'd see the triangles out.
Doesn't work out. Daniel rocking his classic attire. Orange shirt today. Three Malaysians still in as per Justin Fairbanks. I can see the live seating as well. Jason Lau, also one of the game's best. I believe he had a deep run in the high roller in APT Taipei as well. Just remembering him from one of our feature tables. And the third one is person Blue Ice was mentioning, Long Jun. Is that how you say it, Blue Ice? Maybe you could help us along. 3 Malaysians out of the 21 remaining, not too bad. Alexander going after it, picking it up with the Queen 9 suited. And for hand, things do get tense, but as we can see, 16 bigs, the shortest stack on our table, who has navigated exceedingly well. Law has just been playing tight, snug. Should be able to make his way into the money without too much trouble. Jason Lau FT'd the Incheon main event. Very cool guy. I've had the pleasure of hanging out with him. Okay, Leong Chun from Malaysia. Thanks, Blue Ice. Did see one Malaysian Mega Lion winner in the form of William Teo. Picked up the super high roller. What a run he had as well. Thinking back to the main event final table yesterday, I think William Teo and Daniel Lee, similar runs. Just went on a tear, went on a rush, and just eliminated 3 or 4 players back to back. Never afraid to get it all in, and the poker gods were looking kindly upon them as well in those all-in situations.
Yeah, we've got pocket nines here. Abraham raising it up. Just has to get through the blinds now. Oh, pocket jacks.
Gets a walk?
No, he's got pocket jacks in the big blind.
I see. Okay, so there we have it. Abraham's open and pocket jacks in the big blind. Let's have Abraham well covered.
Oh, really small raise here. Abraham can continue. He wants to with the nines.
Yeah, we know Lim has been raising small all day. Last time around, he got punished. Raised small with the pocket nines, pocket sevens came along, hit the set.
High roller from the fish double.
Yeah, Abraham does continue. Getting tricky though. Abraham has about 24 bigs left. No 9, but both players have overpairs. This could be challenging for Abraham to navigate. Simply cannot fold, depending on the sizing on the flop. Sizing is hefty, 75k. Out of 5th of Abraham's stack. How do you ever fold this? That's a club as well.
Wow.
And he lets it go. What a fold. That might be the difference between some of the world's best and the likes of myself. I know I'm leaking more chips, convincing myself I'm facing 2 overs, my opponent will shut down, etc., etc. Abraham just called when he was getting the right price to flop a set and just let it go. How do you like that, chat? Are you folding there?
Yeah, I don't remember anything. I just remember like Kuala Lumpur, like the 2 big towers, the 3 towers, like being like in a hotel pool and like the snake looking out the flesh.
Yeah, preserving his chips for the bubble.
Yeah.
Very nicely done.
High roller.
Wow, Alexander's turn for a big pair here. Pocket kings. Eddie folds the ace-jack. And unfortunately, no action. Alexander Linsky's pocket kings. Jen's done very, very well to accumulate chips on this bubble thus far. 1.4 million in a stack. Really putting the pressure on some of these shorter stacks. Right, king 5 of clubs will make the cut for Alexander, opening it up. King, queen. Gotta hit the muck. 8-3 suited. Nice little pickup for Alex. The long range steal with the king 5 of clubs.
Give him 4. Maybe just repeat it. Yeah, we just have like, yeah. Just
HK Lim asking how much the buy-in is. Roughly 3,400 USD to buy in for this tournament. 95,000 USD for first place prize. Currently down to the final 21 of 134. 20 places get paid. We absolutely crushed this guarantee. We had a 15 million Filipino peso guarantee. Managed to hit 24 million in the prize pool.
Line is 1020. And it's System America, it's okay now. 1020. No, hold on. You go.
All right, so for the confusion, the blind is 10,000, 20,000, and 20,000. Throw the 3 circles in.
Looks like we just had a blind level increase. It's really going to cut down on those short stacks. 10K, 20K now.
All right, here we go. Mini main event, your duplex and Andy. 10, 20. 20,000 Andy to the dealers of the mini main event. Double up and
Ace 4 offsuit for Lim in the cutoff with a 1 million chip stack. Raises things up, 40,000. Like it. Late position open. Good blocker. Manages to steal 50,000.
Fair to say, Sam, this is officially now a long bubble. Yeah, hand for hand, of course, and the stakes could not be higher, not just for the 5,500 or so in the min cash, but indeed the 95,000 up top. There's one of the outer tables again. You see Jason Lau from Malaysia in the white and seems to have made the pickup and seems to be relieved. Here you see, or hear rather, the announcement. Hand for hand. Once all three tables are done, shuffle up and deal. It is the stage things can get a bit antsy. Mind you, the tournament clock, I don't want to get the rules wrong, but I think we just count a couple of minutes per hand in terms of subtraction.
Yeah, I think we just take away 2 minutes per hand.
Yeah. So
instead of letting it run down.
Yeah, it doesn't affect the tournament clock per se. The players can get antsy in terms of just the nature of it. Have to wait, depending on what's happening on the other tables.
Alright, once again, tournament leaders of high roller event.
Chen going for the long range steal here at the Queen 8 of clubs. And it's gonna work.
Mehdi wants to show his run of cards, including to the pre-flop aggressor. Doesn't know how wide Chen is stealing. Always good to be friendly with the player on your left. Not saying it's strategic, not being cynical. Mehdi seems like a fun guy if ever there was one, but always a good idea to have some camaraderie. They might just check behind in the big blind a bit more frequently if you do that.
Yeah.
Do you see the banners of our main event champions hanging at the back thanks to this lovely shot of the outer table? And we are going to be adding one more in the form of Daniel Lee from the US.
On the table 36, Tang Wang versus Gary. Gary covers Tang. It's pocket 10 versus pocket 6. That's it, flop.
Oh, we have an all-in situation.
6 on the flop. 6, 8, 9.
Oh, pocket 6 is going against the overpair and a 6 on the flop.
Running spade. Let's see the turn. Turn comes a 10. 7%. 1 out for Gary. Let's see the river. River comes a 7. 10 playing. Turn. The set. So those up.
Would you believe it?
8-3.
We were more six again. The club. Best hand wins. Roller coaster.
Once again, tournament leaders, please jump up in there.
Did just look up the live reporting to confirm what I thought occurred. Tang Hu jammed the 10s in the lead against the 6s against Gary Thompson, the chip leader. Tang Hu was the one all in and at risk. And then the dealer flopped a 6 on the flop We heard the groan, and then a 10 on the turn for the rescue. The live reporting does say, despite the real birds chanting a 6th, the set of 10s held. Always rough on the bubble. The anti-railing is just that extra emotional brutality. So we're still on the stone bubble. And he continues getting dealt rags. It's okay, Mandy. You can just fold it. Give a walk. All good. Happens to the best of us. Shan gets a walk. He's benefited from the bubble more than most. 1.4 million in his stack. Law, the shortest stack on our table. I doubt he can believe how things have progressed. Still on the stone bubble. He is absolutely handcuffed. And it's one thing to just coast your way into the money with a 16 big blind stack. When you do it with an under 10 big blind stack, you do start to question whether you should have gone for it. There's the outer table again. Jason Lau standing up. See seat 3 on the button against seat 8. They just look up the player who managed to survive with the pocket 10s versus pocket 6s. Deng Yang Hu from Singapore. I mean, what a meaningful bubble it is for him. Has just 2 scores on his hand and mom.
Alright, once again, total dealers for the high roller, Coach Shabbat India.
Here we go to the outer tables again.
Once again, Commentators, the high roller. Please deal.
I don't know about you guys, chat. Can certainly feel the tension.
Alright, microphone bedroom players, please drop your seats. The rest of the mates have a break.
Wow. The more limb stack increases, the more he organizes it in that aesthetically pleasing OCD way.
Round number 6, your new blinds in ante.
I haven't seen it done on our feature table in a while, and I must say, I'm in favor of it.
3 and 600, 600.
Almost seems like that's how it was meant to be done.
Last chance, Carola, blinds 800.
Queen Jack suited for Chen. He's been opening much wider than that, and he's on the button. A proper holding for once. David Wang has been cautious. Saw him fold the 9s under the gun. Surprising, no resistance with the king 6 off, but an ace on the big blind. Then will come along. Oh, he's letting it go. Wow, Lim shows, assuming he had by far the best of it. I doubt. Oh, pardon me, Chen shows the Queen Jack suited. I doubt he ever thinks Lim is folding as strong as an ace there. Lim's second in chips did not want to tango out of position with the chip leader. The chip leader, by the way, has just been making the most of this bubble. I think he wishes it never ends. Has been going on for a while. We are hand for hand though, so it's not too many hands. Law has been grinded down. He is going to have to face the 2 big blind burden on the very next hand. Will take him down to under 10 bigs. It's getting tricky. Another pickup for Chen. Looking too easy. 76 bigs, 1.5 million in his stack. Should be second in chips in the tournament. We did see Gary Thompson out there. Over 2 million in his stack.
Break time, guys. 15 minutes. Tournament leaders, raise of all 1,000. Keep raise 1,000.
Suited ace for Alexander Linsky. He's had enough of Chen. He's going to go for a long range steal of sorts. Doesn't want to fold. And now Mehdi has aces again. He's been patient. He's been card dead. Now with the pocket rockets. The on the gun raise should be pretty strong most of the time, so a 3-bet is in order. No point getting tricky at this stage. It's a small 3-bet. 110k. 5.5 bigs, perhaps standard. Fold it to Law with ace-queen suited. And speaking of patience and card dead, Law, with just 9 bigs left after posting the antes, looks down at ace-queen suited, under the gun open, and a +1 3-bet, the tightest and narrowest of all ranges.
Wow.
And he lets it go. What a fold. All 4 aces out there. And Linsky will pretend he has a decision.
He might go for the 4-bet. You know, he does cover Mehdi. He's got very good removal.
I don't see it happening, Sam, particularly because Mehdi has been super patient, has been showing down cards that he has been folding. Metagame should be in play here. Linsky should put it together that Mehdi is going to be strong. It has to be tempting, though. Looks like he is going to let it go. This is where live poker comes into the mix. Mehdi has been comfortably folding cards, showing down that he doesn't have a good run at the moment, giving walks in the small blind. And I think it just weights his range a bit more towards, in this case, the nuts.
Alright, once again, don't do this with Pyro. Please check what they do.
Very impressive fold, the ace-queen suited there. That is not easy. Queen 9 of diamonds now from Mehdi. Is going to open this up.
He's loosening up. Just had a nice pickup. Besides, he can go for some sort of a long-range steal, as you've been calling it, Sam, and it might just work. It's going to get folded. Back to Linsky. Queen jack off, though. Queen on the flop. This is getting dangerous. Kicker playing very much so. Linsky way ahead. Mehdi has to feel he's gotten lucky. Open a medium hand under the gun on the stone bubble and flop top pair, but he goes for pot control and good timing. Now the 5 doesn't change anything. The big blind could have a 5. 2 of them out there though. Linsky has to think he's ahead.
Yeah, Alexander does get to go quite large here. After Mehdi check back. I'm not sure if Queen Jack wants to go large though. So you are going to value on yourself a lot. Goes for the trap here. Probably thinks Mehdi's range is going to be too concentrated with some king, queen, ace, aces, kings types hands.
Hot control by Mehdi again in position given the stone bubble, and now a chop. The king to the rescue. A bet, and I suspect a crying but an easy call considering the king out there, and the bet is tiny as well, so chop it up.
High roller from the Bishop of the Liver.
And Law has been grinded down to 8 bigs. We were on the stone bubble when he had 16 bigs, I believe. That is brutal. The bubble is just relentless here. 3 tables, hand for hand. 21 remaining. Ace-8 off for the chip leader on the table. Chen has been stealing non-stop. We'll try it once again. Quick fold by the ace-9 suited, mind you. David has been snug. Queen-Jack also has to let it go with 8 bigs. And Mehdi with king-5 off on the big blind.
Yeah. Very defendable with chip EV, but considering ICM, just a hand that's going to get you into way too much trouble. Gets rid of it.
I have to feel for Law here.
Yeah, he's only picked up really one hand, ace queen suited, and his opponent had aces. Manages to get away. Don't know if he knows how lucky he got. He could just think he was getting away from a flip, which you do not want to take on the bubble.
It is that worst case scenario come to light. You're at 16 bigs, you decide to respect ICM, become snug, hold your way into the money, as you would. 5,500 or so is the minimum payout. But you know you're going to hurt your chances by not going for it in terms of being able to chip up, take a lead in the tournament, give yourself the best chance to win first place, and then the bubble just goes on for what feels like forever, no doubt to Law. And you've been grinded down to 8 bigs. Even if you make it into the money, your chances reduced by so much, and this is really the value of having a big stack at any stage of the tournament. Not being in spots like this, and in fact, taking advantage of the players who are. Yu Hang Chen has been doing that on our table. And Seasfin folds the pocket 8s and the hijack given his own stack. ICM pressure and ICM jail in full force.
Yeah. It's much better to have a hand like ace-4 suited, even though it has a lot less raw equity. Than 8s, you're stopping your opponents from having hands that can call you. Mehdi might go for the third 3-bet against Alexander Linsky. Last 2 times he had aces. This time, ace-7 of diamonds.
He's thinking about it. Goes for it. Quick release. And he's really been picking his spots, and it's worked thus far. 35 bigs or so in his stack. Lines being at 10,000, 20,000.
High rollers on good. 3, still 1 hand.
So what is that on Law's shirt, by the way?
A little heart thing?
Is it?
It
Did I see
kinda
eyes
looks like
on it?
that. Strawberry ice cream cone kind of thing.
You can always check the instruments like the first one. I'm pretty sure it's all of them. I'm gonna go check it and like offer you an 80 buyout. Like, you know.
One minute warning. Island 20 on the island is finished. Please take your seat.
During the main event, final break, please start taking your seats. You have less than 3 minutes.
All right, so we'll do this. 3, still 1 hand. High roller event. 1 more hand.
Law has to be worried about what happens in the next few hands. I think it's 2 spots away from the big blind. Would have to put in 25% of his stack. Even at 8 bigs, I have a feeling he could certainly fold his way into the money, but do you really want to do that with just a few big blinds?
Right, here we go. Island ribbon. 2 blinds in empty. Global 24. 24,000 empty. 2 different dealers. Island ribbon.
Deuces hit the muck from the cutoff. We just saw pocket 8s hit the muck, so I suppose deuces not that surprising. Abraham was shorter stacked though.
Yeah, I think Mehdi has an easier time to open the deuces there than Abraham did with the 8s, just given the stack depth and also position. You know, Mehdi was in the cutoff, I believe. Abraham was either low jack or I think it was low jack.
I think it was later position than that, which is why it surprised me. But you're right about the stacks. And he certainly should be the one stealing. Abraham, the one conserving. And that lets Chen do what Chen has been doing. Open up 9-7 off on the button. Gets the defense from Lim this time. Last time around, Lim folded an ace in the big blind, and now he flops an open ender and bottom pair for Chen. Fair fight, but the advantage lies with Chen. Position, pre-flop, betting advantage, bigger stack.
He's going to go for the bet here. Lim just wants to call here. If you did want to have some raises with open enders, you want to be able to cooler other open enders. Something like Jack 10, Queen 10, Ace 10, sorry, Ace Jack. Five diamonds on the turn does improve Lim to bottom pair.
Seven means 2 pair, extra comfort for Chen. Lim is going to turn his 5 into a bluff, and it cannot work. Now, with the 7, Chen has the easy call. Unfortunate for Lim. Chen could have considered folding a 9. Chen has been the biggest gainer from this bubble, up to 88 bigs. And Law, one hand away from the burden.
That stack just keeps on growing. Chen is loving this bubble. Seven deuce. That might give Abraham a walk. A much needed one at this point. No, it will not. Lim going for the raise here. Really attacking the short stack of his neighbor. Works out for him. Manages to find additional chips with the 7 deuce.
Very cool. Abraham, 13 bigs. Man missing from the table at the moment because we are hand for hand. Has 8. He might be taking a look at the other stacks very precisely at the moment.
Yeah, as a short stack, that information is the most valuable to you.
Minimum payout when the bubble bursts is going to be 314k Filipino pesos. That is over 1.5x of the buy-in, which was 200k. Good for 5.3 thousand USD.
Oh, this would be very loose from Mehdi. 6-5 spades. Decides against it.
Whenever Chen decides not to bully the table, Lim does pick up the mantle, now opening King 7 off on the button and pocket ace for Abraham on the stone bubble. He's willing to go with it. Jams the pocket eights and Law wakes up to King Jack suited. A fantastic pickup by Abraham, but perhaps a move Law might have made even with his tiny stack, and it could have worked against the loose open.
Yeah.
Perhaps even better, Lim would have been priced in with a King 7 and be up against the King Jack, but coulda, shoulda, woulda. We have an all-in situation, and I believe it is the man from Korea, Boxer, as he goes by. Yeah, it's aces versus 9-8 for Yohan Lim, and an 8 on the flop is dangerous. The aces are the all-in player. No 9. We're still on the bubble. Boxer, as the announcer called him. Another esports convertee to poker. Over 1 million in live earnings for Yohan.
Very nice. $1 million. I think Stephen Lai was mentioning this is his benchmark for a very accomplished poker player, barring entries to one specific tournament series.
Triton.
Yeah, then you're Then you're a very new player, he said. I do want that main event watch from them. I think APT.
Jacob and Co.
Yeah.
Yeah, we could figure something out for the APT. What do you think? A watch?
Yeah, yeah. I think a watch is a very cool thing. It's something you can definitely wear
The thing
day to
is,
day.
now we cannot do a watch because it's a Triton thing. Now it's like, you know, if you're a golf tour, if you give a jacket, you're just copying the golf tour. If you give a bracelet, you're copying the WSOP. We have our lions. If somebody copied a lion, you know, we look a little bit judgmentally upon them. So it has to be something else, I think.
I don't know. I think a watch is cool. I think old era APT used to give out watches. I think they partnered with Omega, I believe, when I last brought this up. I think that'd be cool. It's just be an APT specific. Obviously not Jacob and Co. because that's worth almost probably more than the main event prize pool.
How about a compromise? How about a pocket watch?
Okay.
Truly old school.
Yeah.
Yeah, guys, this ain't a home game, Alexander. Law has jammed from the small with King 9 off. Two players decide to lean in and take a look at Alexander's decision. The dealer thankfully interjects. I'm still confused why they're talking to each other. Maybe the floor has been called. Or has he hit call? Or has he announced call already? Hit. Thinking online poker, but
I think he already said call, and that's why he's showing the hands.
That's right.
Because we've got a ton of camera team over here, so I imagine he has called, but we can't reveal the hands until the other tables have also finished their actions.
That explains it. Really tough for Law to be facing this at the moment. After all this waiting around, jamming the King 9, he's actually ahead. But just look at those equities. It's going to be a flip, and for now he needs to deal with the pain of not knowing what he's up against. I think all the talk might make him feel that he's likely to have the best hand.
On the table 25, seat 8. Seaway goes all in, and Alexander for seat 1 call.
So we do have yet another all-in situation on the stone bubble so far. The all-in players getting the best of it. Can Law hold?
Yeah, I like what Blue Ice is saying. You got to root for Law. He had Ace Queen of Hearts in the big blind. Then he had King Jack of Clubs in the big blind. Both times could not make it. Here we go. Queen 7 versus King 9. A safe flop for the King 9. No, he missed the 7.
Oh, Sam. Law is using all the stand-up equity, the back-back equity he can. Brutal flop, but he has backdoors, and the King and the 9 are live. 3 of clubs is a break. The whole field rooting against him. Needs to catch. I think maybe even Alexander feeling a bit bad. Oh, what a way to go. Law is disgusted, and I do not blame him.
I think he played as best as he could. It was unfortunately just his time to exit the tournament. I don't think there's anything he could have done.
Sam, the graphics adjusted, actually. Did Alexander flop a flush?
No, backdoored it.
We'll have to get back on that because right at the end the graphics adjusted, which would explain why Law was disgusted and waiting, but it would have implied that Law was drawing dead, so doesn't really matter, frankly. We apologize for the confusion, but I suppose the key moment.
7-4 on the
yeah,
flop.
there we go. Yeah. We did see it in the camera, so the graphics adjusted the wrong way. So there we have it. We are down to 20. We are in the money. 5,500 USD or so guaranteed to everyone remaining. It has been a long bubble. It has been a grueling one. I have to feel from the player from Hong Kong, Law Chi Y. Had about 20,000 USD in earnings, so the potential for a truly career-changing score was thwarted by that Queen 7 suited of Alexander Linsky. But that is the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. Somebody has to be the stone bubble boy, and in this case, it was Law. We hope to see him again soon. And the relief felt instantly across not just our feature table, but the outer tables as well.
Yeah, but I think we're going to see a lot of play opening up now. Our short stacks at the table will be able to go and just try and get a little double up now that they've secured 5,340 USD. No, there's going to be the ICM pressure is going to be wearing off quite considerably. We are going to have a little bit of spikes due to the very quick pay jumps. But until we get to those very large pay jumps, the final table, ICM can quite, you know,
take a back
seat. Yeah, can take a back seat to just try to chip up now if you're a short stack.
Mind you, because of the hand for hand and the way the tournament clock works, we were due for a break, and so now we're just about 3 or 4 minutes, let's just say one more hand away from it. So the players will get some much needed rest after that tense bubble. Average bigs at 34, the next page jump, the next blind jump rather. Should take that down to the 30 mark. Mind you, we will roll back the blinds if we get to the final table below a 30 big blind average. It's one of the features of our marquee events, and this is certainly one of them.
Last chance, Harola buys 800, 1600. The guy needs 1600. Deal shot 100. 1-4-2-4. I think 1-4-1 chip.
Yeah, you can see Mehdi is starting to defend like those ace-3 offsuits that were not defends with the massive ICM pressure, but now that that's been relieved, we are going to see play loosening up, some more defends, some more playable hands.
Perhaps not as much open season for Chen anymore. He had fun while it lasted.
Yeah, managed to double his chip lead. I think he was sitting around like 900k to start the day up to, is he 1.8 now?
And I do believe, thanks to the action on the outer tables, he's actually the tournament chip leader. Last hand before the break, mind you, and kings for Lim.
No action, unfortunately. But Justin asking in chat, no super high roller coverage in Phu Quoc. No, we will be getting on day 2 of the main event. So I believe we're just going to cover day 2, 3, 4, final table, and then the same event that you are watching right now for Phu Quoc.
Actually, Sam, no, day 4 for Phu Quoc.
Oh, for the main event? We go straight to final table on day 4?
That's right.
Cool. It is a lower guarantee in terms of USD. We had a 1.7 million USD guarantee for here in Manila. It'll be 1 million in Phu Quoc. Still going to be a very healthy 200 and change for first place. On a smaller field, so better chance you can get first place prize. We hope to see you there. But with that, we are going to take a short break now that the bubble has burst. Don't go anywhere. We will come back with a brand new feature table, and we'll see you all shortly.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
All right, micro main, round number 2, micro main event, 100, 200, 200.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Welcome back to the Asian Poker Tour. This is the final day of the 2-day High Roller, and APT Mega Lion is up for grabs, as it tends to be towards the end of our streaming schedule. This is the final day of what has been an amazing festival at Manila. We're at the City of Dreams. Today is the last day of the streaming as well. When we left you, we had finally burst the bubble. 20 players now remaining out of the 134 entries. The buy-in was 3,400 in terms of USD, 200,000 Filipino pesos, and now everybody has locked up about 314,000 pesos. That's about 5,500 USD. So the 1.5x return on your money has been locked up, but all eyes on the prize. First place, 95,000, just shy of 6 figures in USD. My name is Vidar. I'm joined by Sam in the booth. Sam, the bubble has been burst. It was a tense one. You were guessing how it would affect dynamics going forward. How do you think it's going to play out now? The short stacks should be just going for it, right?
Yeah, I think we're going to see quite a few eliminations in rapid fire, as those short stacks are either trying to double up to spin up their stack, or are unfortunately just going to lose their flips, get eliminated, and we will be getting, I'd say, to a final table bubble, perhaps at the end of this break.
Interesting guess. I won't go as far as to make any booth prop bets on it at the moment. For now, still feeling and processing the tension that just did get relieved. Had a brutal elimination, Law from Hong Kong, Law Chi Wai, leaving us in 21st place. $0 for his efforts. Always rough.
We do have a new feature table. Thompson Gary has done very well to extend his chip lead as well. Getting very close to Chen's stack, 1.7 mil.
Daniel Nielsen in the bright orange joins us. He makes playing high rollers look easy. Good finish. Second place in APT Taipei in the Superstar, the $25,000 buy-in.
Yep, yep.
That's Deng Hu on the left-hand side of the screen. What a bubble survival that was. 10s versus 6s, all in with 10s. And it comes a 6 on the flop and then a 10 on the turn.
Maximum drama.
Deng, by the way, at least in terms of live poker, seems fairly new to the felts. His only score from 2023. 6,000 on his hand and mob. To the extent that's accurate, could imply he's a cash game player as well. Either way, he has locked up a score that evens his entire hand and mob at the moment and is in the running for one of the most prestigious events in the circuit.
Here we go, Queen 8 versus Queen 10. Nine, 9-8, Gary takes the lead here. Top pair.
Gary has been the chip leader on the outer tables for most of it. Chen from our previous feature table perhaps matched him or exceeded him slightly at the moment. Either way, 1.7 million is plenty of chips. Chip leader on our feature table right here as well. Man from Ireland could cross 1 million in cashes were he to take first place prize.
I like the aggression here.
Gary comes along and look at the SPR, about 1.3. Tricky spot developing for the Queen 10. And the deuce of clubs changes nothing. Aiga is repping the narrowest of ranges by check raising this flop. An 8 could be a part of it. A 9 obviously difficult to have with two of them on the board. With the absolute brick, it does make situation a bit tougher to navigate. Cannot rep any of the draws coming in. Goes with the check as a result. Any 9s would be checking here for deception. But with the stack size, I think Gary should know that he has the best of it more often than not. 2 draws possible in the form of flushes on the board. Straight draws as well on the flop. He's going to be betting it. Wants to charge them. Tiger does have a draw of sorts as well. 2 overs, gut shot. And the bet is tiny. Yeah, has to let it go. Well navigated. And a good attempt by Tiger. As you mentioned, Sam, repeatedly, the play has loosened up. So even the short stacks making some move. With that, we have 4 stacks under 15 bigs.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's going to be pretty quick to even these stacks out a bit. They are going to have to take some marginal spots to try and double up here. blinds are going to run through them pretty quick. We have 2 tables of 7 and a table of 6. Final 2 tables will be at 16 players, 8 and 8. Not sure. The tank from Ryosuke. He did hit the pay jump already. Unless he is trying to tank into another pay jump here with his 10 big blind stack. I think he does benefit from playing a little bit faster. You know, he's got 10 big blinds at this level. The next level is going to be up to 15k, 30k, which is really going to eat into his stack. It's going to reduce his fold equity when he is going all in.
Yeah, the next pay jump is just $500 and it's 3 spots away, so doesn't make too much sense. I think he was just taking his time. But he would benefit from playing faster, as you said. And Tiger has just decided to be super active, trying to steal with the computer hand from the small blind. Good timing for it. Yo-Wan Lim surviving the bubble as well with aces. Boxer, as he's known. Ex-StarCraft player, as the Koreans sometimes tend to be. Let's it go. Seven-handed on our table. 3 tables in play. I do see 6 flags, which is always cool. The only repeat being Japan on our table. Taiga and Ryosuke. To soften the gun. Once again, a quick fold would be wise. Has to face big blind and the ante on the very next hand. I just noticed, Sam, look at the number of time banks players have.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Carrying over from yesterday, I guess. Lim not giving a walk. Daniel will see a free flop. Ace Jack 9, all hearts. Everything in favor of Daniel here. King of Spades now, cut shot. The Queens and 10s live. 72k in the middle, 278 for Lim. I think it's worth a fight. His opponent should be capped in the form of not having an ace, especially after the check back. No hard though. Always tough to be betting without any equity. In this case, he has 15%. Easy call by Daniel. Let's check on the flop. Made it a 2-street affair at the most, and now the 4 of diamonds. Still stealable by Lim. 2x SPR. Gives up though. Two stacks at 10 bigs now.
Here they are getting short.
So we didn't technically have a redraw, right, Sam, even after bursting the bubble. We came in 4 tables and have just moved players around.
I think 3 tables of 7. Or do you mean to start the day?
To start the
To
day, 26 players to start the day. So I guess the players have been with each other for a long time.
We had just 1 table break.
Yeah.
Yeah. But since that, no table redraw.
Tons of reads have been developed on each other, no doubt. Tang from Singapore raises with ace 10. Should get this one through.
Last chance, Arla buys up. 1500, 3000. 3000 to INT. Once again, last chance, Arla buys up. 1500, 3000. 3000 to INT. I'll double that.
Yeah, so we do have the high roller last chance going on. We've seen 3 players that were playing the high roller jump into the high roller last chance. We've got Joseph Cheong, Rishi Mira, as well as
David Wang.
No, Joseph Cheong, Lester Edok.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
We did call Lester definitely jumping in.
Oh, for sure.
After he busted.
Yeah.
I think he was 2 away from the money. Unfortunate. Not the kind of guy to be too discouraged. On to the next one is the attitude. Hopefully on to the next one in the form of joining us in APT Fukuoka as well. Once again, to those of you joining us more recently to the coverage, tomorrow is APT Fukuoka. Go check out the schedule on apt.poker, the website. Over 80 events. Tons of action, tons of fun, and what a beautiful venue, mind you, Fukuoka in Vietnam. Small island off the west coast, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
Did go there for an APT festival a year and a half ago, and the APT making a big return to Fukuoka in the new era. $1 million guarantee this time on the main event.
Look at that. Flights, 16,000 Filipino pesos to get from Manila to Fukuoka.
That's not bad at all, frankly. That is not bad at all.
Is that about 200 something US?
Yeah, 250 or so. Ryosuke has to let it go, and another king queen.
I think I prefer call here. It's very tempting to jam, but you don't want to fold out his king 10, king 9 suited, queen 10s. You want to go to the flop, dominate them, and try to get stacks in on very favorable flops. Wu-Tang does decide to flat. Nine, 8, 6. Either player connecting. Tiger goes for the check back. 8 of hearts on the turn. Change much.
Justin in chat pointing out something I also just happened to catch in the live reporting. Nobody has more than 1 million chips on the outer table. The third table, that is. We have the feature, the one we have on the feature table right now, as well as the one before the bubble. The third table, Jason Lau is the highest stack with 970,000. Pretty low considering some of the top stacks on the other tables.
Yeah.
Bernardino, second place in the super high roller from the Philippines, has 910,000. Everybody else pretty short.
Who does have a decent bluff candidate here. However, Taiga should mostly be trapping with a lot of his flush draws. So he has to be kind of careful here. Queen of Spades, quite a key card to have here.
Taiga seems unconvinced, but also handcuffed. Not much he can do. Lets it go. About 13 bigs left in his stack. So the comeback secure now for Teng, who third in chips on the table, 37 bigs. Very comfortable.
Oh, you're saying about the being dead about this. I'm gonna leave that part out. Remember you telling me about that?
Yeah, so they decided he had to go.
How he was laughing how bad jails are.
Wait, he was supposed to use lines about how, like, I don't know if you know, but I just picked third in the 10K, and he took me out about saying that.
Is it too early to think about final table stacks, Sam?
No, never too early.
100,000 starting stack, thanks to our beautiful structure and the fact that this is a prestigious two-day high roller. 134 entries, 13.4 million chips in play. That means the average will be 1.5 or so at the final table.
Yep.
So technically, anything above 1 million can start thinking about being on the final table. Plenty of players above 1 million on our table. Daniel's one of them. Ryosuke is now signature move to take his time, I guess. Gary calls with the big blind discount and flops best. 10-7 deuce rainbow. Pretty good for 7-5 off.
Yeah, really nice start for Gary. Daniel kicks things off with a small C bet here.
Scare card. Could be what Daniel needs. Stand a shot at stealing the spot. He is up against the chip leader, perhaps of the tournament at this stage. Could be Chen on the outer table, but 1.8 million is 75 bigs. Daniel decides that the ace is a gift from the poker gods to try and rep. And Gary now in a tough spot. Let's it go. Second barrel coming through for Daniel. 1.3 million in his stack. He just makes it look easy. In part because of his vibe, but also his playing style. Just always see him making deep runs in all the biggest stakes. Obviously mentioned his APT Type A performance coming second against Fan Chiyu in the Superstar. You'll barely see an APT high roller without Daniel in the mix, and he is hard to miss. His attire remains consistent, whether he's at the poker table or some of the sports bars I've spotted him at in the casino and otherwise.
Definitely see that. I got the pocket eights.
Rips it from UTG. Just needs to hope nobody picks up anything better. Tamuro has been taking his time. Let's it go. 9-8 off, one cut it. 7 deuce certainly will not, but the ace 10 though. Another short stack on the big. Jordan. Another main event finalist. Did make it to day 4.
Yeah, we got to see a little bit of him throughout this series. Plays very well. This is not a great spot here. 10 big blinds with the ace 10.
Doing the math, has 1.5 million in cashes. Should know every spot he needs to. Is he going to take this one? Looks like he's considering it, simply doing the pot odds math, but lets it go. Would have been a flip. But Taiga Ishiwatari picks up a crucial pot, jamming from under the gun. Taiga has 27,000 in cashes versus Jordan's 1.6 million.
Wow.
And yet here they are, battling it out for the 95,000 up top.
Yeah, still a very nice chunk to add to a 1.5 million Hendon mob. No small sum.
Taiga's earliest cash, by the way, is from 2023. Seems to me we do have a ton of new poker players at APT Manila relative to the old guard, and always amazing to see.
Yep. Yep.
Thinking back to Daniel Lee, main event winner, started playing in January. That's not inspiring. I don't know what is. No accident though. He has been putting in the work. He said he studies a lot, loves the game. Seems like from the rail and the chat that we had yesterday that he wins his local live Sunday tournament quite often at Lucky Chances near San Francisco. And then he was an esports player, so should have the discipline to really put in the hours. Justin says Japan is like China with Hendon mob. I hear you. Lots of tournaments have technically a 0 score, I believe, and don't get reported. It is possible Taiga has tons of caches. Three stacks at 10 bigs. Could be one of those slowly then suddenly type of elimination. You're at 18. 3 stacks on our table alone at 10 bigs. We did take a look at the other outer table. No big stack there. A couple of stacks quite short as well. You did make a prediction, I'll come back to Sam. 9 by the end of this session.
Yeah, I mean, it could be close.
I like it.
Said 1.5 mil is the sort of final table stack by the end of this level. Now we're going to go through 2 more level jumps, so we'll be at 40k big blind, which is about 40 big blinds average stack for a final table. It'll be close, I think. Most likely we won't, but it could happen.
Some support for Hu Tang Yang in the chat. Very nice. Alexis, tell us more. Love to learn more about our friend from Singapore that survived the bubble in a, as the live reporting called it, the emotional roller coaster. 6s versus 10s. Looks like who has opened pocket 5s. There we see it in the hijack and kings for Gary. Gary being the chip leader might not get credit for his 3-bet. For now, there's the dealer button and the blinds to get through. Taiga has to let the 9-7 of clubs go. Too many blinds to be speculating. Japanese players taking their time with the decisions. 18 spots, they could have perhaps induced an extra $500 in the form of the pay ladder, but not sure I agree with the decision making. You're super skilled to get this far, might as well see as many hands as possible. Putting all that aside, pocket 5s now, facing a 3-bet. Properly sized 3x. Good thing he has the exact right pot odds to call in terms of implied odds for hitting a set, but out of position, it's tough to realize the value, even if you do hit a set. just lets it go. King 10 off is a fair open. King 3 suited. Can be a fair defend. But look at the stack size. Both players short. Ryosuke is super short. Well under 10 bigs, had to post 2 of them. Does come along. Not just come along. Decides to turn his King 3 suited into a 3-bet bluff, leaving himself just 69k behind. That's quite a move. Realizing this would look as strong as it does. You don't see this every day. And what does Taiga do? It's almost easier to call off an all-in than it is to call this 3-bet. He lets it go. He was a bit too weak irrespective, but that is quite a move.
Yeah, Yusuke picking up a much-needed pot there.
And suddenly all 3 short stacks. A bit more comfortable. Jordan waiting his turn. Under 10 bigs for the moment. Fans in chat agree with me. 6 says Charles. Very, very nice says Blue Eyes. King Queen suited. 4 to chip leader. Proper hand. Pretty strong, 7-handed. Opens under the gun. Pocket 4s quickly find the muck, but pocket 7s will come along. Once again, chip leader versus second and chips on the table. Ryosuke will do his signature patient tank and then fold, I suppose.
Maybe he's trying to emulate Vogelsang.
Well, Vogelsang is one of the most successful poker players of all time. I know his tanking gets absolutely derided.
Yep.
As it should. It is just egregious. Same time. Maybe he inspires a few people around the world to emulate him.
Yeah. Yeah.
Justin says, I'd be happy if Singapore got proper poker tournaments. I certainly would be, Justin. I did fly via Singapore to Manila. Tons of direct flights. And let me just pause there because we have a pot. Top pair versus second pair. Daniel Nielsen just missed the 7. And the 10 now gives the best hand to who? 2 pair, but on a very dangerous board multi-way. And Gary, top pair, redraw to the straight. Decides to bet it, can't blame him. Has plenty of equity as we see, 42%.
Yeah, an insane number of outs and only missing the 8 of clubs.
Tang decides to check call on the dangerous board, looking for a safe river. There's not too many, about half the deck is dangerous, but that is exactly the kind of river Jack 10 was looking for, and now decides to check call again, perhaps. I think we might be about to see something we haven't in a while. Gary could be looking to value on himself.
Yep.
Hu Teng Yang's range should be quite behind the king queen usually, and this should go check call pretty quickly. You're not loving life in Hu's shoes either, facing what feels like a pretty decently sized value bet, but as played, you're under-repped.
I think he might be thinking about a raise.
That would also be way too ambitious. Yeah, it just makes the call, and we'll get the good news. Goes up to 1.17 million.
Alright, here we go. Micro main event. 2 blinds in ante. 1-5 ante. Tournament dealers. Shuffle out and registration for the micro main event is now officially closed. Round number 11. 1 and 1-5 ante.
Next level in 2 minutes, as we can see in the top left. Very helpful. 15:30 is the next one.
We did lose David Wang from Australia. See that he has jumped straight into the last chance high roller. Good luck to him.
King Jack, by the way, jammed. UTG under 10 bigs. Ace 10 now. Tough to say what Ryusuke will do considering he takes his time. Did make a slick move with the King 3 suited. Now it's about calling off a chunk of his stack. Decides Ace 10 doesn't make the cut. So far so good for the King Jack jam. This is kind of why you jam when you have enough fold equity. Gets it through. Justin Fairbanks in chat. Doesn't have enough APT events to do research on. Seems to have moved on to Skyscanner now. Justin, appreciate you as always, my friend. Singapore is extremely connected to India. In fact, I think Singapore has at least double-digit Indian population. And I did transit there, as I was mentioning, on the way to Manila. Stepped into the city for about 5 hours or so. Did go to the casino as well, not to gamble, just to check it out. It's in a very popular mall over there, actually, and was disappointed to see it did not have any poker going, so maybe one day.
Do they still have the $50 entry fee?
No, absolutely
Ooh,
free.
Okay. I was there I think 8 or 9 years ago. I think it was a $50 entry fee.
Was this Marina Bay Sands?
Oh.
I think this might be the newer one.
I cannot remember.
Actually, I'll tell you what. Part of the reason I went there is because you can check in your bags for free.
Oh,
like a bag counter.
Yeah.
Much appreciated. And the coach check ladies, it's all a very automated system. We're being super nice. They were like, you don't need to go in there. I mean, they just saw, I was asking, can I leave it here? Can I come back? It's okay. Can I leave a tip or something like that? Do I need to? They were like, yeah, we understand. You don't need to go into the casino. Don't lose money just to keep your bags here.
Yeah.
I still managed to lose some money.
Oh, Justin's saying they do for only locals now. Are locals allowed to gamble now in Singapore?
Seems like it. With the fees, I suppose. They did check my passport quite repeatedly.
Yeah.
Including, they wanted to check the, you know, the arrival form that you have to fill, and then you essentially get like a stamp saying, hey, okay, you're in the country legally. They checked that as well. Pretty intense. APT always looking for new venues whenever regulatory approval is granted. For now, we are coming back to Manila in February. Mark your calendars. Taipei, soft announced as well. Not on the website yet. To keep up to date, just follow the socials. Seven of Hearts actually gives Gary a flush draw. He is the chip leader facing the tiny stack of Jordan. Does not take a stab out of position, and Jordan might feel a lot better about his pair of eights. Gary comes along with just the 10 high flush draw and bottom pair. Wonder if he thinks his hand is good or if he plans to bluff at it if he misses. And miss he does. Goes check, check. Gary shows it down, but Jordan is the one who will scoop. So the short stacks have managed to navigate their way out of the sub 10 big blind range. All three of them, in fact. There we go.
Yeah.
12, 12, 14 now.
Still a big disparity between the top half and the bottom half. No real middling stacks on our table.
The haves and the have-nots. Three shorties, three big stacks. Very different from the outer table, at least when we kicked off this level. There was no stack above 1 million on one of the outer tables. As for the third outer table, well, it was a feature table that was with us before the bubble, so Yu Hang Chen might be having his way with the short stacks over there. He was the biggest stack. Who else did we have with a decent stack on that table, Sam? Linsky, I believe, Alexander Linsky.
Yeah.
After some pickups.
He came in second or third in chips to start the day.
Yeah, I do believe
a monster stack.
I do believe Gary Thompson on our table and in fact Taiga were first and second.
Yep.
Suited connector, Wu Teng Yang. I'll shout this out from the comments. You never know when we're being trolled, but Xuan Chen Fu in chat says his name is Handsome Who. Well, looking at him, I believe you. Ace 5 gets it in there. Gary Thompson just putting all the pressure on the shorties. And they simply cannot put up a stand, so Gary seems to have found that gear. Justin says, I think the Fukuoka Casino is similar, the Corona Casino. They charge fees for locals. I will point out that technically we are hosting the tournament in the casino, but the last time around, it was essentially a ballroom next door. For instance, our venue here in the City of Dreams is very much within the City of Dreams casino, the Grand Ballroom, in fact. Amazing venue, super high ceiling, some chandeliers that we're looking at. You'll see all the drone footage if you follow the socials. In Fukuoka, rather, I think it might be next door to the casino. That being said, the casino did welcome me with open arms as soon as I showed I was from a different country on my passport. Perhaps it was obvious just looking at me as well. Tens now for who?
Open things up here. Little min raise from the hijack. Wow, look at that. Our field just dropped to 16. We just lost 2 players in the span of this hand.
Whoa.
We lost Jiaki He from China and Sung Mok Jung from Korea, our 18th and 17th place finishers. Now we're down to 16.
2 tables. Final 2 tables. Just going to move the players around as appropriate, but this is it. We're down to the final 2 tables here in the high roller.
Yeah, we will be breaking a table, rebalancing. 8 and 8 will be our final 2 tables. And Daniel out-flopping who? The king-queen here. Daniel going for the raise here against who's bet, the pocket tens.
Check raise is called. Who thinks it's too early to release? 2 diamonds on the board. Daniel super aggressive, and a 3rd diamond rolls in. Could be an action killer, which would be good for who in this spot. Daniel not slowing down to SPR. He's check raised, so he's going to continue. And good timing for it. Has the best of it. No diamond in his opponent's hand. This could be way too much heat for who to take. With 2nd pair, no diamond. I've been in this spot before, and really what you start thinking is whether you should have called the check raise at all. Obviously, it just feels too weak to fold, but then on a turn like this and many others, you just have to let it go. Not. Yeah, Daniel up to 1.4 million. Not the easiest pill to swallow there. But who did get out flop. Doesn't lose too much. 32 big still in his stack. At this point, you want to be mindful of the haves and the have-nots. Still has 3x. Sitting 3rd in chips, has 3x of 4th in chips. Would love to keep it that way.
Yeah, for sure. Don't want to get down to that middling stack.
It's all too real now. Final 2 tables. We are playing down to the winner. Pay jump was just $500, as I said. The next one about the same. Until we get to about 12th place, which is still good for 7,000. It's about the 2x return. 10th and 11th, 8,000. And then 9th onwards, we're approaching 10,000 USD. Take a look at the remaining field. 3 Australians, 3 Malaysians, and 3 Japanese players. Pretty cool. Pretty evenly distributed. Gary Thompson is from Ireland. 2 players from China, 2 players from Korea, and 2 locals from the Philippines. One of them has joined us. Bernardino is on the outer tables, 2nd place in the Superstar. Meanwhile, Jason Kyle Magbanua from the Philippines, 150k on his hand and knob and live cashes. 2 players from Singapore, Chang on our table and Abraham Seasman on the outer tables. 1 from Spain, haven't seen him yet on the coverage, and Jordan from the US.
Gary got a nice steal there with the ace-8 offsuit, adding another 75k to his stack. Those shorties are getting real short. 7.8, 7.3, the blinds are going to rip through them.
They certainly cannot afford to wait around till the next level. It's the big jump coming from 30 to 40k. Just waiting to have a hand or indeed a spot to bluff at it.
Hu Tang picking up the ace-king here under the gun.
He's been getting a bunch of hands, I meant to say, to get busy with. Ace King certainly qualifies on the gun. Let's see him navigate the Jack 10, then run up against the King Queen of Daniel, now Ace King.
King 9 here. Seven big blinds versus under the gun rage. Just gonna be dominated way too often. You gotta let this one go.
Sad but true, Sam. Sad but true. An ace for Jason. That's a million chips almost after posting 955.
Quite defendable here, but won't even fault him for just folding. Versus an under the gun open. Size to defend. Ooh, and out flops the ace king on queen 6-5 all spades.
Who takes the free card, but it doesn't help. These two are pretty evenly matched in stacks. Pot control, a good idea. Now Jason has to get the feeling. Could have the best hand. 94% equity for him. Another check. So no damage has been done really thus far. Jason ends up with the check mark. 165 in the middle. It's come at 10. Unless who had ace 10 precisely. Seems unlikely to have hit him. Jason just checks again.
Yeah,
Suspect.
He'll be happy to just check back and take a showdown.
Okay, all 3 streets checked. Gilbert in chat says he's been pining for tournaments in Singapore for over a decade. Nothing has happened. and he can't really travel to APT due to family commitments. We understand, Gilbert. So you can only watch now. Well, we're happy to have you, as always, and partly the coverage is for people exactly like you. In fact, Sam and I are doing the same thing in the booth, living vicariously through the exploits of players you see on your screen. He says he's jealous of young, carefree Singaporeans like Sisven and Tang. Well, I'm jealous too, mostly because of their poker prowess and poker results now at this point. Yeah, there is something special about traveling the world playing live poker. Sisven certainly does that. Tang might just be on his way. It's a unique lifestyle, but not available to everyone. Family commitments would seem to imply you're a family man. That has its own charm. Meanwhile, some shoutouts for Handsome Who. We'll run with it. Seems like it's a thing.
I like that. It's a good name.
Fold it to the button. 8-7 off seems that playable given the stack size. 7 bigs. But take the spot. Very minor pay jump to worry about. When you're down to 7 bigs, it's not going to be folded to the button too often. But he doesn't go for it. 9-6 for Jason. Looks like he wants to steal it. Pocket 5s for who? Don't think the 8-7 jam would have worked, but would have been flipping against the pocket 5s. Alright, Handsome Who has got on in the chat. Tons of support. Well, he has pocket 5s. Facing a raise. Jason covers him.
Ooh, is that a time bank? Could be thinking of just jamming here. Under 30 blinds.
So much variance to take, though. All options on the table, apart from straight folding. Could 3-bet small with the intention of folding. Further action. Could 3-bet big. I doubt he'd want to commit. Could just jam for maximum fold equity, but also a tad too much variance. Could just call and peel and play a flop with a pocket pair in position. It's a small one though. Feels like you're giving up some initiative if you do that. He just goes with it. 29 bigs being jammed in there. We are playing down to the winner today. Indeed, as there is some doubt in chat. 16 players will be down to 1, no matter how long it takes. Sam and I have been there before. I think with a smaller field than APT Type A, shouldn't last as long. I think we're in for a fun ride for the next 5 or so hours.
Yeah.
Somebody will be walking away with $95,000 and the last remaining APT Mega Lion. In fact, it's one of the few trophies remaining, period, because today is the last day of APT Manila. Fukuok kicks off tomorrow.
Justin reminding us Jason is the main event. Triple barrel bluffed into the nuts of Rex Klinkle with the pocket kings. don't think it was a triple barrel. I think he called a small bet on the flop. Or maybe flop on check check. And then turn he went big and river jam. I feel like it wasn't a triple barrel, but it might have been. But back to here, we got Daniel Nielsen, the ace 4 diamonds, the hijack. Suke with the pocket nines.
Finally a hand he can run with. Gets it in there in terms of commitment. And Daniel, I do wonder, will he be priced in? Ace queen for Jason. Well, this is interesting. How much is he respecting Daniel's hijack open? Can't be too worried about Ryosuke. I mean, the stack is just so small. Ace queen is going to be flipping, or often ahead. To the extent he's facing ace king or a bigger pair, I think it's a risk he'll be willing to take. But it's Daniel he needs to worry about. Yeah, throws in the time bank. Good time for it. Can flat, but then has to worry about Daniel, who has a bigger stack. Can ISO, still needs to worry about Daniel. Of course, can just be conservative and let this one go.
I think I'd just like a min raise or maybe a flat here. Wouldn't go for anything too much bigger, just a click or at most. And you can also trap with like aces and kings and stuff like that.
He's going for the cold 4-bet. It's on the bigger side.
It goes for the click. Imagine Ryosuke is going to use up all his time banks here. You are at a pay jump. But it's only one other table, so.
I'm just going to tell them that.
Yeah, well, he's taken up as much time as he can without even having a proper holding. This time he is calling it off. There's a minor pay jump. Let's take a look. You go from 5.8 to 6.3. I'm with it. No point not earning $500 where you can, but as soon as he sees that the hand is over on the other table, I suspect he'll just toss in the chip. Justin says that's a lot of time banks to wade through. Well, it's because he didn't use them in the past, so certainly his privilege. I did see, I believe it was a Poker Stars event where somebody lost a big pot, just got super tilted, and started using their time banks just to get to the end of the day, not really letting the rest of the table see as many hands as they could have. Not because it was strategic, or in this case, worth potentially some money, $500 is the next pay jump, but just because they were steaming. It sparked quite a lot of controversy. That is where I draw the line as well. Yeah, you've earned your time banks as per the rules of the game, but depriving other players of seeing hands when they otherwise could have if you weren't steaming is a bit too far.
It's going to be very unlikely we see an all-in on the other table, and the person that goes all-in probably has more time banks at this point, so Ryosuke should be considering saving a few.
Somebody asking in chat, what is the time bank for? It gives you extra time on the decision. We have a shot clock on every decision, every street, every time the action is on you. You might not see it, but the dealer monitoring using a timer right next to where she puts the cards. There you can see it timing down. And each time bank gives you an extra 30 seconds to act. And by the way, if you get down to 0 on the shot clock, your hand is automatically folded.
Alright, micro main event players start making your way after 1.5 minutes.
Justin reminded me of the player I'm talking about. He wanted everyone to wait because he was tilted. Yeah, that's right. Not the most likable poker player, no doubt. But I'm like getting a bit frustrated as well. You have to understand, $500 could mean a lot. Looking at his end and mob, by the way, he has about 24,000 USD in cashes. He's Japanese, so sometimes it could be more or less, but like
Well,
I
it
said,
can't be less.
Yeah, it cannot be less. Could be a tricky situation in Japan always.
Yeah.
$5 last chance event. Minimum players. Please stop your seats less than 3 minutes.
I'll tell you one thing, the table will not be rooting for him once the cards get flipped up.
No, I'm sure not. They just want to play some hands at this point. He's used up all of his time banks. I don't know if that was a good use of them.
I don't know, Sam. You were discussing how many big blinds you trade one for. Trying to eke out $500 extra. Does make the call. Cards on their backs, he's going to be at risk. And look at the equity, 64% thanks to all the folded cards.
Registration for the $5 last chance event now officially closed.
7-4-3 is clean for the nines. The ace of hearts could play a role. Only 3 outs in terms of the overcards that aren't folded already. King is safe. Paint could have been scary. Nerve-wracking for the nines, but safe. And the 5 means the double up is secured.
Does find a double up. One of our short stacks will be surviving for a little bit longer.
Some judgment for his use of the time banks. I'm not sure I'm as harsh as the rest of you, chat. Never know what someone's financial situation is. Despite the big buy-in in this event, some people do satellite in, some people have backers. Some people just have plans with the extra $500. The time banks, I think, do make it fair for everyone. Now he's out of time banks. Won't be able to do this again if the situation arises. Tiger looking down at the brutal 8-3 suited. 2 big blinds will have to be paid on the next hand. Doesn't tank too much. And Justin says he's harsh because he tanks even pre-flop with rags. That is correct. Does really stretch the norms here. Takes the full time he can to act. Has grinded his way after winning that flip into likely at least the next spade jump. Has a decent stack for now. Pocket eights. Opening it up from the hijack with the newly found chips and gets it through. Well, he's not tanking with the eights now that he's short, so seems fair to me. Two shorties though to worry about. Jordan had to fold the big there. He's seen it all before. And Taiga at 7.3. Do appreciate all of you contributing to the discussion in chat though. Really makes our job easier in the booth as well. Way more fun to watch along, especially as action gets a little tense around these stages. Final two tables. The one big stack on the table isn't bullying like Chen was on the previous feature table. Obviously the stone bubble for all the money is a different situation. Still though, final two tables, there's that extra pressure of making the final table, and then obviously just general ICM comes into play. Queen 9 off for Gary. Easy open as the chip leader, I would have assumed, but he decides to let it go given the stacks of the players behind. Does not want to commit himself. And fantastic timing for it. Jordan finds the ace-queen suited. And Taiga finds the queen-jack. Insta-call. Short stack versus an even shorter stack. And the bad news for Taiga, he is dominated. 21% going to the board. Hard luck there for Taiga. Not much he can do. Just a setup. Has to insta-call. By the way, Queen 9 for the chip leader on the button. What a time to find a fold. Could have been going up against the other two stronger queens. For now, Jordan looking away. Leaving his fate up to destiny, perhaps. Queen, Jack deuce. He is looking at the screen, which might be displaying the cards as well. But right now, he'd be looking at himself. Ooh. The 10 adds some outs, but only one of them live, so 4 outs total. 2 of them live, pardon me, 2 9s. Still pretty rough shape, 12%.
So close, but that is not going to do it. Jordan, much needed double up there, and Taiga will be eliminated in 16th place. Have hit that pay jump now, 6,360 guaranteed for everyone.
The next one about $700, so not too much ICM pressure, not on everyone at least. Did see the tank for the next pay jump, so could expect it for bigger ones. Meanwhile, Jordan up to 16 bigs, and all of a sudden, with the short stack finding the elimination by the hands of the other short stack, there are none left on our table.
There we go, ace 10 of hearts. Someone asking, is Lester still in? No, we did lose him early in the day.
2 spots from the money.
Ooh, Gary, gonna get very spicy here. 10-8 of spades. I like the decision to re-raise. Quite tempting to call, but you're just gonna be dominated very often going into the flop at a low SPR. Oh, and Jordan with the pocket nines. Asks for the all-in.
In style. Triangle, please, dealer. And the ace-10 suited, which would have posed a threat, gets out of the way. 10-8 suited. We'll do some pot odd math. 11 bigs is quite a price. That being said, it's for about 25% of Gary's stack. Would have to show down the 10-8 suited as well. Getting the right odds if you take a look. 318 to win 758.
Yeah.
And I wonder at this stage of the tournament, having the kind of chip stack he does, if he could see Jordan's hand, do you think he would call?
No, I don't think so.
Even then?
No. You're going to give the person in position to you a 1 mil stack if they win.
More than that, yeah. You're right. That would be a bad decision. Throws in a time back. Jordan seems comfortable. Knows he's ahead. Knows Gary has the kind of hand. He does, and he does make the call.
Wow.
It's going to be a risk. And, as you just mentioned, could have a 1.1 million stack. In fact, a bigger stack than Gary. Has Gary blown his chip lead here?
I mean, it's a bit unfair with straight hands.
33% for the upset. Crucial flop incoming for the man from the US. And it is clean. 6-4 deuce. Some fun banter, but no chops allowed, sirs. Let's see the turn. It's the 8. Does add 2 outs in the form of 2 more 8s. It's a bit of a sweat. Ace means Jordan. 1.1 million tied with Gary's stack.
You just doubled up 2 hands in a row. Look at that. Up to over 1 million in chips now. It's a final table stack. Huge.
I mean, I did.
Jordan, up there with a big stack. 36 big blinds now. Found himself 2 very, very nice spots.
Suited 9-7. Who's been quiet for a bit. Doesn't get frisky. Too much action behind him, and good timing. Ace-jack off for Gary. Just lost a big one. Had to show down the 10-8 suited 3-bet.
We do have Leong Juns from Malaysia joining us. He just folded 7-5 suited in the small blind. 318,000 lifetime in Malaysia. Good for 38th on the all-time money list.
Yeah, that Malaysia all-time money list is no joke.
No, not at all.
Michael Soysa, of course, up there.
Yeah, Paul Foy, Richard Young.
Yeah, tough to compete with the Triton boys.
Very.
Let's see, how long do you have to go before you hit, let's just pick a number, 5 million?
5 million will get you 9th place.
Wow. More than Australia, mind you. We do have Alexander Linsky in the mix, 4.4 million, and he's 9th on the Australia all-time money list, so...
Yeah.
Malaysia, an absolute force in global poker.
All right, moving back the final 8. Then,
John's first playable hand at the new table. Pocket tens, bumping it up.
Mind you, Charles pointing out something interesting that Gary saved Jordan. The ace-10 would have called off the jam and hit the ace on the river.
I don't know if it would have. You know, Ryosuke had, I think, 17 blinds at the time. He may not have called off the ace-10 suited.
True. True. Ace-8 suited now for who? Still calls for handsome who in the chat. Does he get involved? No, still being disciplined. Now that we're down to the final 2. Making the final table is certainly one milestone to root for. That being said, coming in with a nice stack would be the game changer between the 95K and the minimum payout on the final table.
Oh, Jason, very nice looking hand. Ace queen off on the big blind.
Taking his time. Under 20 bigs, rips it. I don't think there was another move with ace-queen offsuit there. Button range is going to be the widest it can be. Would love to pick up the chips. Adds 100k to his stack. Very valuable. Not to mention preserves the blinds and antes he put in, so that's a healthy 22 bigs now. One shorty, 12 bigs. Just notice the stacks, by the way. 7 players on the table, 6 of them stacks between 22 and 29 bigs. It's all very compressed. And just one short stack, as I mentioned, 12 bigs. This is what happens when the eliminations are a bit slow. The blinds are up to that 20,000, 40,000 mark. Players have done well to get this far, but does mean the average stack is going to get lower and lower as long as players stick around. King Queen 3 bets the King 10 off. And now Jason wakes up with 8s. Not this time. Doesn't take the spot the way he did with the Ace Queen. Fantastic result for Leong. And Jordan surely gets out of the way. So Leong Chun's from Malaysia, now up to 1.2 million. Tied at the top. Look at this. 1.2, 1.2, 1.2.
Wow.
900, 900, 900.
Yeah, Ryusuke, our short stack, was still healthy 12 big blinds.
What does that do to ICM pressure? I mean, somebody who's willing to truly go for it will have a huge advantage here. Nobody has a monster stack. They're all tied. Should feel handcuffed against each other. Can't rely just on the card distribution, but certainly an opportunity to the extent somebody wants to take it. Jordan did try with the King 10 off. Now Jack 9 suited. Yeah, Jones gonna go for it. Queen Jack off. Recently tied 3-way for the chip lead. Looking to extend. Blue Eyes did mention that he was your friend. If you're still in the chat, which I think you are, would love to hear more. What do you reckon his playing style is and strategy in this spot? Has had 300k plus in live caches. Very, very experienced. Has one big cache. Looking to match about a third of his earnings in one go. 95,000 on offer.
Yeah. We do have William Teo on the all-time money list from Malaysia, 29th. Very solid. Only $500,000.
You think that includes his super high roller victory?
Let's see.
Let's see if it's updated.
Yes, it does. For 168,000
okay.
USD, his biggest score ever.
Probably climbed a lot. King 9 suited. Opens from the hijack. Just a 12 big stack.
Barry letting go of the ace-7. Jordan, defendable king 8 here.
Break time last hand. 50 quick break for you guys. Tournament dealers.
King 8 versus King 9 and a king on the flop, a 3 as well, so the kicker could play. Fantastic spot for Ryusuke to perhaps find a double up. 220 in the middle, under 2 SPR. This could get dangerous for Jordan. Doesn't have too big a stack himself. 20 bigs. We begin things with a 1.3 big blind C-bet. Jordan decides to check call, it seems. Yeah. So far so good in terms of keeping the pot small, but will that make a difference? Almost 1 SPR, 2 streets to go. The Jack of Clubs gives the flush draw as well. Complete control for Ryusuke.
Could be a card that Jordan leads on as well. Just decides to check it.
Kicker still plays, mind you. Tons of outs for the chomp though. He checks behind, not just for pot control, but also deception. And it comes another jack. It is a chop. Jordan rescued. 1 SPR. And Jordan traps. Doesn't really matter what happens from this point on. You know the cards are going to be shown down.
Yeah, I imagine just gonna go bet min raise. All in.
Not sure what he's thinking about. Sure, a jack possible, but he has his opponent covered. Should be a quick snap off. There we go. Chop it up.
Yep, chop it up.
Still 15. Must say that the pace of eliminations has surprised me. It has been slow. Good for the short stacks to find the double. Has led to the interesting chip dynamics on this table. All the stacks, apart from the short stack, compressed together.
Still been at the 15-player mark for quite a while now.
One minute call for the big O. We have 1 minute to get into the Bangkok Hero Hello, aka the big O event. Line is 20,000 peso. Also, less than 1 minute call for the big O players.
Yeah.
Ace Jack suited, battling Daniel's nines. C-bet comes in and Jordan lets the 2 overs go. So the tension still mounting, 15 players still remaining. Daniel has navigated exceedingly well, and with that takes the slightest of chip leads. And with that, I'm happy to welcome Stephen Lai into the booth. Stephen, welcome, my friend. Take a look at these stacks, by the way. All scrunched up together, with one short stack being eyed, no doubt. 15 players, meaning we're 6 spots away from the money. It's all to play for.
Wow, look at this. Hello, Vidar. How are you today?
Doing very well, you tell me.
I have been traveling, actually, so I'm not actually at home in Hong Kong. I've been traveling to Taipei all day, and I thought I'll jump in and say hello to the audience and to Sam and yourself.
Hello, hello.
King Jack suited from +1. He looks very familiar.
Jason from the Philippines has been on some feature table coverage. I believe you were in the booth, so that explains it. An ace queen suited for who? Fan favorite, mind you. Handsome who they're calling him.
For who?
And I can see why.
Ace queen suited for who, did you say?
for Tang Yang, let's say. Who's on first? The 3-bet comes in. Jason was stepping out of line with the solver favorite. Instantly punished. As so often happens when you do take a stab with these ambitious hands, somehow they always have a better one, and you get 3-bet.
Yeah, I think the frequency is enough for it to be profitable. You can't only open your very legitimate hand, you got to mix in a little bit of open fold in there. Otherwise, you become a little bit face up.
You mentioned you're in Taipei. Some series going on over there. Unfortunately, you won't be joining us for Fukuoka, but as we're rounding out this festival, it's hard to believe you're flying directly to Fukuoka. We'll certainly miss you. Maybe we'll have you in the booth remotely if we can, but any thoughts on Manila thus far, Stephen? You've been covering plenty of the events starting from the very beginning of the streaming schedule.
Well, you know, I initially thought the buy-ins would have been a little bit too big for the locals. And it turns out that the reception is very enthusiastic. You know, we see so many quality Filipino players. And I'm also very impressed by some of the Mongolian players too.
Yeah, those were a standout. The Mongolian contingent. Yesterday, of course, Sandak Mokpatar putting on a masterclass on the final table. Couldn't go all the way, but impressive nonetheless. And Daniel, by the way, pushing around his opponents now, is getting some good hands. But that's what happens when you have the chip lead. Can't bully the shorter stacks, and the ICM pressure has mounted. Maybe not because of the pay jumps, but just because of how long we've been at 15 players.
And you know, there was about 20 minutes of play in the final table where players were literally dropping like flies.
Right. We did have the player from Hong Kong become the bubble boy, Stephen. Pretty tough to watch.
Yes, Hak Zai. He's been a pro, cash game pro for many years.
I see.
In fact, I went to his wedding about 6 years ago.
Really? This is Lo Chi Wai?
Yeah.
Wow. I actually pegged him as younger. Interesting.
You know what we Asians are like. We do look very young.
It is true. It is true.
Nobody believed me when I told them I was 84.
Well, I commend you and Lo Chi Wai on your jeans and your skincare routine. By the way,
I think that's an all-in from a Japanese friend from small blind with ace-10 off. Very legitimate. A little bit difficult to call off with king high. Yeah.
Yeah, in theory you're supposed to, but I did mention how long we've been at 15-handed, and Ryosuke has been on the tighter side. He did make some moves. He takes his time with the decisions, but I think this should get a bit of credit coming from him. That being said, Jason knows the math. King high is supposed to call with antes at this stack depth when shoved into. Problem is,
but you know, we're talking like a pretty imminent pay jump.
Oh, he makes the call though. Yeah, he's behind, and after all the patience, Ryosuke in a fantastic spot, 2-1 in fact, to double up to over 20 bigs. He'll more than swap stacks with Jason. Just needs his hand to hold.
I think I would have been a lot more comfortable if I had king 8 suited.
6-4 deuce is no good for the king 8. Ace 10 looking great. Oh, the 8 on the turn. That is brutal. Now the aces and 10s needed. 5 outs going the other way. Jason can't help but smile. Ryosuke looks on, and the 9 of spades doesn't help. A fist bump as he takes our leave. Very classy, I like it. And finally, we are down to 14. 6,000 and change for the man from Japan. Adds to his impressive tally thus far. Not sure if that is accurate, but could be a huge leg up in terms of his MTT earnings in his career, taking him up to over 30K. GG, sir. And now we're 7-handed on both tables. Or, pardon me, we're 6-handed on ours, which means we are going to move people around.
Has the pace of the play been a bit slower than usual, or just the same?
In terms of people making their action, that is a sensitive question at the moment, considering who just busted. Did have Ryosuke taking a bit too much time, maybe grinding those pay ladders, taking the full time bank when he could to fold trash holdings. Chat doesn't like that, you know that, Steven. Then he did use all his time banks when there were 16 players left for the $500 pay jump in 15th place before he called off his pocket nines, I believe. Did end up getting the double up there. Did make the pay jump, so success in terms of his time banks converting to some dollar value. Now gets unlucky, losing against the King 8 there. Yeah, Justin sums up my whole saga and says the pace of play is about to be quicker. Jack 6 versus Jack 6, but who just outflops his opponent in so many ways. So much more playable with the Jack 6 of hearts here, gut shot, and the nut flush draw. Pardon me, the third nut flush draw. Goes check call, and the 7 of clubs rolls off. Doesn't change much.
I think Daniel is going to continue here. Now there's picked up a gut shot.
Well, that's right. It is a double gut shot, actually, for both players now. So, who simply cannot go anywhere. The only question is, put his tournament life on the line and check raise semi-bluff jam, or try to call and realize his equity out of position.
I think what Who is thinking about is, oh, no, he is jamming.
Yeah, it's a great spot to do it. I think even kings might have to consider laying it down in Daniel's spot. What do you do with, say, even ace king there? You'd obviously rather have king jack with the double gut shot. Really would have to start thinking about removal. Just even more interestingly, do you agree, handsome who? Are we going with it?
Sorry, one more time, please. Sorry.
You can see the chat trying to make it a thing. Handsome who? That's
have a look.
Who from Singapore. Bang Yang. That's right. There he is on the screen. Tito T in chat says, what a play. Absolutely. Getting the same hand to fold, but if he did just check call with all that equity and missed, he may have had to check fold against the extremely aggressive Daniel Nielsen. Absolutely fearless. What a vibe Daniel has as well.
Well, I mean, he does look like a degen gambler, doesn't he? But he isn't. He's anything but.
Yeah, absolutely elite.
I would say he's one of the elite poker players from Asia.
4.5 million in cashes.
without Triton as well.
Yeah, important caveat. Him and, I believe, Alexander Linsky essentially tied on the Australia all-time money list. Both of them in the final two tables here. So, Stephen, we're coming back to Manila in Feb. It's not on the website yet, but I'm happy to tell chat as I have been informed of the same. I'm super excited. I haven't had as much time as I would like to explore the city, partly because we're heading to Phuket tomorrow. But the parts I have seen are just fantastic. Amazing food. Available really everywhere, especially at our location. Cannot wait. Oh, here we go. Johan Lim, all in with the ace-8. He did just get moved to the table, hadn't realized what a short stack he had. And now it comes queen 5-3, 2 spades. That is rough. Needs an 8. And the spade means we lose our 14th place finisher. Boxer, as he's called, takes our leave. 7,000 for his efforts. Or just under, 6,300 I believe. 7,000 now the payout.
There you go. See, I must have some sort of influence over this because as soon as I jump in the booth and 2 players eliminated.
Yeah, it's been
half
quick.
an hour ago.
Really has, really has. Just getting an update on the chip counts on the other table. Might be a little bit of a spoiler 10 minutes ahead thanks to the live coverage, but doesn't affect our table much as the live coverage takes into account the delay when reporting on our feature table. But broad strokes, Alexander Linsky has taken the chip lead. 1.5 million has exceeded Yu Hang's Chen stack, which is down to 1.1 million. That's not too big a stack at this stage, with only 2 tables remaining. So 1.5 million is 38 bigs.
It's not deep at all. It's not in any shape or form an overwhelming chip lead.
And looking at our table as well, I mean, we at one point had 5 stacks essentially tied between 23 and 29 bigs. Now the chip leader does have 35 bigs as well, give or take. That is Hu Teng Yang. What do you think, Steven? It's a kind of tournament where there's no clear chip leader, no clear table captain. How do you think it affects as we are now 4 spots away from the final table?
Well, I think when the distribution is evenly matched, most of them would think more about chip EV. Instead of ICM, there's not much of a risk premium when they are playing their hands.
Charles
Still,
in chat.
you know, we do have someone quite short in the form of Jordan, 17 big blinds.
Yeah, he's navigated his short stack exceedingly well, obviously finding the double when he needed to, but we do have much shorter stacks than that. In fact, Abraham Seesman on the other table at 400,000. That's 10 bigs. And Vamardino, he's being asked about in chat. Charles says, is Vam still live? Indeed he is. Filipino legend himself. Came second in the Superstar. He's also at 10 bigs. Mehdi from Morocco, number 1 on the Morocco list. 15 bigs for him. And Lim from Malaysia, 15 bigs for him as well. Oh, and Jason from Malaysia also hovering around the 17 bigs or so. So those are the short stacks.
Is that Jason Lau?
Jason Lau.
Yeah, I remember him.
Yeah, fantastic presence. He was, I believe, on the APT Taipei coverage. I think in the high roller.
Well,
So the
he
same
was the
event.
one who... Remember in Taipei when he just sat there with about 8 big blinds and just ladder up 2 stacks?
Oh, is it? Actually blank
That's
on that.
Jason Lau, yeah. I've never seen him so well behaved. Who has opened from cutoff? Ace 10 suited. Gets a defend from Liang from Malaysia.
Had some insight on Leong from Malaysia, from Blue Eyes in chat, who's a friend, that he's not afraid to go for it.
Not this hand though.
Hey, you never know. Could get out of line.
Ooh, have to get very out of line.
You know, 2 days into the event, 5 hours into the day, you never know when someone just snaps, decides to get out of line with a 6 high, but not this time.
So Vidya, are you staying this evening in Manila, or are you flying straight away this evening?
I am staying because our streaming schedule starts a bit late. In fact, I will take a quick diversion to India for a day or two before I join in Fukuoka.
Oh, of course, yes, you did say. Yeah.
That being said, I am excited to check out Manila. I was in the middle of just complimenting how cool I found the city, the country. Obviously, have explored the slightest sliver possible of the city, that is, not even the country. But very happy thus far. And you can usually tell by the people, you know. The vibe is immediately obvious. I won't name names, but I've been to some non-APT stops in Asia. And, you know, didn't feel the most welcome. Manila, on the other hand, really, really friendly place. Also, I have to say, what's really cool for someone like me is not really a language barrier here. So, in terms of really getting a feel for the culture and interacting more with people, kind of helps matters a lot. Most people do speak English or can communicate pretty well.
Excellent. Well, Manila is a popular holiday destination for a lot of overseas visitors as well.
I have been a bit of a glutton as well, Stephen. Two nights of K barbecue.
Oh, nice.
A couple of steak dinners. And
they do like beef in the Philippines. They like a lot of beef.
There's also a Wolfgang Steakhouse in our venue, the City of Dreams. And they
are you allowed to say that openly? You know, with your, you know, would you
no. I ate the chicken at Wolfgang. Don't worry.
I'm sure you did.
And let's see what else. The Philippines has a lot of Spanish influence as well. Some amazing tapas and paella. Jealous yet?
But then again, you know, you are staying at the City of Dreams resort, so I'm sure you get like everything you could dream of, really, right? You know, it's such a beautiful place.
It's in the name.
King 5 suited.
Question in chat, by the way, what's the buy-in for the tourney? Good reminder, 200,000 Filipino peso, that's 3,400 USD. 95,000 up top. Oh, look at this. Look at this. Now, having overtaken Daniel Nielsen in the chips, he's attacking from the big blind with Queen Deuce off. Daniel will come along with King 5 suited. Queen 4-4 must be nice. Daniel down to just 2 outs.
With not having a spade in his hand, I think it'd be quite difficult for Daniel to do anything, even bluffing or anything like that.
Charles says, go Jason, supporting the local as he would. And now, full house. Should be very comfortable. Has checked deceptively on the flop. For pot control as well against the decent stack. As Sam and I were discussing, quick math, 9 people, 134 million chips in play, about 1.5 million average going into the final table. So, you know, you can make the final table with 1 million in chips. No need to risk it all.
Mm. Got quite lucky there, Jason. Speculative raise pre-flop from the big blind. Flop top pair, turn the full house.
Some delta now between first and fifth place, 38 bigs. Biggest stack, 22 bigs. Is second from the bottom. Short stack remains Jordan.
By the way, I was talking about Triton earlier. I must take this opportunity to congratulate our very own Michael Zeiser for coming second.
Oh, hey, no way. I was watching the coverage last night. I did not know he came
Yeah.
second. That is amazing. Congratulations, Michael. I don't know if you watched Michael play, particularly, I believe it was it's one of the crazy Triton events, like 100K or something. And
100K, 8-handed, no limit hold'em.
there we go. And, I mean, the man is just fearless. I texted him after he actually called off a bluff by, I want to say it was Shakerchi, one of the hedge fund guys who plays Triton and is actually really, really good. Anyway, Michael called off a bluff and was incorrect and came second. And he just told me, live by the sword, die by the sword. And then next time around, he actually did the same thing and shipped the tournament.
There you go. He won 2.3 million US dollars for his effort.
Easy. Easy. So we're all getting bonuses, right? That's what that means. Michael Soisa, head of the APT.
Well, we know you're listening, Michael.
Pocket tens for Jordan. Under the gun. He's been patient. 16 bigs left in his stack. Ace 10 suited for Leon could get dangerous in case he thinks Jordan is doing what we do see very often. Being a bit loose under the gun as a short stack when the blinds are coming his way on the very next hand. Yeah, Leon is attacking.
The wrong time and the wrong place.
No one else should bite. And action back on Jordan. Don't forget we're six-handed. Under the gun is the low jack. Rips it. And now how does Leon feel about the ace-10 suited? 446 to call, 946 in the middle. It's not the greatest of pot odds. He's actually done well to keep the 3-bet small. Completely changes the pot odds. Could get away from it. Half his stack is being asked for.
Maybe it's a little bit too much to call off. Ace 10 with ace 10. Against UTG Open as well. And a UTG 4-bet jam. And in a short clock tournament is almost compulsory to ask for a chip count in an all-in situation.
Yeah, and you could clarify why, Stephen.
Because the dealer will stop the clock when they're counting. So it just gives you a little bit more time to figure out your options. More than your usual 30 seconds. So on the screen you can see is a 7-3 underdog, and he's called it off. Ace 10 suited versus pocket tens.
About the best Jordan can hope for.
Westmoreland is at risk.
Tense one coming up, Steven. As much as you're in good shape, it is never easy being in this spot. 4 away from the final table. And it comes Queen 9-7, 1 spade, backdoors possible, 2 aces still live, 19% equity only for the ace 10 suited. The 4 of hearts brings in no backdoor, so it comes down to this. The Barry Greenstein needed. Deuce of diamonds. That's it. Jordan, the comeback is official. 1.4 million. It could be a chip leading pot, actually, considering the short stacks on the table. I think only Hu Teng Yang has a bigger stack. Jordan was down to 8 bigs, and there we see it tied for the chip lead. Wow.
Just one hand, huh? Change all his fortune. With that, we are taking a short break. Just once again, recapping the payouts. The next payout will be 6,950 American dollars, going up to about 8,000, and then we'll be at the final table after that. So stay tuned. We're going to take a the payouts here. So at the final table, we're kind of getting on with 10,000, 5-figure, all the way up top, 95,445 American dollars. Not a small sum of money. So we're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll continue our coverage of APT Manila High Roller event. Stay tuned.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today. Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Welcome back to the APT 2-day high roller. We are down to just a few spots away from the final table, playing down to the winner tonight. It is the big one. The Mega Lion is on offer as always. Today is the last day of APT Manila and the last day of our coverage, of course, but we are going directly into APT Phuket. For now, the focus is the tournament at hand and the Mega Lion on offer. Of course, the $95,000 right up top doesn't hurt as well. My name is Vidar Singhal. I'm going to be joined by Stephen Lai in the booth. Stephen, it's going to be a fun ride as we make our way to the final table. Things are tense. $7,000 locked up. Not too bad. 2x return on the $3,400 buy-in, but it is the 95,000 USD that people have to eye. We saw that the stacks were very, very compressed, and I think it should lead to some interesting dynamics on our new feature table. Don't hear Stephen at the moment. Pardon that error on my part. I think he will be joining us remotely shortly. Do have Sam Insole in the booth instead. Sam, welcome back. As I just mentioned, stacks very, very compressed. Should lead to some fun dynamics. We did see a nice little spin up there by Jordan Westmoreland. He was shortest in the entire tournament. Now essentially tied for the chip lead on the table that he's on, but we will be rotating feature tables as we do. Excited to see what our familiar faces from the previous feature table have to offer. It can get pretty tense as we reach the final table bubble, and we will see the outer table we hadn't had too much of an insight into for a while battle it out. Not too big a stack anymore. It's actually Alexander Linsky who's taken the chip lead.
Yeah, good to see. He's been playing very, very well. Hello, Stephen. Welcome back. It will be
back. How are you two?
We are doing great. Vidar will be jumping off to go grab some lunch. So, me and Stephen taking you all through this feature table, playing down to the final table, and finally to the first place finisher.
Some very familiar faces. Abraham's here.
Still here?
I saw Jason Lau.
Players
By
seem
the
to be
way,
having
Sam,
a lot of
I
fun.
do sound a little bit different than my usual studio quality mic because I'm actually working remotely in Taipei.
Ah, I see. Thought you were trying a new voice.
I'm not. I am Batman.
Never change, Stephen. Oh, we got the
don't become Batman. Okay. Sorry.
We got the Natural 8 mod in chat asking, are there any Natural 8 players in chat? This could be a giveaway. There we go. Abraham. Really nice spot here to jam. Or perhaps min raise call it off. Sitting there with 9 big blinds.
Abraham's had a very successful Manila series. Came second in the Zodiac event, ran deep in the main.
Yep.
And now he is staring at the final table of the high roller event.
Yeah, he's getting there. Only 4 people away. Alexander has called, and Abraham could go for another double up here against Alexander once again. Has him dominated.
He's a good guy, Nick. He's one of the good guys.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. Here we go, 68%. What a way to kick off hand number 1, coming back from the break. Here we go, let's take a flop between these two. 810K in the middle, Abraham at risk. 733 does have the spades covered, but some chop outs. Once again, it's like deja vu.
He's negotiating with the dealer. Yeah. Negotiation success.
And that is it for Abraham. 2 bad beats on the turn this series for him. Actually, all 3 of his eliminations, he got it in very good. It was queens versus 10s, king queen versus king jack, and king queen versus queen 8. Just wasn't meant to be. GG Abraham will be out in 13th place, good for $6,950.
And we're down to 2 6-max tables.
Yep. Yep.
Won't be long until the FT. So we are once again looking for a pay jump here. The 11th place, we get paid over 7,000. Ooh, it's got a hand again. Ace Jack suited, very, very standard open from the button.
Steven, check out Justin Fairbanks in the chat.
Okay. I'm sure it's not something nice.
No, it's nice. Nice.
Okay. Thanks. It gives from this. Oh dear. You know where that comes from, right? Okay, let's see. Let's finish the hand first.
Let's do it.
Cheng flopped a gut shot versus Alexander's 2 overcards. It's not a very good flop to see bet, actually.
No, not with his specific
So he
hand.
checks.
Yeah, I like it.
turns to 5. So Cheng has outturned Alexander. Checks again. Very good to protect your range here.
Yep.
With 1 card to go, even if you are facing 2 overcards, there's only 6 outs. He checks for a cheap showdown, hopefully. River's a queen, definitely a check from Yuhan.
Yep.
I like his natural 8 poker t-shirt. The quality is excellent, actually, I have to say, to tell our viewers. Next time when you come and play an APT event, make sure you try to win one of the goodie bags from Natural 8. They make excellent t-shirts, and the power bank they sometimes give out is also truly excellent.
There you go.
So back to that comment about live poker is rigged. It's because there were so many comments in the chat saying online poker is rigged. So every time, just to throw those commenters, when I see like a bad beat or, you know, like something that is slightly unusual, like a 25% chance winning, I say, oh, live poker is rigged.
Live poker is rigged. There's so many monotone flops.
Here we go again. So many paired up flop as well.
Yeah, it's just, what are the odds of that?
I can work it out for you if you want.
No, that's okay. Here we go. We get to see Vam again. Only has 10 big blinds. Not the best shove spot in the world in the hijack, but does
And he
take
shoves. Oh, is it one of those imitation shove? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. With 1 small blind left behind. Jason Lau. Okay. There you go.
I like Jason's jacket. Very nice.
I haven't had a proper look at it yet. Yeah,
It's like a nice white car coat.
Well, you are a very fashionable man, Sam.
Thank you.
I've seen your checked blazers. You know, they look very dashing.
Oh, thank you so much. It's nice to get a chance to wear them again, since I'm no longer in the corporate world.
I really can't imagine you working in an office, to be honest.
No? No, that's at least over. Alexander picking up another very playable hand. King 10 of hearts. Big open there. 2.5 bigs. Oh, Mehdi has 3-bet Alexander, I think, 7 times today. Oh my goodness, that is huge. Oh, it's a jam. I was going to say, 4.5x in position.
Whoa.
Wow, it calls it off.
Wow. Interesting. Just took that spot just like that. King 10
Yeah.
suited. All right. All the hearts out there. looking for an ace, or looking for a king or a 10.
Safe
None
for
of which
Mehdi.
has appeared.
Still
It's
safe,
actually nothing
89%. Rivers the 6 card straight. Beat Alexander's king high. There we go, up to $1 million.
I bet he didn't expect that, did he?
No, no, not at all.
So the chip lead is definitely not very obvious anymore. 42 big blinds.
Yeah, we are getting close to that final table bubble. 11 remaining, 2 to go. We will be going to the final table at 9 places. Ooh, Alexander folding the ace deuce suited. Mehdi, ace 4. Was that suited? I thought I saw clubs.
Do you
Wait, what's
remember,
going on?
Sam?
Wait, Alexander Linsky folded ace deuce of clubs this hand. According to our
Did he?
graphics. Yeah.
Let me rewind the tape. We did too. I'll flag it up to the operators.
But Lim going for the 3-bet here out of the small blind. Pocket eights. How does Mehdi want to respond here?
Maybe my famous quote isn't completely unfounded.
Perhaps not.
2 ace of clubs in the deck. Flopping middle pair.
And we have seen Lim go for very high frequency C-bets with small sizes. Interesting spot here. Could go for the raise sometimes. Goes for the call. Ooh, interesting turn. 5 of hearts gives Mehdi the gut shot as well. Lim looks like he wants to still continue betting. Does continue very, very, very small.
difficult to call with just a 4 here, even though there's a gut shot.
Yeah. Kind of crazy. Lim could be getting value here with just an 8.
No, he's calling it off.
Yep.
His newfound chips. Making good use of it.
Queen of Hearts on the river. What does Lim do now? His hand is not going to feel that great against the river like this. If he keeps betting, like, how does he get called by worse?
Would you consider that a block bet or not?
Yeah, I think so. This is a block bet. Mehdi might pay this off. It's so cheap. It's like almost like Lim can see Mehdi's cards with these bet sizes.
Yeah.
Yeah. This doesn't work on any other hand. You know, if he's got 7s, I guess 7s will call the turn as well, just because they do have a gut shot. I wonder if Mehdi shoves this Lim fold. It's not for much more. Oh, he's taking account of his stack. Kind of a tough spot, all things considered.
I think to a lesser player like me, would have been a pretty quick fold.
Makes the call. Lim got 3 streets of value with pocket 8s here in a 3-bet pot. It's kind of crazy.
Whew. He's thinking, Lim is thinking, do I look that bluffy?
Yeah, no kidding.
So his newfound double up, all the chips he won from that double up thing, he just got given to Lim.
Yep.
Very high quality poker here.
I haven't seen much of Jason Lau yet. Just waiting for some hands. Lim pocket 6s now. See if you can win.
Do you
just as many
remember
chips.
Do you remember the final table, the high roller final table in Taipei? Jason Lau was exactly like that. He didn't have many chips. He just sat there and waited patiently for 2 pay jumps, no less.
Yeah. Yeah, I do remember that. That was very
You
fun.
get paid to fold your cards. I mean, what kind of job is this?
People get paid to fold laundry. I think it's about the same.
Haha, that's funny.
Thank you. Vam taking his spot here with the pocket 7s. And gets a very quick call from the sixes. In great shape here to double up. 80%.
Whew. So the chips he just got from now he's going to give it away.
Yeah.
With pocket sixes.
From Alexander to Mehdi to Lim to Vamardino, if he manages to hold.
This is a big...
Oh, there it goes.
Yep.
That will be that. I see a 5 for the sweat. No. No sweat.
No.
Vamardino will double up 860K in his stack now. Lim's still sitting on 2 mil though.
There's a chain reaction. You know, when Alexander gave away his chips, and then his chips got given away to Lim. Lim chips just get off.
I think they're
Just went
cursed.
around the table once.
Yeah, Lim with a huge stack here. 2 million.
Jason Lau is thinking, come on, more bust outs. I just want to ladder and ladder and ladder.
Yeah, for sure. They're coming in fast now. 2 places per ladder.
Chen Yu Hang from UTG. Pretty straightforward folder. Jason Lau is definitely voting for juice off.
Ace 3 for Vam. Oh, lets it go. How does he know?
Oh, here we go.
All in. And quick call.
Whew. Didn't even blink.
Nope.
Right. What does this look?
7-7 deuce.
As blank as he's gonna get. Ooh. Chop outs are everywhere.
That's not one of them. Alexander will not double up, will add 370K to his chips, and Mehdi, very entertaining player, will be eliminated in 11th place. And just like that, we're down to the final table bubble. 10 players remaining, 5 on each table.
So we are right on the final table bubble. Anything could still happen. It is, after all, a live poker game.
Ooh, 7 deuce. Come on. No. Yeah.
Phew.
Yeah,
It's
no
getting all the
kidding.
good cards. Save them for the others. Come on, you can't have all the good cards.
Ooh. Chen's got a nice re-raise candidate for button versus big blind here. Oh. Just decides to let it go.
Chen Yuhang looks very familiar. I think he was at the final table of the High Roller event for Jeju, maybe?
Maybe. He's also on our main event coverage from Manila quite a bit.
Right.
Yeah, we've seen him quite a bit this series. Having a very, very good festival. Justin in chat saying, how do you fold 7 deuce when the last board was 7-7 deuce? Exactly.
By the way, Video was asking whether we're going to get a bonus because our great leader, Michael Zoyser, came second in one of the Triton events for over 2 million American dollars.
Wow, very nice. So that's a profit of maybe 500K?
I think we should each get 1% of his lifetime.
Should we?
Just throwing out that. I don't know why, but I think we should.
I agree. Ouroboros in chat asking how much the buy-in is 3,400 USD. One of our high rollers to finish out the series. We also have a last chance high roller going on right now outside, which is about 17 or 1,400. 1,700 US. Only 14 players remain in that one as well. Who is still in there? Hey, Rishi Mehra is still in the last chance high roller. Your friend, newfound friend from
Indeed.
Taipei. Bombardino getting out of there with the Queen Jack.
Really?
Alexander gets a chance to open the King 5 of spades. Ooh, Ace King there for Chen.
Okay, okay. You guys gonna end it up 25K? Yes, yes. I just double checking. Yes. Oh. More motivation. Right now, we'll flare up. 30 point something. Go back to 25.
Puts it in with Ace King. Regret minimization.
Regret minimization is a big shove. 27 big blinds.
Losing and looks quite a bit like Rampage, actually.
Okay, yeah, I see it a bit.
Do you see it?
Yeah. Really nice guy. Got a chance to meet him in Taipei. Very friendly, soft-spoken.
Yeah, he was in Hong Kong after that, and was yeah. Anyway, I'm not going to disclose too much, but yeah, he was a very fun guy.
Ah, that's awesome. All right, Chen.
You can jam Ace King off. You can open with King 10 suited. Yes. Don't know where the logic is, but he did open King 10 suited.
Going for the bigger sizing here, 2.5 big blinds.
So the chat is telling us Vam is one of the top tier poker players from the Philippines. He's won several local, GG and other tournaments. Oh, there you go. Flop comes ace high. King 10 suited versus a big blind defend. Range betting that.
Yeah.
Hard to give up a queen. Since he knew, I know you know, I know you're range betting. Ooh, turns a heart. That's a very, very good card for Chang.
Yep.
Now that he's got a gut shot plus a very good flush draw.
Yeah, I like the check.
So he checks to realize. River and 8, I think that's pretty blank.
Yeah.
Trying to value an under pair. Maybe pair of 9s or 10s.
Or king high. King high is not the worst call ever. Makes it look easy, just folds.
So what do you think, how do you rate this APT Manila series comparing to the other ones you've done so far?
I really like this one. It's nice. It's a great venue. There's a lot to do around the city. Manila is really cool. I really do enjoy it. I like Jeju, but it's a different feel. You know, we're on a resort in Jeju. You're stuck on the resort, essentially, unless you have a car. But here, there's so much to do, so much to check out. It's really fun. And plus,
But
there's
there's
a
some
lot
good
of...
news for you, Sam.
Yeah?
If you like Manila, APT will have another series in Manila in February next year.
Yeah. That should be the first event of the new year, I believe. Hopefully see a lot of familiar faces. All right, two pretty strong hands here. 10-8-8. I reckon we see a bet out of limb. A small one. Oh, just checks it back and gets counterfeit right on the turn. Brian S. in chat says that he lives in Jeju and he can drive the commentators around to the sites next time we revisit. Thank you. I want to go to that coffee shop on the west coast that overlooks the ocean. It's on like the 5th floor or something. Unfortunately, it was closed the day I went due to a rainstorm. Alexander picking up that pot with the king high. Easy game.
Once again, we are right on the final table bubble. I think that final table picture, the photo, is worth at least 500 USD, I say.
500?
Yeah. You think it's more?
I would say less.
Vanity is different for everyone. Of course, there's naturally a pay jump for making
Yeah.
the final table.
Yeah, but if you told me, like, if I bust in 10th and then I have to trade prize pools to get the final table photo, I don't think I'd accept.
Yeah, because the pay jump is bigger. But it's worth about 500, I reckon.
You mean you would pay $500 to take the photo? Even if you didn't make the final table? Just so you did?
I'd give up 500 of my prize money for that photo.
But you won't buy a plastic watch for that price.
Bioceramics. Come on, ceramics.
Exactly.
Learn your technology. Don't be such an old-fashioned man. It's not plastic.
Oh my goodness.
No, I would not buy a plastic watch for more than $20.
Quartz movement, Stephen.
By the way, I was listening to the Triton coverage last night, and Henry was talking about watches.
Oh,
and
yeah.
commenting on Fedor Hose's Royal Oaks.
Oh, Fedor
He was
has
guessing,
a new watch.
oh, that must be worth about 40,000.
Wow.
40,000 pounds or something like that.
Pounds? It's like
Yeah, I
100,000.
think so.
We got a hand here. Valmerdino with the ace 10. Lim, pocket sevens.
I mean, they're not that deep, right? Vam is only playing about 28 big blinds. Nope,
Yep.
he's folded. Ooh. Here we go.
Ooh.
Queen 5 suited. He 3-bet.
Yeah, just trying to isolate in position. Don't know if Queen 5 is strong enough, or perhaps thinks Lim is overfolding. Who's under the gun opens. Quick call from Lim. Two big stacks colliding here. 650,000 in the middle already. Queen 5 versus 7s. And a Queen 7-6. Alexander flops top pair. Lim with middle set here. Oh my goodness, we could see a new chip leader here. And he's going to lead out at it. A tiny lead here from Lim. 150K. What are you thinking if you're in Alexander's shoes? I've seen Lim use small bets with a lot of medium strength hands. I think I'd feel pretty comfortable just flatting, letting Lim continue to own himself. if he is
Well,
going.
if you could 3-bet pre with Queen 5 suited, he's flop like the best possible flop, right?
Yeah.
Did he 3-bet pre?
Yep. Yep.
Yeah.
Ooh, 8 of spades on the turn. That is a crazy card for Alexander to pick up. Open ender and the flush draw.
I smell trouble.
How much is Lim gonna go for this time?
Open-ended plus a flush draw. Alexander's not going anywhere.
And another very small bet from Lim. About 1/3.
Did you see Jason Lau? He was like, I smell a pay jump.
He does.
The pot has ballooned into 1.3 million.
1.7 now. Oh my goodness. Look at that. SPR 0.5 going to the river. Alexander with 32%. And Lim is never going to see a backdoor flush draw coming. Oh my
that
goodness.
is unfair.
The front door flush does come in. It might save Lim, but the 5 he can never expect. I think Lim's going to go for a blocker bet here. Like 170K. That's my guess.
Doesn't that commit, like, how can you block bet with that kind of SPR? Sorry, Sam. I have to disagree with you here.
Look, there it is. There's the block bet.
But that makes no sense to me. So if you get jammed on, you fold?
I don't know what his plan is, but I've just seen this bet from him 3 times now on the river.
Oh, I'm not sure. I'm not sure how the math works here, because he's really committed himself here. He's getting all sorts of MDF trouble here. Like, if he gets jammed on, you really folding? Calling 600K for 2.5 million?
Oh, Alexander does go all in the seat, what Lim does. I don't think I'm folding 7s with a diamond. I don't think the diamond is very relevant because Alexander isn't really 3-betting too many 7x of diamonds.
Well, he's got plenty of time banks. Take your time.
Yeah.
Big decision.
Alexander's probably very happy to get snapped off there. Lim could have some 10-9. Perhaps some flushes as well. Either way, it's a massive, massive pot. Lim could be crippled here or out of the tournament onto the final table. $600K behind. Yeah, so pot is 2.6 technically, and Lim would have to call 600K to win 2.6 or 3.2, whichever way the math works.
I mean, in terms of odds, in terms of MDF, there's no folding, right?
I think there is. I think 7s is you just block none of Alexander's value, so I think in theory you do fold sets here and call. I think a hand like ace queen with ace diamonds would be a much better call.
He 3-bet pre from the button, so he had all the overpairs.
Yeah.
Right.
Lim does make the call, and Alexander up to 4 million in chips to burst the final table bubble.
Did you see Did you read his lips? He said, "Did you have a flush?" Oh, that is a very sad way to go.
Yeah, no kidding.
Poker is so cruel.
So cruel.
With that, we are down to the final 9 players. And I think the players are going to take a extended break, getting ready for the FT. Let me just have a look.
Yeah,
it's
we will
going
be
to be a
taking
half an hour break.
Yeah, as they set up for the final table. That is so unfortunate for Lim. But just going back to the hand a little bit, I do think 7s might fold in theory, but I also think that Lim is going to be perhaps leading hands like pocket 10s, pocket jacks, so Alexander might be jamming as wide as aces and kings, which means the 7s do become a call.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, it's tough, but there are the payouts. 9,555 locked up for everyone. 95,000 for first place. Steven, any closing words before we take a short break?
I am still feeling very sorry for Lim. But anyway, we will come back in about half an hour. So stay tuned and we'll see you after the break.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
King Jack. Yeah. Oh wow. Alex, be nice. Really? No, it's not close.
You just killed me by falling. Yo. Yeah, but that yes, it's great. Yeah.
You guys.
30-60, 60, round of 24.
Kaya sa kay tuhits mo ah. GG everyone. Good luck.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Hello and welcome back to the final day of coverage here in Manila. We are covering the final table of the APT High Roller. My name is Sam Insel. I'm joined with Stephen Lai. How are you doing, Stephen?
I am doing fine. It's the final day of the Manila series, and it's been a very eventful one. By the way, during the break, I was talking to some of my friends in Taipei, and they were saying there hasn't been an Asian winner of the main event for a while for the APT.
True. Yeah, it has been a little while.
Well, as in like, you know, not Asian by descent, but like Asian by nationality.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I understand. Yeah,
So
it
I
has
think
been
I
a
need
little
to
while.
play the next APT main just to rectify that.
What's that going to do?
This is not the main event. This is the high roller 2-day high roller event, and we are down to the last 9 players. The next payout is $9,555 and goes all the way up top, 10 times that. So it's $95,445 for the winner, along with one of these beautiful mega lion trophies. They look better every time I see them.
They do. We are playing for the, as Joseph Cheong calls it, the Rose Gold Trophy today. The one in the
Rose
center.
gold is so marketing-y.
It is, isn't
I
it?
don't approve.
You don't approve?
I go for bronze.
Bronze, okay. Yep,
There's gold, silver,
134.
and bronze, right? 135 entries for this high roller. Now we are down to the last 9. Prize pool, 397,000 USD. To give the winner $95,445.
Yeah, a very nice score. We are down to the final 9. Like you said, we have your friend Jason Lau coming in as our short stack, with Alexander James coming in with 4 million in chips after that brutal 3-bet cooler with the Queen 5 versus 7s on the final hand before the break. And here it is, Greg.
High roller. We're finally down to our final 9 players, which means it's time for the final table. One of these gentlemen will be walking away with 5.6 million Filipino pesos and Simba, the APT High Roller Bronze Lion Trophy. Let's go ahead and meet our players. Let's start with Jason Lau. Jason Lau, how are you? We got Jason Lau from Malaysia coming in as our shortest stack, 224K on Hand and Mob. Jason Lau, any final words for the final table?
Hoping for a 4th time lucky.
In seat number 2, we've got my friend Jason Kyle Magbanwa from the Philippines. He's coming in 3rd in chips, 1.4 million, 49K on Hand and Mob. Jason Kyle, any words for the final table?
Good luck to everyone.
And good luck to you. Also representing the Philippines in seat number 3, it's Bernardino Magsakai from the Philippines, coming in 5th in chips, 811,000 on Hand and Mob. Sir, final words for final table?
I love my wife.
And she loves you. In seat number 4, I'm gonna work my way over here. Ooh, representing Australia, seat number 4, we got Alexander James Linsky, number 1 in chips, 4 million in chips, 4.6 million on Hand and Mob. Sir, any final words for the final table?
Coming for that trophy.
Oh. And seat number 5, from the US of A, it's Jordan John Westmoreland, 2nd in chips, 1.6 million in Hand and Mob. Sir, final words for the final table?
I hope to God I don't get slow rolled by Nilsson.
I can't wait to hear what Nielsen has to say. We'll meet him shortly. All right, seat number 6. We've got Gary Thompson from Ireland coming in 6th in chips, 919K on Hand and Mob. Sir, final words?
I hope I don't finish last.
And finally, we've got here in seat number 7. Oh, well, I was saying like finally, like I wanted to hear your response to slow rolling him, so we'll get to that shortly. Number 7 from Australia, it's Daniel John Nielsen, coming in 8th in chips, 4.5 million on Hand and Mob. Sir?
Jordan can go fucking.
We'll do it live! In seat number 8, I'm just gonna squeeze in here. I'm gonna think some skinny thoughts. Thanks so much. Hey, from Singapore, it's coming in 4th in chips. It is Hu Tung Yang, 1.2 million in chips. Sir, final words for the final table.
I will do my best.
Represent Singapore. Mari kita ya Singapura sa. And last but not least, my friends, in seat number 9, number 7th in chips, 990K in chips, 535,000 on Hendemov, Chen Yuhan. Any words?
Let's have fun, guys.
Let's have some fun. Good luck, gentlemen. Let's shuffle up and deal!
Thank you
Let's
so
have some
much,
fun
Greg.
indeed. And I think Daniel is certainly looking like he's having some fun. Looks like a fun table. I think as Joseph Chung was saying in the Super High Roller, in the Superstar Challenge interview, these high roller events, you know, you play against the same players over and over again, and it's like a really, really expensive home game.
Yeah, I can see that. You know what? I actually haven't seen a slow roll at the APT since I started commentating here. It would be interesting to see one.
That's so offensive. Why would any APT player be slow rolling another fellow APT player?
I gotta tell you, there was an opportunity to do so last night versus Greg, but instead I just went for the bye Greg after calling him. It's fun, it's
so you
friendly.
went down the trolling rather than the slow rolling.
Yeah, well, there was a player behind, and if I took too long to call, they might overcall. My hand wasn't very strong.
So you were fully prepared to slow rolling.
Oh yes, absolutely.
That'd be nosy.
All right,
Pocket
hand
fours.
number 1, pocket fours. Chen, this is about the chip stack that he started the day with. He did manage to build up to 1.8 mil and went a little bit card dead, just losing small pot here, there, and now down to roughly what he started the day with, but still 1 million in chips, still a lot. Quite a large size on his stack depth, but he is on the button. He does get to play in position, no matter what.
So we played the first hand of the final table. As if nothing happened.
That's it.
And have you noticed Jason Lau is once again the short stack ninja here?
How many ladders is he going to get this time?
Oh, let's do a... Okay, I let you do an over-under on me.
2 ladders. 2 people eliminated before him.
Phew, this is a good line. Okay, I go over.
You think more, like 3 or more ladders?
Can we do 2 or more?
So I only win if it's 1 ladder. I think 2.
Yeah,
We'll do
okay,
2 as a
okay,
push.
Can I win half on 2?
No, that's the same thing.
Alright. I'm just negotiating. You never know what you get out of life if you keep negotiating.
Very
Learned
true.
it from the president-elect.
There you go.
Pocket sixes, Jason Lau. Here we go.
Here it goes.
Big blind, my maker will pop. Oh, no.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. Don't mess with my boy, Jason. So have you heard of the term? Well, okay, it's like a British term in betting called spread betting. Do you know how that works? Spread betting.
No. I
So,
don't.
for example, a few days ago we were talking about how many players remaining after a certain period of time. So I set a line. Let's just pretend that I set a line of 53.
Okay.
Right. So, and you took the over.
Yep.
So if it's 58, then I lose 5 units to you.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's so much fun.
So it's sort of like a Squid Game, where rather than just the one stand-up penalty, you could get more and more and more.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah, a bit
Yeah.
like that, yes.
Oh yeah, Justin, good point in chat. So since we came into the final table with less than a 30 big blind average, we've rolled back the blinds to be at the 25k, 50k level so that everyone has at least a 30 big blind average across the 9 players. This allows for a lot more post-flop play, and you know, if everyone gets the final table with like 4 big blinds, it's not over in just a few minutes. Chen with the king, queen, Bombardino, ace, queen suited here.
Vam is probably going to 3-bet here.
Yeah, I imagine so. Oh, just an all-in.
Ooh.
22 big blind shove. See, Alexander, I think he's got a call. I think he does dominate some 8s and 7s. That Bombardino could be shoving versus a hijack open. Does have to worry about Chen, but wow,
just telling
gets it
me
through.
otherwise. Yeah.
Linsky folding the 9s.
I guess Chen is voting too. Yeah. Well, with that, I'm going to bid everyone farewell. I'm in a makeshift workspace doing this stream, so I'm going to say goodbye. I'm going to sign off, and it's been an excellent series. Thank you very much for keeping me company, watching some fantastic poker. I will be in the booth again for Fuqua, or as Elvin said, oh no, I wouldn't say that. Anyway, farewell everyone, and here's Vidar.
Thank you so much, Stephen. See you soon in the booth in Fuqua. Hello, Sam. Here we
Hello.
are.
Welcome.
FT.
Welcome back, Vidar.
Thank you.
Yes, indeed. The FT, we did see the blinds get rolled back, and we've seen 3 all-ins already. So a very active final table. Ace 10 suited, finding the muck here in +2.
I saw the brutal bubble hand, by the way.
Oh, just disgusting, wasn't
So
it?
sick. Do you think he could have got away from it? Saving himself, like, what was it, 12 bigs at the time?
Yeah. I just think because Alexander perceives that he will be leading some kind of like 10s, jacks type hand and goes for value with an overpair, that I don't think he can fold the 7s. But I don't know. It seems kind of gross. I don't think you really want to have pocket 7s there. You want to have like ace queen or the ace of diamonds. Even though it's much worse a hand, you know, set versus top pair. I think you just managed to block a lot more value.
Brutal bubbles, it seems like, thinking back to when we made the money. Obviously, always tough to take. Not making the final table in a cooler fashion, also never easy. But here we are. Did catch a glimpse of our trophy table, cabinet, wardrobe, I forget, the Pride of Lions, reduced to just 4 baby lions. One of the nicer silver ones, the bigger ones, for, I believe, the micro main. If ever there was a sign that we're at the end of the festival, it is watching the lions dwindle down. Obviously, the Mega Lion placed right in front of the feature/final table.
Yep.
Extra motivation.
All right, Chen getting involved once again. Another pocket pair. Pocket nines this time.
Easy life. Nice pickup. Over 1 million now. Alexander with the dominating 4 million stack. As Jordan covered 2x. All eyes on Jason, perhaps. The pay jumps do get interesting with each elimination. Next one. 12.3k, so about $2,800. Basically one buy-in for the next couple of pay jumps.
Yeah, they start getting very serious around the 4th place finish. When it becomes multiple buy-ins, it's they're big jumps, and they really do play an important factor in your decisions. Jason, pocket threes here. Middle position here with 9 big blinds.
Could consider taking the spot. We're full ring though. 6 players to get through. Looks like he's given off enough tells to not go with it.
I mean, even if he gives those tells, there's not much you can do with them. It's pre-flop. It's down to your hand selection, and it's really not going to change your calling range, I don't think.
I don't know, 6s, 7s, you might call off a little bit more.
Oh, those hands have to call anyways.
Okay,
For
5s then.
bigs. Well, 5s still have to call. I think you're still calling 5s plus, and you're still thinking about 4s, and then 3s and deuces are folds. It's not like you're going to go wild and start calling off 8-7 suited.
Hey, you might get some folds from ace-10 and the like, Better to look strong than weak, I think, in this spot. And I think a player with the caliber of Jason kind of had decided to let it go. And I think his body was doing the talking before his hand could make his cards hit the muck. We've all been there.
Yeah.
El Juliana says we should raffle a baby lion for the chat. That's actually an interesting idea. Would reduce the value of the baby lions, though we'd have to come up with a new lion, a chat lion. DM Gamer says kudos for making APT Manila 2024 a success. Well, all the kudos goes to the players, the floor staff, the operations staff, the APT in general. And of course you guys for being with us. Big part of considering the festival a success is how well our stream is received. So our gratitude always. Some serious drama going on in the background, it seems like. I don't know if you can hear that.
I can.
Jason with ace king suited.
Very welcome sight on a final table.
Queen Jack. Will get called. I guess the winner form is live. 9 players left. Take your pick. Jason comes along. Oh, look at the equity, just 21%. With 2 live cards, that's quite low. 10-9-6 though changes things. Open ender and 2 overs.
Yeah, actually picks up equity here.
It was the kind of flop he could have considered leading after defending from the big blind. You get a lot of folds from the weaker holdings. Considering the ICM, these guys are middle stacks, can't put pressure on each other. Goes check, check. King would have been dangerous, comes to 7. Once again, huge range advantage for the big blind here. Has a ton of equity. Does he want to just check call and try and realize, or semi-bluff? Goes with the former. We did see who check jam his flush draw with the double gut shot. Yeah, Jack 6 of hearts, I believe. Certainly capable of check raising as a bluff, but it just goes check all the way, and now all that equity collapses. Check mark for the ace king, who has to know he's behind. Jason would have to have showdown value to check behind twice after raising from +2. Given this board, does he want to bluff at it?
Yeah, I think he's just got way too much value here. He's going to have to start pulling some bluffs. I think even some pairs are going to have to bluff here. As, you know, he can still probably pretty comfortably bet a 9 for value here on the river. Using a hand like maybe 5s or 4s as a bluff. But Queen Jack kind of isn't really what you want to have. You want your opponent to have these offsuit Broadway combos that can't continue. We're blocking some like Jack 10, Queen 10s that are mandatory calls from Jason, so it's pretty close either way.
Jason has to be thinking about hands he can beat. That chose not to bet the turn. 4-liner on the board on the turn, just as a reminder. It changed things in terms of how the hand went. Lets it go. Nicely done there by Who. That'll wake up the chat. Mr. Handsome Who takes one down.
Up to third in chips there, 1.4 million in his stack. A lot of middling stacks here, and Jason at the bottom with 9.4. Still a healthy stack though.
Chip leader raising Queen Jack off from the low jack. Perfectly reasonable. Queen 10 has to let it go. Action on Daniel actually. He has ace 5 suited. 595k in his stack. Bit of ICM jail with Jason in the mix, but I think Daniel's willing to go for it. And go for it he does.
Yeah, it's a nice hand to do it with. It's got good removal. Blockers are so important pre-flop on a final table. And You know, Daniel is going to get close to that shortest stack range if he's sitting around waiting too long for a spot.
That's how you do it.
Yeah.
Makes it look easy. $16 bigs is a lot more comfortable. Had to pick his opponent wisely. Chip leader going to be opening the widest middle position. Worked it all out.
Ooh, King Queen on the button. Did see make quite a tight fold, Ace 10 suited and +2. Hopefully he opens this. There we go, 100K into the middle. Rough for Jason. Look down at 5-3 off after looking down at 3 deuce off the hand before.
Very, very clear short stack. Pay jump is under a buy-in, but certainly ICM comes into play. No point busting before the tiny stack. Should give the chip leaders more cause to try and steal. There's the ace-10. Much easier to open when you have 4 million though. Alexander raising it up from early position. Ace-5 again, this time it's offsuit. Lets it go. Jason with 7s. In the small, surely takes the spot. Once again, it's against Alexander, who is the chip leader, could be the widest.
Thing is though, you don't have fold equity with 7s. But is going to take it. Will be flipping.
Alexander priced in, happy to get it in ace-10, I'm sure, and flips over the flip. Ace-10 v7s.
Now all in for his tournament life, pocket 7s.
Jason from Malaysia, at risk.
Jason just needs to fade
65% though, due to card removal.
Tournament life. Dealer, the flop. Flop, king, king, 6. Pretty clean for 7s. Just need to fade
Safe
6
flop
out.
for Jason. Doesn't want to see an 8 or
The
higher.
turn. The
Or an
of
ace.
diamonds.
Oh, that is
Jason
brutal.
now
Needs one of
his
2
clubs.
7s
Live here at the
to
APT
stay
high
in.
roller. Dealer, the river. The
Oh my
seven.
goodness,
Seven's
look
full
at
of
that.
kings
The
for Jason
7 on the river
Lau.
to save Jason.
Staying alive, staying alive.
The smile.
Jason Lau will double
Jason's lovely smile comes out, and why not? What a roller coaster. That is too cruel, man. If you're gonna have the 7s hold up, why the ace on the turn?
No kidding.
Not to mention the anti-rail as well. Everybody else could just smell that extra buy-in in their bank account, and out comes the set. some fans of Jason. Say LFG, nice river. Oh, LFG. So Jason now up to 17 bigs. It's Daniel who's shortest.
That is actually a brutal river for Gary Thompson, Chen, Jason, Bombardino, who, as well as Daniel Nielsen. Like, more than half the table, that is a very brutal river for.
Yeah, they're all within 10 bigs of Jason now.
Yep.
Well, that's the way it goes. Ought to have a big stack coming into the FT for that reason. And, you know, they say you can't win a tournament without winning some flips. You can't ladder up without other people losing some either.
And look at this. Every time Alexander open, he's getting jammed on. They have had the goods every time, but must be getting to him.
This one he can let go. Deuces. Just not going to be doing too well. Has taken some hits as well, so wants to preserve. 3.6 in a stack. Over 70. Nobody truly short anymore. But with that pickup, look at that. Daniel climbed from bottom to right in the middle of the pack. That's how close everybody is. Those 6 players you mentioned.
Yeah, neck and neck and neck and neck and neck.
Is that enough? I think one more.
And neck.
There we go.
Yeah, good spot for Alexander, though. It would be even better if there was a very short stack, like on 4 big blinds. Then he would just be able to pummel the table. Oh, look. Natural 8 is running a guarantee online with $20 gazillion. Fantastic, you guys. Sign up. We have APT online on Natural 8. Biggest APT series online. And 3 exclusive APT online Lion trophies up for grabs. Oh, did he get a walk? No. Someone has raised. Let our graphics catch up.
Gary Thompson has raised.
Yeah.
Ireland versus Australia. Ace, King, Queen. Great flop for Gary with the Ace-10.
Does get to go very big here. Not really needed, actually, with his stack size. 15 big blinds. I think half pot will do it. You just want to start putting Alexander's like Queen 6 suited in a rough spot right away. $75K and a call from Alexander with the mystery hand.
Let's play along. Gary can't feel too comfortable now. Queen comes out. This is what it feels like, folks. Alexander checks in flow. Well, he had it, but he does now. Seem to have predicted that. Makes a lot of sense with the queen coming out. Now action on Gary. Certainly obvious to check behind for pot control. Can go for that turn blocker in position as well. Size not to. 7 of diamonds is a brick. He knows he's getting bet into with a whole host of hands that could convert themselves into bluffs. If he doesn't, obviously the aces with the king kicker likely ahead. 2 clubs have missed as well. Gets a check, and now what do you do? Comfortable to value bet? 275K in the middle. Top pair, top kicker, checks behind. Yeah, plays it safe. Does not extract from the king. Could have, perhaps. But when you have the mystery hand, suddenly you see how hard it is. Surprised, though, to see no value bet. Did not want to get blown off his hand with a check raise.
Yeah.
5 stacks between 20 and 23 bigs. You don't even need a short stack there, it's just brutal ICM on this table. This means that you can ladder up 6 spots, or 5 I suppose, between the 6 players by not tangoing too much. 5 spots could be worth. Let's just take a pick. I mean, going from 9th to 4th is worth 25,000 USD.
Alexander down a few chips on this final table, but still free reign to just go crazy. And okay, now he's going to run into another huge hand from Jordan this time.
Jack 10 comes along after being raised from the small, and it comes Queen, Queen 6. Alexander has oddly become a bit of a target. Has been trying to fulfill his responsibilities as a chip leader, but we're playing full ring. People just keep waking up with hands. Has he had enough? Does he want to take a stand? Wouldn't be the best timing. 10s. Feels very strong on this board. Oh, he's looking down. Comes along. Floats out of position. And hits what he needs.
Oh, that is rough for Jordan.
That's sick. Floats out of position and suddenly has 97%. Let's check. Brick River, just like the one we see, could mean an easy value bet. And polarize, essentially repping the misdraws. There we go. Goes pretty big and gets insta-called, and Jordan reacts like a professional, seeing the bad beat on 4th Street. Takes it better than United, Sam.
Yeah. That will bring Alexander back up to 4 million chips there.
Table loving the showdown, processing. Alexander floating with Jack 10 off.
Another 5-4 suited. Same for Jason Lau. Not been picking up too many hands. Sure, he's happy with the double up, but doesn't want to start getting involved. Doesn't want to just line down to what he had before.
Alexander opening king 4 off. Gets it through. Rich get richer. 4.2 million now. Do you remember what he came into the final table with? Over 4, right?
Just around the same stack, maybe a little bit more now. I think he's just shy of 4.1 or so.
Yeah, I think this is about near his peak. Came in right at the 4 mil mark, so soaking up those chips. 134 entries means 13.4 million chips in play. 4.2 million of them, about a third in Alex's stack. And the man knows what to do with them as well. Daniel and him are essentially tied, by the way, for 9th place on Australia's all-time money list.
Yeah, very cool.
And these guys are so accomplished that 100,000 score approximately up on offer for first place here. Might not move the needle too much on their 4.5 million in live earnings. That being said, it would overtake Daniel, I believe. Justin suggesting we try and get players from West and Central Asia. Certainly would love to. We do have a few coming over, but would be a cool audience. Could have enough for an Asian Poker Masters, like Global Poker Masters. Interesting idea as well. Flush draw for Daniel. Mystery hand for Jason. The other Jason has been quiet on the final table. The local, Jason Magbuna. Now he's leading.
How does Daniel want to continue here? Goes for the call here with the flush draw. Does pick up the gut shot on the turn with 6 of diamonds.
Let's talk about Jason's range here. Thinking about double barreling clearly. In case he doesn't, Daniel would certainly be looking to try and bluff this. Yeah, it goes check, check. Obviously, Daniel could catch what he needs. But now that he doesn't, being in the big blind, has to take a stab with the Jack 4, 5-6 board.
I think this is just a give up from Daniel. 10-8 is really, really bad to have.
Yeah, he does have hearts as well, yeah.
You're blocking the 10s and 8s that could possibly fold.
I think just...
You're blocking like the auto folds too. Wow, goes to the overbet shove here.
Yeah, he rips it, targeting the ace queens, ace kings, and the likes, and this is a really cool hand to see because we don't know what Jason has. Really sweating it with Daniel here, and Jason hasn't insta-folded, but he does let it go. Might never know, we can assume 2 overs, but what a move by Daniel. Just like that, he has 26 bigs. No hesitation as well. Gotta love it.
Yeah.
Still full ring, 14 seconds away from the next level. It's not a big jump. The short stacks will feel the pinch after rolling back the blinds. Now we have 30,000, 60,000.
Yeah, very small jump. Won't be too much of a dent into any one stack here, just 20% line level increase. Alexander going for the raise again in the hijack, another mystery hand. Looks like it'll work.
Nine players still battling. 7 flags out there. 2 repeats from Australia. That's Alexander and Daniel. And 2 from Philippines, of course. Jason and Vamardino. Did see Dave Spade outside at Starbucks, Sam.
Oh yeah? How's
And
he doing?
He's doing very well. Is flying to Fukuoka tomorrow, like most of the APT team. Very cool. Gonna see him there. Did mention that, unlike usual, their swap, Vamardino and Dave Spade, of course, tend to swap if they play the same event. I think it's a small one.
Did anything come of it? Their swap?
I mean, in this event.
Oh, they played this one
yeah,
together?
I believe
okay.
so. Yeah. So, you know, small sweat for Dave Spade with
Yeah.
his friend Vamardino, who has pocket 7s under the gun +2. Just a reminder, Dave Spade and Vamardino, really good friends, and apparently auto-swap any big events they play together. This time around, it's not that big. Oh, Alexander is interested with the Queen 7 suited. And I think he's clicked it.
Yeah, looks like it. I think he just likes his suited queens. So the Queen 5 spades earlier. Now the Queen 7 clubs.
Yeah, he's been reading some solver outputs that others have not. And he's literally clicked it. I mean, 120 to 250 at this stage, +2 to +3. You don't see this every day. Dino has to be confused. Obviously now, with the click, getting some sort of odds considering 520 in the middle. Just try and hit a set. It's going to turn out to be pretty hard with 1-7. And Alexander's holding, but does he want to maybe go further? Just makes the call. Now he's on the back foot. Alexander's taking the betting lead with the smallest raise possible. 1.5 SPR. Queen on the flop. Too easy.
Vamardino down to just 1 out. Does have running diamonds, though. And given that he's got 11%, I'm just going to assume that maybe only 1 diamond has been folded pre-flop. One big blind from Alexander. That might just do it. That's it.
Hey, what do you know? Called when ahead. Folded when behind. Well done. Alexander, though, clearly was willing to go with it, whether he hit the queen or not. So you can see the table captainship is in the right hands. 4.7 million. He is just bullying the table whenever he can. Faced some resistance, had to call off a few all-ins, but has more than made up for it. Highest stack in the tournament thus far. And that man makes it look easy as well. Just not in a tropical beach vibe way, the way Daniel Nielsen does with his outfits, but in a very intimidating yet relaxing way with his own outfit. Still a fan, Alexander, for whenever you're watching. Still have the full final table. Oh, wait just a second. Things could change. Ace Queen battling the King Queen. GG Open. Again, tough spot for Vamadino, +1. 15 bigs. Jason's open off 15 bigs is probably bottom of range for him. Vamadino has no way of knowing that and lets it go. Not surprised to see this. Really difficult spot, considering ICM as well. Can you 3-bet and fold? Can you 3-bet call it off? Can you just call behind and hope Alexander doesn't get busy? Look at this, he's reaching for chips.
Wow, it's just another click re-raise. 120k to 180k. Literally just clicking it.
This is so cool. And Gary wakes up at 7s and insta-mucks. Just like Vamadino with the 7s. How can Jason ever fold? The price just too good. Even though he's bottom of range.
I think you just get dominated too often, and despite the price being so good, you are going to under-realize so heavily being out of position with a very low SPR.
Yeah, but what if you hit 2 pairs, Sam? Look at the price. It's so good. Does make the call. Don't forget, Vamadino had the ace queen as well. It's a flip going to the flop in terms of equity. Betting lead with Alexander thanks to the click back. King on the flop.
Yeah, Alexander does have the gut shot here and the overcard. Goes for the
bet.
one big blind bet.
I think this is a spot that Jason has to consider jamming. Can get all kinds of middle pairs. Perhaps call him off, which would be the best equity situation ever.
I don't think Alexander's going to have too many middle pairs here. 3-betting pre-flop.
I mean, is it a 3-bet, Sam? The click back?
A little bit. Goes for the call.
It's the oddest of 3-bets. Essentially ISOing whoever opens. Wasn't treating it as such, but wants to keep Alexander's bluffs in. Does well to do so with the ace-deuce that he's facing. Now the jack of clubs. Shouldn't be too much of a danger. Quickly checks again SPR. Exactly 1. Alexander should think he has 6 outs. Could try and realize, but is grabbing chips once again. Small bet once again.
Yeah, it doesn't need to go big here. Around 1 SPR, this is still a very gross spot for Jason. It's 3 big blinds out of the 11 that he has remaining in his stack.
And mind you, Jason was right in the middle of the pack thanks to all the scrunched up stacks we have between about 15 and 30 bigs. Nowhere close to the bottom, so from an ICM perspective, putting his tournament life at risk is going to feel extra painful. That being said, he does have King Queen. After defending, there's not much better you can hope for. Good time for a time bank. Kind of at the top of his range as well, apart from 4s and 3s, I suppose. Even those shouldn't really be opening UTG too often.
Hello players, the final 2 events of this APT Manila series.
One more time bank.
Hyper Turbo and Hyper Turbo High Roller are open for registration.
Not a fun spot.
Personally, I don't see how you could consider laying it down.
I think I like all in the least. Alexander should not be betting his flush draws on this turn. So you don't really need to deny equity from spades or clubs.
Yeah,
He is just going to go all in, shut it down. Alexander will release.
Well, as it happens, he denies some equity, also maybe targeting the ace-jacks of the world, but all that said, 1.45 million now, so much more added comfort. Almost died for third place. Alexander did put him in the blender. That being said, he was about as top in his range as he could be, so goes with it, works out really well. We see him third actually, 1.5 million. Alexander, thanks to the small bets, I don't even think his stack fell to dent.
Oh, I lost maybe 300k. Like 400 actually. 160 pre, 130 on the turn, 60 on the flop.
Yeah. Still 4.3 million for him. 72 bigs. 10-9 suited for Jordan. Has to be laid down in early position. Ace-10 suited on the other hand. Daniel went open in his classic style of putting out chips. Folded to the newly minted third place, Jason, suited 9-6. Daniel now also has comfortably climbed up. Jason now the shortest stack once again. Shen is a couple of big blinds behind. Probably the two to look out for if you're eyeing those spade jumps. Plenty of time left in this level though. 9-handed, also the blinds come a bit slower, so nothing to fret about at the moment. I suppose some text messages have been sent out with the link to the stream. In case any of you watching are friends and family, if anyone on the table, would love to hear from you. Love to see who the rail is, hear some stories. Especially if anybody's watching supporting the locals. Ramardino, Jason. I suppose I should fire up Facebook when it comes to the Philippine support. We'll do that in a moment. Jason makes the tough laydown with 10-9 suited, but king-queen off in the big. Amardino closely eyeing how much Jason now has left. Exactly 9.5 bigs. Goes with it. Sam, I know you're not a big fan of doing this with King Queen in particular. Has come up a few times on the coverage.
Yeah. I think on this stack depth, it gets a little bit better. You know, Jason Lau is on 10 bigs, so you do get him to call with hands that you do dominate, which is the most important thing when you're thinking about that spot. And when he gets like 15 bigs, you're never getting called by King Jack.
Yeah.
But if you just flat pre-flop, see a king on the board, you're most likely going to take their stack.
Or a queen and a jack. Gotta be optimistic.
Yeah. Yeah, that too. A little bit harder to win a
Stack
stack.
off.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah, we saw Daniel Lee, even like the king queen versus queen 8, gets it in versus like flush draw or
flush draw and
open
straight
ender
draw.
versus gut shot. Yeah, 60-something%. Nice spot to be in. There we go, Jack 8 suited. Pretty reasonable. Has some new found acquired chips.
One of the shorter stacks is in the small. Has to fear the 3-bet, but Jack 8 suited is plenty to open with. The chip leader is in the big. 9-5 off though. Comes along. No click back. King 3. Button versus big blind. It's the kind of board that favors aggression. Thinking back to one of the most famous hands in poker. Bill Ivy just 5-betting on the flop with air on the paired board.
Yeah.
Quick bet and a fold though. Nice pickup by Jason. Very comfortable now. 1.5 million. Could be second in chips as we see the chip count come up. Out there we see it. One big blind above third in chips. Jordan. What a journey. 4 stacks though between 23 and 25. This could be another one of those slowly then suddenly final tables, Sam. With one big stack. Many stacks tied at 24 big blinds or so. And then a few more tied at about 15. I think they're just all waiting for Jason now, who once again became the shortest stack. But in the waiting, Alexander Linsky has been busy. Justin says, if this goes long, can we please make sure the whole VOD gets saved this time? Even though you said it would in Taipei. Justin, we did save it in Taipei. It's actually on the channel. I think we uploaded... Wait, did we? We uploaded it as part 2, yeah. Do you mean with the live chat as well? I'm not sure how to do that. Can ask around. Definitely uploaded the video. It's a really good one. I don't see it going that long though. Taipei had almost double the entrance.
Yeah, wow, look at that flop for Jordan. Trips, top kicker, blind versus blind against a very aggressive chip leader. Just checks it. Jordan will bet at it. One big blind. Linsky, unfortunately, I don't think he can continue. Unless he wants to get very out of line with a check raise. Decides to fold.
uphill battle needed for Jason, but I'm thinking back to the main event final table yesterday. We did see Daniel Lee get down to about 8 bigs and climb up to about 93 in the span of 45 minutes. I think Jason must have heard the saga as well. No need to lose hope. He has plenty of experience. Been there, done that. Over 300,000 on his hand and mob. He's being patient. Ace stands suited for Daniel. Camera hasn't reached beyond him, but there we go. Now, Jason makes the fold. Chip leader on the button. Lets it go. As does Jordan. Gary Thompson with the 7-6 off. He's down to 15 bigs after posting and lets it go as well. Spades should be battling. There we go. King 3 suited. Easy defense from Daniel. Dead even stacks. King high board. All hearts though. Daniel donks it. He's been min raised. Is this the new thing?
No, I don't think he's led. I think it's just a call from the big blind. We haven't got a flop yet for the graphics.
Oh, I see.
I think he's going to check, bet 80k.
Gotcha.
Daniel's thinking.
That makes a lot more sense. My apologies. I thought this was becoming the click back table.
Oh, yeah.
You know, you see somebody do something cool in terms of a move, especially early on in your poker career, and you start imitating it immediately. I thought maybe Jason was taking some notes from Alexander Linsky. Not the case, but now he does backdoor into the straight draw. Aces, jacks, and sixes. Can rescue him. Top pair for Daniel. Goes check, check, and there is the jack. Bad run out for Daniel.
Yeah,
I think he knows it.
Jason finding the back door. Straight. Still at 9 for this final table. We had a long bubble. The final table bubble wasn't too long, but we've got a long, grueling final table. I hope these players are settled in and ready to play a long one tonight. Don't think it'll be over soon.
Yeah, the tension building, stretching even. Can't snap at any point. Average bigs down to 25. Levels are 40 minutes. Standard APT, small increments. That being said, there's no elimination for a while. There's this added ICM pressure on not wanting to be the first one out. You waited this long, you figure. Poker players are only human. There is this sunk cost fallacy. You just figure you might as well wait a bit longer, at least get that pay jump that you've put in this hard work and patience for. And the players who disregard that tend to have a better shot at the trophy. All of these consummate pros and regs, but like I said, when it's down to the final 9, you just get so close, you can start imagining it. The trophy's right there in front of you.
Yep.
You can certainly imagine holding it. None of these players have won a Mega Lion or indeed been too close to it.
There we go. Ace-9 offsuit for the chip leader. Good enough to raise.
He's back to where he started the final table with, after some gains. Chan defends ace-7. Ace could be trouble. 13 bigs left for Chan. King 6-3, all hearts. Chen with the only heart. Alexander has c-bet. 7 of hearts is not enough of a draw, perhaps. Too much in terms of reverse implied odds in case your opponent has a bigger heart. The ace does help him continue. Could be the best hand often enough. It's actually the favorite with the flush draw. And the 5 adds a gut shot as well. Chan's range with defending the big, then check calling the flop remains pretty wide. How does Alexander want to approach this? Checks behind. That's the best hand at the moment, mind you. And gets the check mark. Kicker plays obviously with the 6-3-5 on the board. Chen is not loving life. The check behind from Alexander means a7 very unlikely to be the best hand with the queen coming. Gonna check and hope for the best and get outpipped by a couple of spots. Ace-9 beats ace-7. It's tough playing out of position, is the lesson there. Not much he could do with all his equity. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 stacks between 13 and 25. All of them should be handcuffed. With Jason Lau in there with about 9 bigs. Oh, and is he on the big blind? Yeah. Make that 7.
Players, your final chances to win an APT Manila trophy. Hyperturbo, fine is 8,000 pesos. Hyperturbo High Roll is fine is
Oh wow,
25,000
very loose
pesos.
open, Jason.
They are ready for
Under the gun.
registration.
Did see him do this in the main event. Very wide opens on a stack that is really just trying to preserve. Oh, Alexander with the ace-10 offsuit here, middle position. Reaching for raising chips. 300,000 is the raise. I think he just knows Jason is opening way too wide. He had the king-queen offsuit before. This time the jack-9 of diamonds.
Oh, Jason folds the same hand. Alexander takes it down. Too easy. Big stack bully, realizing Filipino is opening way too light. Quick 3-bet. Gets a fold. If only I could see everyone's cards and play the same way than I'm playing. Very impressive stuff. Ace-3 is open, and now Ace-9 of clubs for Daniel. Doesn't need to see the cards to know how wide Alexander would be opening. 8th versus 9th on the Australia all-time money list. And in comes the 3-bet.
I wonder if Alexander can find the 4-bet here. Those ace-3 off, ace-deuce off, king-3 off, king-deuce off. Just love to just pile money in as their main bluffs on a final table. You have to put so much pressure on Daniel, you know. Daniel's got ace-jack suited. What does he even do here? Most likely has to fold, given how short Jason is. After having to give up the ace-10 of hearts last hand. Alexander just lets it go.
Seven bigs for Jason. Had to post last time and fold.
I mean, like, Daniel's in that like really trouble spot. 3rd in chips.
Yeah.
You know, a jam. I think he got to like let go ace queen there.
Yeah, you're talking about the difference between 9th place locking up 9.5, 3rd place 42,500 USD.
Yeah.
Alexander also has to maybe be computing. He's going to have easier spots. Daniel Nielsen is just going to be super balanced. On the one hand, yeah, he could get folds, but too much variance perhaps.
All right, Bombardino, queen, 9 of diamonds. Goes for the limp.
Similar ICM issues for him perhaps in the middle of the pack with 15 bigs. Alexander does not get after it for once. Ace 8-3.
Running hot.
And now Bombardino is taking a stab. Can rep aces that we're trapping. Knows Alexander cannot have an ace. He does have the next best thing. And 2 9s folded, so trying to 1 out here. Doesn't come in. Now what? Quick check. I think the white flag has been waved. That's the nature of ICM. Have to seed some pots without contesting too much to the chip leader. In this case, Alexander does have the best hand. Queen of diamonds. Close but no cigar. Bombardino can't really find any decent bluffs here. But he's gonna try. Wrapping the king now.
Tough spot here for Alexander. Good price.
Takes a quick look at his opponent. You're not going to get a read off that. Bombardino is super experienced.
Oh,
and the call is made.
Very nice call from Alexander. Pick up even more chips. He's getting very close to that 5 mil mark now. Half the chips in play would be 6.5 million. He's getting close. And we're still 9-handed.
That's crazy. Jason in trouble. 7 bigs. Gets, I think, 4 more free hands. Bombardino is reduced to 11 bigs as well. Crushing blow, that one. think Gary's eyeing all the short stacks. Has been on the quieter side for a while, but that's because Alexander is just soaking up all the attention and all the chips. Ace-9 off now. Nothing you can do. Pure ICM jail. Lets it go.
Yeah.
5-4 suited. Same thing. Jason with an ace.
Oh, on 5 big blinds in the hijack. Not fun.
Oh, the blinds are 40k, 80k. Just went up. That's rough. He's going to try and pick a better spot. 6-5 in the small. When you have the chip lead, you can easily raise it up. The ICM pressure has actually been elevated. Now that the blinds have gone up to 40k, 80k, a 5 big blind stack is in the mix. 8-6 off can just let it go.
Yeah. I like the decision to raise there from Alexander. Gets a hand that dominates him to fold. Jordan, not much you can do.
Look at those stacks. Right as Justin Fairbanks says, what if they did not roll back the blinds? Well, I suppose we're seeing it now. All 9 players still around. Stacks are getting so shallow. 5 bigs, 8 bigs, 9 bigs, 11, 15, 17, 19, 20. Those are 8 out of the 9 stacks. 20 big blinds is good for second in chips. 9 ways. What in the world is going on? This is getting super sweaty.
There we go. Proper holding. For who? Ace, queen of diamonds. Sitting on 15 big blinds.
Hold it to the big. 700k in Gary's stack. After posting, that's good for about 9 bigs. Has an ace. Looks like an easy defense, but is dominated. Very favorable situation going into the flop for who? A surprising amount of equity for Gary as well, thanks to the folded cards. Diamonds and queens probably have hit the mark. No 8, but an open ender.
Not a great flop for who.
There it is.
Straight with the open-ended straight flush redraw. Who does improve to an open-ender of his own, though? $100K is the bet. A call from who? Gary needs to fade a king or an 8. 5 of diamonds. Safe one for Gary. SPR is 1.
Gary should be looking to go for all of it. Put a jack in a really tough spot. Puts in about half a stack. Offering better odds to who? To make some sort of a hero call. Ace queen high though. Not good enough on that board. Losing to too many bluffs.
I think he's giving himself... Wow.
Oh my goodness.
Gets the call from ace high.
Oh
wow,
my
incredible. 1.45 million in his stack. That's got to feel fantastic. Gary Thompson. What? This was back to what he started the day with. He was chip leading with 1.45.
That's right.
He's taken back his chips, but unfortunately now they're only worth 18 big blinds. Nonetheless, a very good pickup.
I do have to wonder who even put Gary on.
Yeah.
I suppose he's beating Queen Rag.
Yeah, maybe like an ace of clubs. Something.
I mean, Gary would have to have a hand that who is blocking for ace queen even to be good, and there's many hands that would be bluffing that might actually be better than ace queen high. A very, very ambitious call. Have to respect it at this stage. Puts on the cape, as we say it, makes the hero call, but what timing for it, and it's now crippled down to 8 bigs. And by the way, he's on the big blind in the very next hand.
Six four clubs here. It's getting dicey to open this wide with the big blind being quite short, but Alexander's just going to shove. Oh, I actually like that play a lot. These guys have to fold so tight. Just a 20 big blind shove effective. Or I guess 15 now that the blinds have gone up. 30K, 60K to 40K, 80K. Daniel Nielsen was on 20. Yeah, 20 big blind open rip with 6 high.
Yep, but there's 4 stacks under 10 bigs.
Like, you have to defend so tight.
I mean, it would be a brutal spot with even ace queen. You have to cry and call it off.
I don't think so, because most of the time you're just flipping and you're out.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking because of the hands you might dominate. With ace queen, ace king. Crying call perhaps, but anything lower than that, you know. Just have to be like, I respect ICM and I fold, poker gods. Please give me good ICM karma. You don't want to have ace queen and see 6-4 suited in this spot.
No, you don't.
I'll tell you that.
40% of the time you're out.
Exactly.
Yeah. Rough spot. Ooh, King 9 offsuit. Alexander just playing this perfectly. The man has clearly been in a spot where he's the big stack at a table and has studied these spots.
You don't get to the final table of the main event of the WSOP without studying some spots. We just saw who make a massive hero call, now facing a decision for his tournament life, decides not to do so. Yet another pickup for Alexander Linsky, making it look easy out there. 5.5 million, 6.7 would be half of all the chips, so pretty darn close with about 40%, 9-handed.
Yeah, because, you know, Jason's coming into the big blind in one hand and will be shorter than who. It's just such a gross spot when he has such a runaway chip leader.
Yeah, and I mean, Jason's coming into the big blind. Eventually, Vamardino's going to come into the big blind. He has 8 bigs.
Yeah.
Chen has 9 bigs. I mean,
and they're all getting to that late position part where they do play a lot more hands. The chances of them getting all in becomes higher and higher when the button's coming around to this side of the table. Yeah, Alexander just very aware of the table dynamics and able to just go for it here.
Queen 3 off. This is a test. Does he want to preserve any image at all? Nah. Let's just open and steal some lines. Oh, ace king for who?
There we go.
You don't love it, but you got to do it. Barely has any fold equity, but is jamming. Queen 3 off. Getting amazing odds, but it's Queen 3 off. 335 to win 815. It's the kind of hand that, well, never mind my analysis because it's getting called. Two live ones.
APT high roller, Hu Tung Young, all in for his tournament life with ace king. Alex, the chip leader, with Queen 3 offsuit. Chen just needs to hold. Pardon me. Hu just needs to hold. Faded Queen 3. Dealer, the flop. Flop is 5, 5, 6, 2 hearts. Ace king is holding. Hu Tun Young of Singapore just needs to fade the queen or the 3. Dealer, the turn is the deuce of hearts. Now also needs to fade the non-heart gut shot. Dealer, the river is the ace of diamonds and a double up for Hu of Singapore.
Who? Very excited to see that up to 1.15 million chips. Good for 15 big blinds. Alexander still has a very respectable 5 million in chips, though.
Tons of support for Hu, as we have seen all day, but AC in chat was rooting for the queen or the 3. Clearly some Alexander fans as well. Shakes things up in terms of the chip stacks. Shortest stack, still the shortest. Jason, 5.3. Chen, 7 bigs. Bamardino, 8. Ace sign off for Jason and let it go easily. And Alexander, will he even bother looking at his cards, or? There we go again. If at first you don't succeed with the Queen 3, try and again with the Queen 5 suited. Gary Thompson has been exceedingly card dead.
He has, yeah.
Quietest person at the final table by far. Came in to the day chip leader, is that correct?
I believe so. Yeah, 1.4 mil. Still sitting around the same stack.
So he came into the day with a final table stack.
He did.
Oh, here we
All
go.
in a call.
Jason in better shape than he could have ever hoped for. Queen 8 suited.
Am I correct, Jason? That's Queen 8? Jason Lau with Queen 8 of hearts versus Alexander's Queen 5 suited. Jason Lau just needs to fade the 5 or many diamonds. Dealer, the flop is 8-5-4, both with a pair. Jason Lau is holding. Just needs to fade a 5. The turn. The 10 of spades, clean for Jason.
Very safe.
Just needs to fade
For
the
Jason,
5,
just needs to fade
stay
2 more
alive.
5s, and he will manage
The
to stay
river.
in.
Deuce of spades and a double up for Jason Lau.
Jason is turning out to be a short stack ninja.
We saw this the same with the same event at Taipei.
That's right.
I managed to get quite a few ladders.
Came in shortest then, I believe, as well. So new short stack, Shen. Always rooting for the short stacks.
Okay.
Ooh, pocket 10s now, a real hand. Is he going to get any credit at all, Vidur?
He hopes not.
Raises it up to 1.6 mil, basically an all-in.
Oh, jacks for
wow.
who? Has a 14 big stack, but this is just too strong, and he's gonna love it when he sees he's up against 10s. And now, Alexander's gonna be down to 3.5 if he can not catch a 10.
Oh,
Oh, he's
Alex
shocked.
opens.
The one time he had a real hand.
Alex calls. Alex this time has pocket 10s. Hu Tengyang has pocket jacks.
And this will get a very
But jacks are
close
at
second
risk.
place for Hu.
Hu Tengyang
Manages to
needs
hold
fade
here.
The 2 outs, the 10 to stay alive. Dealer, the flop. King 5-3, as clean as it gets. Just needs to fade the 2 outs. Dealer, the turn. And
That's it.
Jacks will
That'll
lock
do
Jack
it.
on the turn will lock it up. Dealer, the river. No suspense needed. Quads for Singapore.
2.5 million for the fan favorite from Singapore, Hu Tengyang. What a journey he's having.
Alexander's lost 3 all-ins and is still chip leading.
Wow. That being said, we're still 9-handed. Not only has it been a while, we've had many all-ins.
Yeah, we're still 9-handed. That's like you said, it's just crazy. See that?
There's no more rollbacks, guys. Just so you know. Next level. 50k, 100k. 20 minutes to the next level. At the start of next level, Sam, we're just going to have 130 big blinds in play. It's only 20 minutes from now. And if the players survive till then, all 9 that is, it's going to be 15 big blind average.
Yeah, it's getting real short.
Keep in mind, Hu Tengyang's hand and mob is 6,000 USD.
Wow.
Tilt over, Marcy, tilt open.
Bombardino with queen 8. Has to let it go.
Minutes away from the next level, which would also mean the break. I think the players will have some reckoning to do in terms of being 9-handed. Really think deeply about ICM, what the pay ladders mean to them. For a lot of these players, clearly they're going for the trophy. These are serious jumps, and when their stacks are so scrunched up, they aren't just your ordinary ladders one by one. You're talking about jumping many, many spots.
Chen taking his spot here. 6, 7 big blinds, king jack offsuit in the hijack. Decent hand to do it with. Not loving it, but it is a good spot. Bombardino makes the call. I think Chen does cover him. We'll see another all-in now. This is like 5 all-ins in 10 hands.
All in a call. Chen Yuhang goes all in.
I think Chen is the shortest stack there.
Vermadino calls from the small blind with less. Vermadino has pocket queens and is at risk versus King.
Oh, you're right. Bombardino at risk.
Queens just need to fade the king. Dealer the flop. Flop comes 8, 5, 6, 2 diamonds. Queens are holding. Just needs to fade the king or running diamonds. Their turn. The 10 of spades. Queen still holding for Vermadino's tournament life. Just needs to fade 3 outs. The king. The river is the ace of diamonds, and queens will double up.
Wow, huge pot going Bombardino's way. Chen is going to be left very, very crippled. How many hands does he have? But
3 free hands, perhaps.
Yeah.
Maybe 2 once the button moves. It's going to be very close. I suspect it's a chip in a chair situation. Have an accurate count. Oh, we see the top-down shot, and I don't even see any chips, only the ones he's holding. Oh, 0.2 big blinds, my goodness. Looks like we're on the verge of losing. Shan Yuhang from China. Always hopes. Could spin it up.
There is Chen, 15k left in his stack. King, queen suited. Not going to get much better than this. Alexander will complete the small blind.
Interesting for Jordan to have ace-9. Yeah, he ISOs with the ace-9 off. Knows it's going to be much better than Alexander's, and he has enough fold equity with his stack. So, fair shot for Chen. Not too many chips for him to pick up at the moment. It's Jordan who's going to be gaining a bunch.
Yeah, I think he's only doing this because Chen is so short, 15k, so he just wins so much just by taking this down. Or by getting Alex to fold here. I think if Chen's on one big blind, he just calls and they check it down.
I mean, I'm right.
Well, I think with this way, even if he loses a hand, he might even chip up if you include the... No, he won't. But like a break even if he loses. But Chen, anyways, at risk, 36% with the king, queen of diamonds.
Chen Yuhang all in for his tournament life with king, queen suited versus ace, 9 offsuit is behind for his tournament life. It's the king or queen, the flop. It's Jack 10 deuce. Chen Yuhang is still
Not a
behind
bad
with
board
king
from
high,
Chen.
but has an open-ended straight draw, needs a 9 or an ace. Both outs are blocked. The turn. It's the jack of diamonds. Still drawing the same outs. Pair outs are also good. And king, queen, ace, 9. The river. 7 spades.
Oh,
Folks,
and
please
that
give it
is
up
going to
for
do
your
it for
ninth place
Chen.
finisher, Chen Yuhang.
Eliminated 9th place, good for 9,555 USD. We finally have an elimination. Fortunately, it is Chen Yuhang. But having not a bad APT series. He's got quite a few cashes under his belt. There we have Abraham Seasfin joining the rail.
Feels like we just burst some sort of a bubble, Sam. 9-handed, went on for a while. Now we're down to 8. GG Chen, 9,500 USD for his efforts. Obviously, the pay jump's getting big and mighty. 12,500 or so now. Locked up for 8th place as we eye the 95,000 USD up top. Justin in chat says Greg has got to be getting tired. Well, you don't know the half of it, Justin, considering it's the 11th day of the festival, but Greg is a trooper. Mind you, he's flying out at 5 a.m. to Fukuoka. As are plenty of APT members. Some of them actually left today to actually go and set up. After all, we do kick off tomorrow. So we're functioning half team in either location. That's the kind of commitment to the game, as Tony G would say, the APT has. Were you a fan of Tony G?
Impartial.
Gotta love a villain in the world, I feel. The WWE style heel. Really gets the crowd going, you know?
Yeah. Oh no! Alexander with a real hand here, pocket aces. Bombardino started the hand with how much? He just raises 200k, which is very large for his stack size. Sitting on, what, 1.2, so 15 bigs. Alexander going for his little click back here. 320,000.
It's the min raise. That's what Bombardino had raised to. Last time around, Bombardino, I believe, called with the pocket 7s. Very similar spot. Alexander had queen 7 that time. This time has the goods. But he had a real hand, pocket 10s, ran into pocket jacks. And this has to be so disheartening for Bombardino to face. Has 2 Broadway cards, opened on the bigger side, and still gets clicked. Has to be worried he could be up against the exact holding Alexander has. It's like one of those situations. When you fold, they were bluffing. When you call, they have it.
Yeah. That's what happens. It's when you have a very aggressive player.
Could be eyeing the stop and go, but against the kind of range that is doing this for value, like what Alexander has, it would have been a bad idea. Great fold there, getting away from it. Manages to stay above the 10 BB mark. That being said, his second shortest, Jason 9.5, not too far behind. Nine and a half minutes from the next break, as you can see on the tournament clock. That's going to apply to you and I as well, Sam. So it's going to be a quick one. Any thoughts on what we've seen thus far?
You know, Alexander has doubled up a few of his opponents, but he's still got the chip lead. Still doing well. Still able to apply that pressure. You know, everyone in that sort of middling to short stack area. Interesting to see if he can continue to add to his chip stack. Just pure aggression. There it is.
Right as
Another
you
all
say
in.
it. The queen 10 off jams it.
Fifteen bigs, 15 bigs, 15 bigs, all fold.
Tell me you know ICM without telling me you know ICM. Jam queen 10 off from the cutoff into 3 stacks, pardon me, that have about 15 bigs. Third biggest stack on our table of 8 is 17 bigs. Just for context, 12.3k locked up. Third place prize is an extra $30,000.
King 9 for Jason. I don't think he's going to get involved. Just lets it go.
He's going to be in the big once again on the next hand. Going to be down to 7.5 effective. Jack rags everywhere. Oh, Gary getting a chance to play. Ace 6 off on the button. How patient he's been. Literally not had a playable hand. The only reason he can get busy here is, for some reason, Alexander decided not to go after it, and Gary finds an ace on the button. Now raising into the second biggest stack on the table. And who might feel with Alexander out of the way? He has some chip leading responsibilities and takes the spot.
Oh, brutal for Gary. Finally gets a hand he can play.
Nicely done by Who.
Yeah, I think Alexander let off the gas a little bit just because Who's stack is getting really big. You know, he's sitting on how many big blinds now?
32.
32, yeah. It's too big a dent to go after that.
I saw like a 5 or 6 of spades. I thought 5 of spades. I thought I was like
Alexander, ace 7 off suit. Opens things up.
Justin says that is not a move a dude with 6k on his hand and mob usually makes. I might agree, Justin. Could be more to the story. Sometimes there is with low tournament scores. I will say sometimes you do learn on the table itself, and watching Alexander apply ICM pressure, it is possible to intuit what the right move might be. Against a button open especially. Headed to Who either way, whether it comes from study, experience, or intuition.
Oh, Nielsen called the queen 9 of diamonds here on the button. Good chunk of his stack there. I think he's sick of it. He just wants to play a hand.
That's one way to fight back. Like, okay, let's play a hand. Let's go to a flop.
Yeah. I didn't know. I definitely would have
Jason thought he was setting him up, and he was like, oh shit.
I realized you didn't realize. You didn't see.
I guess Daniel just peeked at the deck, saw the flop, saw queen coming, decided, let's go.
Nice check there by Alexander. I guess recognizing that Daniel's probably going to have a very strong range there. Surprised to see queen 9. Expect to see a lot of traps there.
They're probably not drinking enough.
Finally, a hand Alexander can fold. Jack 5 off. Early position. Now, who is second in chips? Queen 9 off for him on the button.
It was not a question.
Lets it go. The queen says, who is a high stakes cash game crusher from Singapore? I certainly believe you.
Oh, Karen let us know. Daniel just said that he didn't see Alex raise.
Gotcha.
Which is kind of crazy because I don't think you need to even look to know the raise has come in.
Yeah, that is true. The view isn't that great from the scrunch seat number 2, but you can certainly assume by default. I will correct your pronunciation there because that is an Indian name, Karan. It's actually my brother's name as well, but saying Karen is a bit of a pejorative these days, so important. Karan likely watching from India or an Indian living somewhere else.
Real hand now. Ace Jack.
That's 160.
I didn't want him to feel like we thought he was whinging too much. Yeah, golden rules. Stay away from the other chip leader. Lets it go. Ace-8 suited now for Jason. And after all the showdowns, Jason decides Ace-8 suited is good enough, and this is going to be trouble. He's going to be in rough shape.
All in and a call. Jason Lau is all in with Ace-8 suited for his tournament life. Is dominated by Alexander's Ace-Jack. Jason needs to find an 8 or a lot of clubs.
Alexander,
for his tournament life.
looking at the screen, not the
Dealer, when
cards.
you're ready. The flop, please. The flop is 10 deuce.
Some help for
clubs.
Jason in the
Lau
form of
with
a
the
flush
nut
draw
flush
as well as a
draw.
lot of chop outs to come.
For the win.
Look at that smile.
Top. Lots of outs for Jason Lau's tournament life. As we see the turn is the 4 of clubs. Jason Lau will
He is
lock
so
this
good at
up.
laddering, isn't he?
Go ahead. The
Incredible. There's a
No
smile.
need for suspense.
1.3 million right in the middle of the pack.
Eight just for fun. And a double up again for Jason Lau.
Even Greg mentions the again. I think he's been all in at least 3 times.
Alexander just can't finish off anyone here.
Yeah, the only elimination came from Vamardino.
Yep.
I think Alexander's jinxed. By the way, Vamardino, despite getting the near double up of Chen's stack, is now at the bottom. I suspect Jason is pretty hated on the table. The anti-reeling not
Yep.
working out. There you see at 10 seconds left on the clock. It's the last hand before the break, so it's going to run into the break a little bit. It's going to be a short one as a result of this hand. 10 minutes and change. Certainly don't want to go anywhere because I suspect when we come back from the break, that is going to be one wild ride. Blinds will be 50,000, 100,000. A total of 130 blinds in play. Alexander will have about 40 of them, give or take. And the rest will have to fight for their spots amongst the final 8. 12,500 locked up, 95,000 up top. This is what all these players have been grinding for. This moment, this opportunity to try and spin up the 3,400 buy-in into the 30x return, 96k. If I was you, I certainly wouldn't leave. Hope you'll stick around. Right now, Vammerdino has an ace in the small. No ICM pressure. Easy jam. Yep. Does Alexander pick up anything? Nah.
Nah.
And that's that. We've hit the break. I hope you take my pitch very seriously and do not leave us, because it's going to be fun once we get back. This has been the High Roller final table here in the last day of the APT. Stick with us. We'll see you shortly.
790. That's a trick. Let's go.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards, including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
All in and a call here at the APT High Roller. Jason now all in for his tournament life. Pocket 7 versus Ace 10. It is a flick. Jason just played Ace versus 10 for his tournament life. Dealer, the clock. king, king, 6. Pretty clean for 7s. Just need to fade 6 out. The turn. It's the ace of diamonds. Jason Lau needs to hit one of his 2 outs to stay alive here at the APT High Roller. Dealer, the river. The 7! 7's full of kings for Jason Lau. Staying alive, staying alive. Jason Lau will double up.
The fact that he's telling you that.
All in and a call. Jason Lau is all in with ace-8 suited for his tournament life. Is dominated by Alexander's ace-jack. Jason needs to find an 8 or a lot of clubs for his tournament life. Dealer, when you're ready. The flop, please. The flop is 10 deuce deuce 2 clubs. Jason Lau with the nut flush draw. 8 for the win as well. 10 for a chop. Lots of outs for Jason Lau's tournament life. As we see the turn is the 4 of clubs. Jason Lau will lock this up. Go ahead, the river. No need for suspense. Go ahead. Yes, here we go. And an 8 just for fun. And a double up again for Jason Lau. No need for suspense. All in and a call here at the APT High Roller. Hu Tung Young all in for his tournament life with Ace King. Alex the chip leader with Queen 3 offsuit. Chen just needs to hold. Pardon me, Hu just needs to hold. Fade Queen 3. Dealer, the flop. Flop is 5, 5, 6, 2 of hearts. Ace King is holding. Hu Tung Young of Singapore just needs to fade the Queen or the 3. Dealer, the turn is the deuce of hearts.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Hello and welcome back to the APT High Roller final day as we close out this series. Down to the final 8 players on this final table. We've only eliminated 1 player. Still 9 left to go. Alexander still with the chip lead, 40 big blinds, 3.2 million, and quite a few short stacks, with Hu managing to find 2 double ups in quick succession to put him in second place with 33 big blinds and get a very good shot at that 95,000 USD up top. We did lose Chen Yuhang from China, $9,555 for his efforts. Not terrible. Not a bad day. Unfortunately, I don't think he had a chance to jump into the last chance high roller. Oh well, I'm sure we will see him in Phu Quoc, hopefully. My name is Sam Insel. We will be covering the final table, 134 entries. Down to the final 8. This is it. One of these players will be going home with the Lion Trophy there on the left. Undecided between bronze or rose gold at this point. Who knows? We'll see which one sticks. What do you guys think in chat? Bronze or rose gold for that Mega Lion there? Average stack, 1.6 million. The stacks are getting short. This is going to be roughly an 18 or 19 big blind average. 8 players left. I think 13 million in chips in play. As we come back from the break, 50k, 100k is the blind levels. Welcome back, every one of you stuck with us over the break. Let's get back into some poker. Let's see if Alex can continue to dominate the table. And, you know, for his sake, maybe stop doubling everyone up. Here we are, underway, hand number 1. Average big blinds down to 17. It is short. There are only 134 big blinds left in play. It's a single stack in a cash game. Jason Lau coming back hot. 1.32 million in a stack, and now picking up the ace king in the hijack. Gonna open things up here. Looks like he's gonna be able to get it through. Ooh, Jordan going for the defend here. Big blinds are very precious, but queen 5 suited versus a hijack open. Gonna defend, getting a decent price here. King 6 rainbow. Jason Lau flopping Jordan dead here.
Let the chat mocking begin. Ladder God, they're calling him.
Look at that, up to 1.67 million chips, just like that.
Third place for Jason. What a run.
Gilbert asking, wondering what Jason Lau would be like if he had the chip lead. Is it Sean Winter? Who's Sean Winter? Oh, another poker player.
Pretty famous Triton kind of player.
Okay. That's why I don't know him. He's only got 32 mil on his Hendon mob.
It's actually a great presence at the table. But perhaps some parallels in terms of laddering.
Yeah. From Jacksonville, Florida. It's my favorite part of Florida, Jacksonville.
Oh, okay. Why is that?
Very friendly for Florida.
I see.
It's like the polar opposite. It's like the hippie version of Miami, but still beautiful weather, a lot of nice food.
Pretty people.
Yeah, yeah, really nice. They also have that the big sunken canyon with a beautiful swimming hole you can jump into called like Devil's something.
Is that natural or artificial?
Yeah.
Okay, that's cool. I haven't been. I have been to Miami like a typical spring breaker. That's about it.
Yeah, this is it here. It's called Devil's Den. It's a massive sinkhole, and you jump in the water, and it's freezing cold, but really, really cool.
Alexander back to doing Alexander things. 33 bigs though. Very different dynamic than we saw about an hour ago. 3 stacks hovering at 10 bigs.
Blue Eyes saying Sean Winter's a master of the short stack in the Triton series. Did lots of amazing short stack things.
Yeah. I saw him do one of those maximum time bank situations just to get the blind to increase on the next hand so that the other short stack would be closer to the blind.
Oh,
and that
okay.
seemed a little bit on the cusp, you know?
Yeah.
But this is Triton we're talking about. Players do take all sorts of edges. That being said, I doubt Michael Soiza does that, you know?
Yep. Yeah, true.
He's just a beast, Mr. APT.
Armardino, all in here with the ace-jack. Gets it through.
Five stacks, 13 bigs or below. And mind you, just a double up for any of them brings them comfortably third in chips. As the stacks get shallower, the variance does get higher. It's going to come down to some crucial all-ins, perhaps. Hard to believe we're still 8-handed. These guys have been at it for about 9 hours or so. That's just day 2. The full day yesterday went up to midnight. 12 hours and change. Quite a grind to get to this stage, but 12,000 locked up. 3.5x on their investment. Can go 8x from here, which is hard to believe.
Oh, Garrity didn't want to take the all-in spot there with the king 9 on the button.
Has he had even a single playable hand?
He had a spot where I think he should have shoved the button with the ace-7 offsuit.
Ace-6, okay.
Ace-6, yeah. It's a spot where I think you're going to get reshoved on very light and
is that when
fold out a bit more?
Who found the 3-bet jam with the 9-7 suited?
Yeah.
Yeah, he had ace-6 suited, ace-6 offsuit, pardon me. So I do wonder where the line is because the ICM was much stronger then, which is what Who took advantage of. I think Jason probably sitting there with just a few big blinds as he has for a lot of this table.
Yeah.
But when you have to reach for ace-6 off to be the best playable hand of the day, of the final table that is quite card dead. That's a lot of greens from Jordan. Takes the spot. Jack 10 suited.
Gets it through.
It's gonna come down to this. Are you worried about taking these kind of spots? Jack 10 suited from the hijack. Jordan commits himself. No longer in danger of being shortest, but tied 4 ways for second shortest. Alexander Linsky should have open season once again. He's restrained himself for just a couple of hands. Now he's UTG +1.
Alexander with a real hand, ace-queen offsuit. Raises it up to 200K.
No lack of restraint needed. Proper holding. +1, premium. Daniel has been playing back at Alexander, sometimes by accident, and now the ace-5 suited. We saw him 3-bet. The ace-5 suited this time. Lets it go. Good timing. King rack for Who, second in chips. Not much to think about. King queen suited for Jason. Jason, Kyle, Magbanua. Or Magbanua perhaps. Our apologies, but let's go with Jason. He is one of 2 Jasons though. King queen suited. 11 bigs in a stack. Not the shortest. Had to put in 2 out of his 13. Was tied. Freeway for a second from the bottom.
All in? Oh, that's bad timing. Alexander with the
All
snap
in and a
call.
call.
Alexander
APT
finally getting it
high
good
roller.
for once.
Kyle from the Philippines is all in for his tournament life with king, queen suited.
Alexander could win one here.
has him dominated with ace,
He doesn't.
queen.
He'd actually be down to 2 million.
Kyle needs to find a king.
Jason would
or a lot of diamonds
have
for
more
his
chips than
tournament
Alexander,
life.
so it's a big pot. Jason at risk.
I think most players are rooting for Jason here at the
Dealer,
table.
when you're
Alexander
ready,
is just
the flop.
a force with a big stack. But here we go. Let's take a flop. Jason at risk here.
Flop is Jack 6 deuce, all spades. No help to Kyle.
How about
Kyle
the queen
needs
of
to find
spades?
A king. The turn.
for some chop outs.
5 of clubs on the turn. Still no help. 3 outs for Kyle for his tournament life. Just needs 1 of 3 kings on the river. The river. Folks, please give it up for Kyle, your 8th place finisher of the APT High Roller.
Wow, good game. Jason Magbanua from the Philippines eliminated in 8th place, good for $12,325. And Alex, once again with a massive stack, back up to 4.67 million in chips. And the table is not going to love that. I mean, they do get a ladder. There is some silver lining, but Alexander is a menace with that stack, like I said before.
Yeah, it's tough to say. Blue Eyes says the short stack's anti-reeling. I have to say, maybe I agree with Blue Eyes there. They'd rather have the ladder than be afraid of Alex with all the chips, but
yeah,
certainly he's going to be a menace, as you just described him.
I did hear something from a high stakes pro that said, no matter how bad it is, the other person wins, you're always rooting for the ladder.
Yeah, that's what I think as well.
Yeah. He says it always just outweighs the negatives. Even if you're the big stack and like the one big blind does get eliminated, you know, you still do get that ladder.
In that particular instance, I do. Maybe that is the exception because you just have no fear of ever busting before the one big blind stack. But, you know, when you're hovering around 10, 11, 12, 13, like we do on our table, you'll just happily take an elimination.
Had a bad day, okay? Win for a lot. I lost game. What?
The buying 200 probably into 6. It's not impressive. That's impressive.
Yeah, I only got 61 too far. Between 4 and 6. No, I'm 4. I lost game. 4. Was it? Really?
Oh, 4 no, wait. On our table, right? You didn't go.
No, I went to different table.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Then more than 4. 4 on our table. Even 5.
You know, very close to profit.
Still a very, very tense table. There's still so many middling stacks hanging around. So many short stacks, so many ladders, and the ladders are big.
We're down to 7. 16.6k locked. The next jump is about 5,500 USD.
Yeah, getting close to that 2 buy-in mark.
Suited queen in the small. 10 bigs exactly. In theory, a perfect shove. But with ICM, he lets it go. And he would have gotten called from the king 10 off. Decides to wait out the one shorter stack of Gary Thompson. Poor Gary. Right at the bottom. Hasn't played. Again, I can only think of the one hand he played. May have battled for the blinds here and there, but truly one of the more memorable card dead scenarios. That being said, never too late. Has about 9 bigs. No ICM pressure per se. There still is a little bit despite being the shortest stack on a table like this. There's so many stacks that could bust.
Yeah, and if they just try and wait them out, they're going to be very, very crippled down to 3-4 big blinds.
And think about what we just saw with Jason, the last local left in the field. Jammed king-queen suited against an under-the-gun open from the big blind. It's sort of the Alexander effect that made him do that, considering how wide Alexander had been. Thought he had a lot of fold equity or perhaps the best hand.
Yeah.
So anything can happen. Rough one for Gary. Has to fold. Will pay 2 bigs on the next hand. Aces for who? Second in chips still on the table. Charles says, read the hardcore APT chat. You are Charles. Appreciate it. I know you were supporting Jason as well as Handsome Who now.
Alexander with an ace in the small blind. Gonna get very aggressive with it.
Uh-oh. Dream scenario for who? If he can find just the flat, he'd be in fantastic shape. With the big 3-bet, actually gonna struggle to have too many hands he flats with. That being said, as second in chips, the very top of his range, he might want to reduce variance and see a flop. Even hands such as ace king come to mind. 4-bets it.
Oh, I don't like this. I think just call in position.
We're going on the final 8.
You know, Alexander's gonna be so wide here.
The lack of tournament experience perhaps on display. Usually aces, pretty good trap candidate. Understandable though to try and get as much money into the middle pre-flop as possible. The raise has come from the small blind, should reek of strength. Who looking for a cooler instead? Alexander has the fake aces. Who has the real ones? Ace 4. I think before the 4-bet came in, an account called Beyond Foresight in chat had a much better plan. Was just asking for the deuce 3-5 flop. Alexander lets the ace 4 go. Who gets to pretend he bluffed it? There are definitely hands who should 4-bet, including as a bluff in that spot, considering Alexander's range, but that's precisely why flatting the aces could have worked out.
Yeah, who has had the best of Alex 3 times now? Some very strong hands. 10s versus jacks, ace king versus queen 3, and now aces versus ace 4.
Maybe 2 of those Alexander did not need to be involved in, but he was the chip leader. Queen 3, now ace 4 trying to bully second in chips.
Yeah. Bombardino's got a nice hand here in the cutoff.
Commits. It's with a smile.
Yeah, Christian's saying you very rarely slow play on final tables, especially as the second in chips place. It's very unattractive to slow play with that stack and all these short stacks. But I think the SPR is going to be so low on that flop once you call. I think you can get a couple bets out of Linsky and then set yourself up to just win. You know, you're going to have a 7 mil stack, maybe like 6.5, and it's almost the end of the tournament.
It's about tendencies as well. It's not like he's developed a bluffing image on this table. So a 4-bet click from him screams of really what he had. On the other hand, the showdowns that Alexander has had, I think his image is well doctrined at this point. Queen 3, ace 4s. What's the worst we've seen so far? think he called off the 10-8 suited, if I remember correctly.
Don't remember that one.
Easy to say in the booth, though. Understandable 4-bet with the goods. Doesn't work out this time. The form of Alexander taking the bait. Did have one of those 5-bet candidates, but did not give his opponent credit. He's certainly capable of it.
There it is, all in.
King Jack, 6 bigs. Oh, I think we get to see Gary's ICM thinking here. It's really close.
Makes the call.
Gary Thompson has called for his tournament life with King Jack. Alex does dominate with King Queen. Gary Thompson needs to find a jack to stay alive.
Brutal spot for Gary. He's been so patient and now unfortunately gets it in. Dominated against someone who's shoving Queen 3 offsuit. It's not fair.
We saw the Queen 10 open rip it from the cutoff.
Yeah.
Now the 8 deuce 3. Rough shape.
2 diamonds. Gary still just needs a jack or running diamonds. The turn.
I'll take it.
Is the jack of diamonds. Dino called it. Does have the lead now. Just needs to fade the queen. The river. It's the ace of diamonds. King high flush will take it. Gary Thompson will double up.
Oh my goodness. Blue Eyes and Beyond Foresight. How did you do that?
What's that?
More Alex picking up the
Yeah.
And with that hit to his stack, Alexander has lost the chip lead for, I believe, the very first time on this final table. To whose stack of 35 bigs. He would have been up to 5 million. Bad beat, though.
What is that, like 1 in 6 that he's won?
I think so.
All-ins pre. Yeah, has gotten in bad.
Has gotten it in
but
pretty good shape at least twice.
Yeah,
King Queen
twice.
versus King Jack and against Jason Lau.
Yeah.
Against the Ace 8 versus Ace Jack. No good.
Pocket queens, though. This could be it to get him back on first. Unless, do you think who's going to wake up with the goods? Let's see.
We have John Matsuda in chat saying, Gary, one of the nicest dudes. John, a frequent face at the APT.
All right, ace deuce offsuit for who? Yeah, just lets it go. Is one of those crazy 3-bet, 4-bet hands on the final table, but decides not to tangle with the big stack. Very understandable.
Chip lead is back at least. 3.6 million now.
We don't flip you one. We would be got home by now. Anyway, can go probably.
Yeah, that sounds really good.
Next level is the smallest increment. I think players can get comfortable with these stack sizes and decide what to do with them. After that, things will kick up a bit. Hard to believe we're still 7-handed. Average bigs 20. 2 chip leaders in the form of Alexander and Who. Everybody else pretty short, between 10 and 16 bigs. Alexander has ace 3 suited. He still gets to put a lot of pressure. Who hasn't proven himself to be willing to fight back against the co-chip leader.
Oh my goodness.
But now he wakes up with queens, right as I say it too.
He is running so hot against Alex.
Oh, he rips it.
Oh. That's a little bit big.
Doesn't want to take any risks.
Yeah.
Dangerous though. Could be up against an ace-king, and Alexander with his 4.5 million in live earnings will be willing to take a flip.
I don't know about that. With everyone so short here, you're only guaranteed 16K. You're going to take 50%.
Alexander?
Crazy, yeah.
Oh, he'd do it for sure. It would essentially hand him the tournament, right? Going for the win. Flip to win
He's
it.
almost guaranteed second spot right now.
And yet, I feel like he'd do it. We'll have to ask him afterwards. Seems like his kind of move to make. It's a Mega Lion, Sam. What about the Mega Lion equity?
Yeah. Yeah.
Ace on the button for the new chip leader. He's been learning from Alexander. Gets it in there. Ace-9 for Jason. Finds the muck. Too many bigs. Well over 10. Bernardino has to fold the king-6 off. What a great jam. Getting the job done against the better holding of Jason. Yeah, Jason Lau had 12 bigs. Certainly could have considered it. Two shorter stacks, I suppose. Ace-9 off is going to be very strong against the button range.
I didn't say anything because I didn't want you to have one.
This one's worth 5. So good. This is worth 5.
I don't think Jason's going to take this one. He's playing quite snug. 7 suited. Yeah, let's it go.
Yeah, he's shown himself to be extremely adept at navigating a short stack. Seems to want a better spot.
Alexander, ace queen off. He's not getting paid on his very strong hands. It's insane.
Forget paid. Doesn't even get action. People just... Like, for instance, on the last one when he had queens. And who just folds the ace-deuce, the ace on the big blind?
Yeah.
And he makes this whole motion like, I'm letting you have it. Alexander's like, well, look at my hand, though. And then on the next hand, Alexander has the ace. And who is the one who has queens?
Yeah.
Second place is 64,000. Seventh place locked up is 16. Huge differential, and not too many big blinds between those two spots. That's what ICM is all about. Navigating those waters profitably. At least trying to make your best guess towards it. 4 stacks, 12 bigs are under at the moment.
Oh, queen 10 of diamonds here. Alexander. Goes with a flat.
These two, despite being the two big stacks, the only two big stacks, continue to battle with each other. 8-8-3. All the advantage in the world with who. Open late position.
Has to be very worried about a small blind flatting range from a stack that's essentially going to cripple you.
No draws emerge for the Queen 10. Tough for Alexander to bet here. He knows there's so many hands that who checks back on the flop that would simply call, and then the river decision would be so difficult. They take their showdown value, and Queen 10 is actually beat by the Queen Jack. The Ace 8-8 board. Yeah, can't really bet with the ace coming in, and who should take this one down? Bernardino seems stressed. Perhaps a quick bout of meditation. Jokes aside, it's got to be super stressful to be on a final table like this. I mean, there are final tables, and then there's what we're watching, where just every move, every blind is just so important. Bernardino just keeps taking these spots from the cutoff. And now King Jack, the hand that found Gary the double up, still the best hand he's had, arguably, all final table. In the big blind, needs to call off a jam. 10 bigs, one invested already, one in the ante, and he just lets it go. Very nice pickup there by Bernardino, getting the next best hand to fold.
We do say good night to Justin Fairbanks, and looking forward to seeing you once again in Fukuoka.
Thank you so much, Justin. See you soon. Five stacks, 14 and below. This is neck and neck for so many. Massive support for the local Bernardino. Charles says nice spot. Ryan says ship it. Question about how much was the buy-in? 3,400 USD, 200,000
I think
Pesos.
that was actually Italian. How much was the buy-in?
One more time, Sam.
How much was the buy-in for this
Right.
tournament?
You can imagine Sam's hands gesticulating as he says it.
Bombardino ace, 3 of spades now in the hijack. Lines are going to creep up a little bit here. Just 4 minutes.
Doesn't take the spot now that he has some comfort. By the way, Sam, speaking of Italy, didn't you go there since I last saw you?
Yeah, I did a little 3-week tour around Italy.
How
Very
was it?
nice. Oh, amazing.
How's the food?
Very good. Very, very good. I had an unbelievable affogato in Florence and something called a schiacci, which is just a massive sandwich.
As good as advertised?
Yes, for sure. There we go. Gary finally getting a spot to shove.
Still not the best hand he's had. It is the easiest spot he's had, though.
Yeah.
Daniel is just messing with him. Letting Gary get some TV time. And even himself some TV time. He's been quiet for a while.
Yeah.
It's going to be down to 8 bigs.
I think this is a spot where I would make Greg feel like I'm slow rolling him.
Oh, Gary, you mean?
No, in Daniel's shoes. I'd be sitting there going, oh, Greg, this is so sick, man. I want to call so bad.
Oh, Greg goes all in waiting to call the cards. Yeah, that's funny.
Yeah. No, if Greg was in Gary's shoes and I was in Daniel's.
Right.
Yeah.
I see what you mean now.
Oh, so sick. This is so sick. I want to call.
You've been playing too many cash games with Greg with the sole purpose of owning him. Not to make money.
No, just to slow roll him.
Just to slow roll Greg. And by the way, 2 minutes to the next blind level. Very small increment. 40-minute levels, though, means it is going to get pretty hairy if somehow we reach the next level with 7 remaining. And frankly, even with 6 remaining, stacks are about to get crippled. Within the next 42 minutes, we're going to go from 5100 to 8160. It would be one of those slowly then suddenly type of final tables with a ton of eliminations. I've lost 2 players thus far. Chen in 9th place, Jason in 8th. 5 stacks, well below 15 bigs. Time for Jordan to take the spot, King 10 off. King 10 seems to be the favorite jamming hand from the cutoff.
Players, you should be here already.
That's dirty.
Hypertriple high roller, killer, please, high card roller, button. We are gonna restart momentarily.
Kim in chat says he's trolling. Just might be. Used his time max to get to the next level.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what he was doing because the blind level's just increased and it's going to put
Chase?
Yeah. Into the
see.
big blind with
I was just referring to this from Mr. Sean Winter. Used many more time banks than Daniel did, but forced the levels to get up there, thereby forcing the short stack to be committed, thereby potentially laddering up. But little does he know, Jason is the ladder god as per the chat. Let's see how he fares. Jason started off with about 11 bigs.
All right, Jordan, taking a spot. Ace 7 of diamonds. Goes for the raise of 720k, leaves himself 500k behind. He's never folding unless more than one people go all in behind him.
Jacks for Daniel. Here we go. And ace king for Jason. Wow. Yeah, he's going with it. We have a flip.
And this might be why Jordan just went for the 720k raise. He could get away now.
Really? Whoa. How much more? Oh, okay.
All in and a call. Daniel is all in for his tournament life with pocket jacks against ace king. Daniel all in for his tournament life with pocket jacks versus Jason Lau's.
Just an incredible play by the ace 7 to even think that in the first place.
Tournament life. The flop. Flop is 8-5 deuce. Jacks are holding. Daniel, the favorite to double, just needs to fade. Jason Lau 6 outs. Does not want to see an ace. Does not want to see a king. Preferably not to see a heart. Turn is the 6 of diamonds. Just needs to fade. 6 outs. No ace, no king, and Daniel will double. The river. It's a 6 of clubs, and Daniel will finally.
Wow, Jason finally loses an all-in, but has chips behind, still on 2 big blinds.
Yeah,
We've
Sam.
seen him here before.
It's because he wasn't all in. If he was, he would have won. Hard luck though, Jason. Down to just 2 bigs.
I gotta say, very scary turn for Justin, turning the open ender there. But he did make the right fold. He would have had like 10%, I think even less equity, considering there's an overpair and Jason's got the ace covered. Managed to get away, but does lose more than half his stack. We'll put him down there at 4.2 big blinds, and still not the shortest stack at the table, but once the blinds go through, he'll be down to 2.2, 1.7, so he'll still be okay.
Yeah, it's tough though.
Yeah.
Does he want to wait for the ladder or go with something while he still has not just fold equity, could be against the shorter stacks, maybe he gets some folds with 4 bigs, but also when he does double up, he makes a decent stack. It's always the dilemma once you get super low. Do you wait it out for ladders or do you go for it?
Really cool seeing how quickly Alex has switched gears. You know, he's down to 2nd in chips.
Yeah, he slowed down perfectly. Oh my goodness. He's let it go. Shocking fold there. Just too much ICM pressure, too short stacks. Who's jam working out perfectly? Ace-7 could not call. Has to wait for the two tiny stacks to bust. Jason at 1.8, Jordan at 4.2. Ace-9 now for who? He has been hit by the deck.
Goes for the open, 250,000. Queen 5 offsuit for Alexander. Not a great hand.
And who picking up 300K? He is now approaching 5 million. Look at the difference between Alex and who. 39 bigs.
Jason Lau down to 1.8. Jordan will be hitting the big blind shortly. This hand.
50% of his stack finds its way into the middle. That being said, in a few hands, 100% of Jason Lau's stack will find its way into the middle.
Yep.
Jordan is going to be in a bind
I
unless he
think-
gets absolute rags or absolute premiums.
I think he's got to fold like something like 95% here. Right, 4 to 8 big blinds is whatever. He's still going to be the shortest stack once Jason busts.
It's going to be
like
close.
tied with Van Bernardino.
Yeah, it's going to be close.
But you have Jason Lau who will have to get it in with something like 30%, and it'd be a $5,000-$6,000 pay jump.
I don't know. Solvers aside, I do feel 8-bit blinds, you have a chance. That being said, he agrees. Obviously, with the raise coming from Daniel and the Jack 2 suited, can't really call. But yeah, with 8 big blinds, you feel like you have a shot. With 1.8, I feel like everybody will just come and collude and bust you out. Easy to say when 6,000 USD or so is not on the line for myself. 22,000 for 6th place. Mind you, everybody else is in ICM jail as well. Daniel taking advantage. He had a decent stack.
Who going for the all-ins now? Ace-9 offsuit. Van Bernardino in the cutoff with pocket 8s, sitting on 8-ish big blinds here. Not a fun spot.
As Ryan just said in chat, ICM, baby.
Yep.
King Jack suited in ICM jail.
Yeah, I think pocket eights you have to fold there with Jason and Jordan sitting on 3.5 big blinds combined. And how much the pay jump? Both of them bust. 12,000 USD, 4 buy-ins.
Going from 6th to 4th, yeah.
Yeah.
So likely by just folding.
Oh, there we go. Jason, King 7 offsuit. Moved all in here. 1.8 big blinds in his stack. Knows that he is definitely the at-risk player. I don't think Jordan even needs to check his cards.
Aces, maybe. Got a call off aces.
Yeah.
Jason
Gets it in
all
good.
his tournament life. King 7 offsuit.
Oh, that is nice.
Head versus King 3 offsuit.
6 bigs on offer. Oh, pardon me, 5 bigs. 61.20.
Jason now just needs to fade the 3. And he will get a double up. Lots of potential for chops. Dealer, the flop. Flop King Deuce. Any card over a 7 will be a chop. The turn. Is the 8 of clubs.
Heading to a chop.
Both players currently have kings and deuces 8 kicker. Does need to fade the 3 though. The river. The 7, the 3. And that'll be a chop.
I'm sure
Kings
he'll
and
take
deuces,
it.
Jack kicker.
I did predict that. Yeah, everyone loves the chop button.
I gotta say, these players are putting on a masterclass of surviving on a short stack. By the end of this level, we're only gonna have 40 to 60 big blinds in play. Something around that range by the end of this break. So we will be up to the 200K, I think slightly
80,
bigger.
80.
80?
Yeah. 13.4 million in play, and we're going to be at 8160.
Oh, you're coming back though, 152, sorry, 100, 200. So 60.
Oh, at the end of the next level?
Oh yeah, 65.
Gotcha.
Yeah, 65 big blinds between 7 players is not a lot. Oh my goodness, he's got queens again. Does only get a walk though, so kind of irrelevant his hand.
Still, nice to see.
Yeah.
Wakes you up. 1.7 bigs and 2.5 bigs. Jason managed to survive his 1.7 big shove. Can Jordan do the same?
Yeah, but he's in the big blind now. Yeah, with his post. Okay, he's still got... He can still fold in because Jordan is going to be in the big blind next.
He's folded it. 65k behind, half a big blind. What a situation. Chad, you ever seen that before? Folding, saving half a big blind. Mr. Ladder. What did you call it? Mr. Ladder God?
Yeah, he's
Jason?
got 5k behind now, but it's going to put Jordan into a spot where he's going to be posting his big blind in just a few hands. So
I think 6. Yeah, there we go. Posts the small and keeps 5k behind. That's unbelievable. That's I guess that's 4% of a blind. 0.004 Bs.
Yeah.
Unreal. And you know he's folding as well. He doesn't even need to look at his cards, he's going to fold. Yeah, King 9 off, irrelevant.
Yeah.
King 10.
Bamardino has to fold.
Jason with the smile.
Yeah.
He knows what he's done.
I actually saw something like that on a very big final table online. I think top prize was like 1.2 million. They're down to 4 players. There was a 22 big blind stack, 70 something, and then the big blind has 1.6 and folds. And the guy goes, I don't think he can fold anything there. And then the very next hand, he realizes that he has 0.1 big blinds in the small, and big blind has to post all in.
Nice.
Yeah. Unfortunately, though, big blind did double up that hand.
Oh, yeah.
And then he did. He was eliminated in 4th place, but had a shot at laddering, which was something like $120,000.
Wow.
Just by clicking fold.
Well,
Had a shot at it.
Jason was on the verge of being eliminated 9th, so that was good for $9,500. He's locked up 7th place. That's an extra 7,000 USD. How far can he take it? He is down to 5,000. 1/8 of a starting stack. Oh, pardon me, 100,000 starting stack. 5% of a starting stack.
Yeah.
Imagine having less than starting stack on the final table and laddering.
Yeah, just crazy.
Jason can auto-fold, essentially.
I'm pretty sure he didn't even look at his cards. That's why I didn't scan.
Yeah, what's the point? There's no
Yeah.
point doubling up. You're waiting for the ladder. And ace-10 suited for Bamardino.
I'm pretty sure you literally have to fold aces there.
Yeah, you have to.
Yeah.
And doubling up doesn't, or
And I think
quadrupling up.
Bamardino has to fold.
Actually, with an anti-first structure, I do wonder. But anyway, irrelevant.
Oh, it's big blind first. Yeah, it does change things.
Yeah, you can win.
Ooh. Bamardino does shove. Alexander's got the king 7. He could just... Oh, my goodness. This is not fun. Some guy's got 5K on the table.
Yeah, but I can understand Bamardino taking the spot. He might not even mind being against King 7 despite seeing the 5K stack. Wants to give himself the chance to win it all. Don't forget. He's a super high roller, Sam.
Yeah.
He'd come runner up in the super high roller. Is going for the win, going for the trophy, going for the 95,000 up top. And mind you, Alexander has to put him on the tightest of ranges, and King 7 off is borderline. Yeah, lets it go.
Gets it through.
Very nice.
Huge pickup for him.
Maybe someone. What's that? Doesn't it go to the big blind?
Big blind first. No. Well, you already put one 20 somewhere.
Big blind first?
Yeah. I'm used to having that's a big blind. That's how I know.
Then if you have aces.
Oh, Jordan with a real hand, but ace king for who?
This is so unfair.
That is rough. That is really rough. Jordan's auto all in, by the way.
Yeah.
Jason sitting there with 0.04.
Jordan
Who actually just gets to jam any
in
two
the
here?
Big blind has ace 9 offsuit.
That's not
against
fair.
Ace king offsuit. Jordan all in for his tournament life in the big blind with ace 9 off versus Hu Teng Young's ace king. Jordan needs a 9. He needs one of 3 9s. Jordan wants a 9. No one else wants a 9.
I want a 9.
Let's see the flop.
What can I do for the laugh? I enjoy it.
Queen 10-6. Both players with ace high, but some ace highs are better than others. Jordan still needs a 9 or backdoor straight.
Jordan on the verge of busting, and Jason on the verge of laddering.
Is the ace of clubs. Both make a pair, but some top pairs are still better than others. Jordan needs a 9. The river. Folks, please give it up for your 7th place finisher of the APT High Roller, Jordan Westmoreland of the US of A.
GG Jordan. Jason reaches for the fist bump. Kind of awkward considering what's just occurred. Jason waiting out Jordan's elimination with just 5 games. We don't have a chip that small in the tournament anymore. That is just unbelievable.
Very, very happy with himself there.
Gains an extra, let's see, $5,400 for his efforts. $5,600 to be precise.
Yeah.
Gets to do this all over again a couple of times with those buy-ins. It has been so entertaining. And mind you, he is a fantastic poker player, and that is just showing by how much he's able to grind a short stack, including getting the ladder in a spot many others might have just spun the wheel. Well done, Jason. I think his time is coming, though. Another fold. He'll wait for a better hand. Makes sense. Get some free ones in the big blind anti-structure. Now, we've seen this before, Sam, some sort of a spin-up, because no matter how few chips you get in, you still have rights to the ante, correct?
Yeah.
So, you know, he could... I'm trying to do the math. 24x up with the ante pickup alone?
Yeah, so he's got to go all in before he hits the big blind, because if he's in the big blind, there will be no ante.
Yeah.
So even if he gets 7 deuce off
Yeah, it's
in,
gonna be
under the
all right.
gun, it's gotta go for it. Literally any 2 before he hits the big blind. He cannot wait until the big blind.
I mean, he's clearly made peace with busting in 6th place.
And look, Alexander gets to shove any 2 here. Simply because these guys can just fold their way to another pay jump.
And what a pay jump it is. A proper 6,000 USD. 0.0 big blinds. Can't say I've seen that before. We tried to show something for him with the decimals, but it doesn't make the cut.
I might just spite you out of spite for all the nights we shared together.
Gary Thompson also, by the way, has survived. Was all in King Jack versus King Queen. Short stack masterclass is on display.
There it is, 10-5 of hearts for Jason. All in for 5,000. Can win 130,000. Alexander will ISO. Ooh, Daniel here, King Queen of Diamonds.
Alexander dominates Jason. Daniel dominates Alexander. Don't forget the ICM. They have even stacks, can collude.
Well, looks like Daniel just shoved and Alexander folded. Great result for Jason.
Just give him 10 and give me the rest. He should be able to win 135. Give him 135.
Should be 140.
Ah, yeah, sorry, 140.
Should be 140.
One more. 140?
Yeah, 140.
5,000. One more 5,000.
And so Jason can win the entire ante, which is 120K, and then another 5K from Alex, Daniel, and the small blind, plus his own 5K.
So it's officially a chance to 30x.
How much should that be?
Jason Lau is all in.
It's 135. I suspect should be 140 at least, approximately 30x.
Daniel Nielsen with King Queen suited. Jason Lau needs a 10 or a 5.
2 live
some
ones.
hearts.
The dominated hand folded, so Daniel not interested in colluding. Once all the fit, 135 in the middle now.
His ace, Jack
There's a
5.
5.
Finds the 5.
Wow.
Jason just needs to fade King, Queen, or the 10, or running diamonds. The turn is the 6 of hearts. Clean. Just needs to fade a king, queen, or a 10.
Killed some outs as well.
Jason Lau's tournament life. The river. And Jason Lau finds the more than a double up, a octuple up, more than that.
A round of applause breaks out. This is the literal chip in a chair story in motion.
This guy, ICM masterclass.
Wow. Daniel knocking out Alex, who would have taken Jason out of the tournament there.
And the ICM pressure remains. Wonderful news for who has been having his way with the table.
Jason will be all in next hand.
Chat goes wild. Short stack god, ladder god, masterclass, chip in a chair.
Nine, 8. Good enough. Goes for it.
Here we go. would be looking to triple up and change with the ante and the small blind to the extent he just goes up against the big or gets isolated here. Gary Thompson with king jack off. Cannot help but root for Jason now, Sam. The chip and a chair story would be unbelievable. Gary's ISO'd. No danger from the big stack in the big. And here we go again.
We've got 9-8 offsuit for his last remaining 140k chips. Gary Thompson isolates with the king jack offsuit. Jason now needs an 8 or 9. The flop. It's 9, 10,
Wow.
3.
Oh my
Jason
God.
Lau
Let's go.
Bad again, but outclocks once again. But does need to fade quite a few outs. Needs to fade a queen, a jack, or a king. The turn is the 4 of spades. Clean.
Still a safe turn.
No king.
Needs to fade
no
a king,
jack,
queen, or jack.
No queen, and Jason Lau will double up once again.
That's 5 bigs in the middle.
For Jason Lau's tournament life. The river.
I want to squeeze river.
It's the 9 o'clock.
Wow. Jason makes trips on the river. Look at that. 580k in his stack. He is still the shortest stack and will be going through the big blind, but he's got a stack.
Listen to the crowd. A round of applause for this spin up. And I can certainly agree.
He had 5k, Vidar.
5k to 580. And we have seen comebacks from this level. Look at that. He's not too far off from the next 2 stacks. At the very least, a ladder is now in the mix, considering he just survived his under the gun position. 2 big blinds now committed, but he'll have about 3 left in case he's not able to participate. That's unbelievable.
That is insane. Oh my goodness.
And the crowd goes wild in the chat as well. Did you hear the round of applause he got?
Yeah.
For doubling and tripling up and
1,000x his stack in 2 hands. No, more than that. Is that 100,000?
100x.
100x.
5k to
5,000, not
580K.
5. Yeah. Yeah.
You think he had 5?
Yeah, I was thinking 5.
Just 5.
It might as well be, right?
It doesn't really matter. He won the ante, and that's what set him up to, once again, more than double up. And now, who should be doing what he's been doing so well? Really putting the pressure, including on the second big stack, Alexander. There's a huge difference between them. Oh, he lets it go. 8-7 suited. Doesn't want to bother with all these shenanigans. Not every pot, I suppose. Good news for Alexander. Certainly could have felt the pressure to the extent who wanted to apply it. 2 middle stacks. Alexander, Daniel. 1 big stack. Who? Everybody else under 8 bigs. Jason folded his big, but gets to see 4 free hands holding 2.8 bigs.
Yeah, so we're down to 2.3 if he folds this, which means that he's got 1 orbit left again.
Well, not with the likes of Jason. I think he has infinite orbits left as long as he manages to keep doing what he's doing.
I think this is the most ICM hell I've ever seen on a final table.
And every time somebody doesn't respect it, they get punished too.
Yes.
Need to be careful of ICM karma. Who applying the pressure? Jason in the small. Will be calling the narrowest of ranges with 2 bigger stacks behind. Ace-9 though. Qualifies.
It's that time once again.
Oh my goodness, 920k in the middle. Can you imagine?
I'm imagining this is a comeback.
Gets it in good with Ace-9 offsuit. Versus Hu Teng-Yang's Ace-3 suited. Jason Lau just needs to fade a 3 or a bunch of diamonds for his tournament life. The flop. Ace-6. Trip aces for both players, but some trip aces are better than others. Jason Lau still ahead with 9 kicker. Must fade a 3 or fade a chop. The turn. 3. The deuce of clubs. Very close to 3, but is not a 3. Needs to fade the 3 for his tournament life and fade some chop outs to get the double. For Jason Lau's tournament life, the river. Is a 7.
Wow.
Jason
The most
Lau
incredible spin up
again
ever.
finds the double.
Up to 920K, getting close to 10 big blinds.
Sammy didn't even chop, just scoops it.
Oh,
7.5
God.
bigs. And by the way, he is now third from the bottom in chips. 2 shorter stacks than Jason. The ladder god. I mean, at some point you just have to wonder, is it just meant to be? Is he going all the way? Let's go. Chip and a chair has never been truer. Down to 5K, less than 5%. 5% of a big blind.
This would be incredible if he wins. I think it would be the lowest anyone has ever had in terms of chips to come back and win a trophy. And not just any trophy, a bronze mega line and a massive event. That is absolutely crazy.
Jason louder, says Charles in the chat. And all of a sudden, there is huge support for Jason. Just like the applause, I feel like the chat is watching something super special.
We are getting a chunky raise here in terms of the blind levels. 80K, 160K coming from the 120K blind level, so it's our 30% increase. Gary, king, queen here. We're second shortest in chips. Not a fun spot, but is going to take it. Gary Thompson shoves the king, queen offsuit here. Oh no, Daniel with pocket 9s. What do you do here?
I mean, he has to call it off. Yeah. Just calls, doesn't ISO. Gary will have 210K left behind. Gary's smiling. Knows he could be drawing pretty slim. The next blind level will cripple stacks. 2 of them are below 8 bigs. Gary's is mostly in the middle. And he flops a king. Running hot. Could there be a better moment to flop a king? Blue Eyes says we need the K. There you go. He's smiling. He's trapped Daniel into betting. Daniel just rolls and just calls. It's going to come down to 2 outs. Gary's going to get the double up 94% of the time.
Last 5K chips on the turn. Gary Thompson is good with top pair, queen kicker against the Daniels 9s. Gary
Looking at having a pretty healthy 1.9 million stack compared to
for his tournament life.
3 players at the table.
The 9 of diamonds or the 9 of clubs.
Essentially even it out with Daniel.
Is the jack of
That's that.
spades, and Gary Thompson finds the double.
So now Jason Lau has 7.7 bigs, and Varmandino is the shortest, 5.8. And if I'm not mistaken, lines should be up, so that 5.8 will actually look closer to 4 point and something. There we see it. Oh, the blinds haven't reflected yet. Keep that in mind, chat. 60K, 120K is going to 8160. So 630 is worth less than 4 bigs. What a crucial double up for Gary Thompson, though. What a ride he's had. Chip leader coming into the day. Jason with rags. Bamardino cannot do it. Queen 3 off. Alexander with 8 deuce. Not many more chips than the amount Gary just collected, about 2 million. Oh, and he puts him in there. That is ICM pressure in a nutshell. Alexander Linsky jamming the 8 deuce off from the small blind, thanks to the 2 tiny stacks in the mix. Understanding that Gary not only has to call the tightest of ranges, but after just surviving with his tournament life, is not going to be calling without the absolute nuts. That's poker, folks. ICM, baby.
Incredible. This is one of the most entertaining final tables ever.
ICM.
So many stories here, you know? Alexander can't win an all-in to save his life. It's been very unfortunate. I think the tournament would be over if he could run a little bit better in those spots. And then the comeback. Also, who had a massive comeback as well to become chip leader?
Yeah, we might be overshadowing Mr. Handsome Who's story, really. But how can we help it? The man in the white jacket, pants, and perhaps shirt as well, as we cut away from him. Jason Lau from Malaysia has spun it up from 5K to almost $1 million.
Bamardino, our new short stack. Looks like he's ready to take the spot. King 8 offsuit in the cutoff, sitting on 4 blinds.
Blinds just went up as well. This is painful. He has been jamming a bunch from the cutoff. Oh, doesn't save himself a chip. Maybe he did, and he got called here. Here we go. What is he up against? And Jason, could he be laddering here?
Bamardino, Magsakai of the Philippines.
Oh, I see
is
King,
all in
Queen.
for
That is
his
rough
tournament
shape.
life.
Very.
With King 8 offsuit, runs into Daniels. King Queen is suited. Bamardino needs an 8 to stay alive here in the tournament. Needs to find the 8 and fade some clubs. Dealer, the flop, please. Is Jack 9-6, 2 clubs.
That is a brutal flop for Bamardino, down to just 2 outs.
To stay alive. The turn is the ace of diamonds. No help at all to Bamardino. Trying to 2 outs. An offsuit 8. The river is the 4 of clubs. Folks, please give it up for your 6th place finisher of the APT High Roller from the Philippines, Bamardino Magsakai.
Everything's a free roll now. That's it. That is just stuck there going.
GG to 6th place finisher, the last Filipino on the table. Bamardino, absolute legend, making it heads up in the Superstar Challenge, down to the final 6 in the 2-day high roller. Hope to see him in Fukuoka, and hope to see all of you in Fukuoka as well, by the way, going there tomorrow.
Yeah, the stacks are getting a little bit deeper now. Jason is our short stack with 5.8. Gary on 9.5, and everyone else is about 17 to 29. So stacks are starting to even out a little bit. Jason taking a shove spot here with the Queen Jack. Oh no, pocket tens. At least he's flipping.
Hey, that's great.
Yeah.
Let's go. Quite a good result.
Gets called.
No, in terms of snap calls, that's a very good result.
Chat, send the ladder energy.
This will be 2.1 million.
Needs to find a queen or jack for his tournament life.
This is the one. Can he achieve the unimaginable?
From 5K chips all the way up to 900. Can he win his flip? The flop.
Here we go.
Is
975.
No help
help
to
to Jason.
Lau. Needs to find a queen or a jack on the turn or a straight. Runner straight. The turn. It's the 6 of hearts. H will not be a chop. Jason Lau needs a queen or a jack.
Is this the end, or can he do it?
For his tournament life, the river is the deuce of clubs. Folks, please give it up for your 5th place finisher, Jason Lau from Malaysia.
Goodness, GG Jason. But look at that. He had 5K in chips and would have only won 16,600, but finishes in 5th place for 28,200. If you don't understand ICM, this is it. This is it. A 5K chip has earned him, what is that, 12,000 USD. Just by folding and getting down to 5K, earned himself 12,000 extra dollars. Very well played, Jason. We hope to see a lot more of you. And hopefully you get a shot to take down one of these high rollers. You made 2 final tables now, back to back, in our last series.
And by the way, you won. A lot of fans over in chat. Jason, the ladder god, Jason Louder, getting huge shout outs. Everybody disappointed. I must say I was biased as well. Would have been the story of a lifetime, but as it stands, it's Hu Tang Yang from Singapore in pole position, winning the flips, getting the hands. Again, you have to wonder, is it just his time? Handsome Hu, perhaps the second hero in the chat.
Gary taking a spot now as the new short stack. 9.5 big blinds in his stack. Will jam the ace-3 offsuit here. Stacks are getting a little bit deeper now. ICM pressure is a little bit off. We still do have Gary sitting on what will be 11 bigs now, going into the big blind. Yeah, it looks like 80 some odd big blinds in play, maybe 82, 83 between the 4 of them. Who releases the Jack 7? Jack 9 now for Alexander. We'll go with it, all in. Gary has the Queen 3 offsuit, so close to a callable hand. Has to let it go. Go 4th place now, 35,000 USD as they work their way up to that 95,000 for first. Alexander, another playable hand here. Jack 8 of diamonds. Nielsen does have a very comparable stack to him.
Gary Thompson calls off for his tournament life versus Alexander's jam on the button. Gary Thompson has king-queen offsuit and is ahead of Alexander's jack-8 suited. Gary Thompson all in. For his tournament life, king-queen suited, he's a faded jack, fade the 8.
Alexander is in a little bit of trouble here. Gary has called him. He has the shortest stack. Can't afford to take these spots. And a jack on the flop. Oh no. Not like this for Gary.
Drawing to a king or a queen. Runner straight. The turn. The 7 of spades does not give Gary Thompson any additional outs. He is drawing to 6 outs.
Alexander winning all in.
King or queen. For his tournament life dealer, the river. It's the 3 of hearts. Folks, please give it up for your 4th place finisher, Gary Thompson.
There it is. Alexander up to 5 million in chips now. Will retake the chip lead. And GG to Gary. He played a very good game to get to 4th place. Was extremely card dead. I don't think there was much he could have done.
I'm happy to just say. We take a 5 minutes. 5 minutes, guys. 5 minutes.
All right, looks like the players will be taking a short 5 minutes break. Just run to the washroom.
Yeah, let's just take a moment to process what we've seen. Sam, down to 3. Took a while. But what a while it was. First off, shout out to the ladder god. Went out in 5th place right in succession after our 6th place finisher, Ramadino. So we didn't get a chance to mention how fantastically he grinded his stack and how much credit he deserves for it. Obviously, finishing up with that incredible 28,000 USD instead of, I mean, I think he was all in 9th place, if I'm not mistaken. He was the very first player all in, if not the second. So the laddering has been unbelievable.
That was the ace-queen versus ace-jack.
I think so, yeah.
I think it was him, yeah.
And, of course, Gary Thompson, card dead to the point that I don't think he ever had a proper premium, at least not one I can think of in a crucial spot. Loses to the jack-8. Not much he could do there, but $35,000 should help the cause. That's over 2 million Filipino peso. Not too bad. The 10x return. Now we're down to 3, 42,000 guaranteed. 95,000 up top, so you're looking to more than double what you've earned already. It's going to take 2 challengers to overcome that. Comes down to Daniel Nielsen, familiar face when it comes down to the final 3 of events like this. Hu Tang Wang having the run of his lifetime. And of course, the consummate pro and a bit of a terror on the table who now has a ton of chips, Alexander Linsky. Wu Tang has the smallest of chip leads. Daniel way behind with 15 bigs. Truly is anyone's tournament at this point. This is something a bit more standard than what we've been seeing. You know, 35 bigs, 31 bigs, 15 bigs. Suddenly the world is a bit more normal. But that period where we just kept having the 2 big blind stacks, looking at the 4 big blind stack, making decisions, saving 5k chips, it's not one I'll forget for a while.
Yeah, no kidding. And nice to see Alexander actually win an all-in pre. I think he's 2 for 8 on this final table. Not a great record. Hu Tang has been just rushing, picking up some hands, choosing some decent spots, and does have the chip lead to boot. 5.5 million in his stack. Alexander very close on his heels with 5 million. Daniel, can't count him out. He's 1 double up away from basically the chip lead. You know? But it is 3-handed. These blinds are going to rip through these players very quickly. We are going to have another blind level increase in about 25 minutes or so, which will bring us up from 80k, 160k to 100k, 200k.
And let's not forget, if there is a deal discussion in this break, that might be why the players are taking a break, although I do feel they need to shake off the madness of what has occurred, more so. But if there is any deal discussion, we'll be happy to loop you in. We're just going to wait a couple of minutes as the players settle back in. Bear with us. We will be right back in just a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere. yielding a 95.7 locked up and everything else to play for. The seats have been adjusted. Daniel right in the middle. Obviously the order stays the same. So Hu, having the run of his life, hash game expert perhaps, but certainly inexperienced when it comes to live tournaments. And what a tournament to crush it in thus far. Chip lead could win a Mega Lion. 35 bigs. That's Alexander Linsky from Australia, 4.4 million in his live earnings. And that's Daniel Nielsen. No doubt they know each other very well. 4.4 million in his live earnings as well. Both tied, essentially, in the Australia all-time money list. For good reason. They certainly have the poker talent, but can they convert it? They have navigated one of the more interesting final tables in my lifetime very, very well to get to this stage. Daniel is the short stack at the moment. Alexander has about 31.
Playable hand here. Queen, 6 of hearts. Wow, to kick 3-handed off, Daniel picking up the pocket kings on 15 big blinds. I think he's got some small 3-bets in his game plan. See if he uses it this time. It's very hard to get paid on massive hands pre-flop when you're 3-handed, as it's just so unlikely somebody else has a hand. Yeah, it just goes for the 2 mil. Ends it there.
Daniel continues to make it look easy, evening out the stacks a bit closer to Alexander now. Ace on the button. Plenty of lines, so could be a standard open. Now a different tone needs to be set. We did get from 6 players to 3 pretty quickly. 3-handed is a different beast. I have a feeling Alexander and Daniel are not lacking in experience playing 3-handed relative to who. No deal has been struck, needless to say. The likes of Daniel and Alexander very likely to go for it. Perhaps Hu as well.
Oh, pocket 5s here for Hu. Goes for the open. There we go, ace-8, very playable, 3-handed. Oh, wow. Daniel waking up the jack-10 of diamonds here in the small blind. Could reshove this. Good call.
That's the smaller stack. Doesn't have as much ICM. Yeah, takes the spot with the 3-bet. It commits himself, so it's a shove, essentially.
Yep.
Just the ace-4 for who? The real question is, how does Alexander perceive this? Clearly Daniel is as wide as 10-jack suited, but ace-8 off could be just dominated so often.
Alexander's going to get a count, and it's going to be tough to fold, three-handed.
Weaker aces can be shoving hands, such as the one Daniel has. Or shoving as well, but look at the equity.
Yeah, because there is a folded ace out there.
It's going to be tough to be dominating your opponent too frequently. Obviously, the weaker aces can be in the mix, the suited variety. It doesn't help to have two suits as well. He still makes the call. This is a huge, and I do mean huge, flip.
We have an all-in and a call. Looks like
Wow, this could be
Daniel
heads
Nielsen
up.
is
Just a few
covered.
hands in. Or Daniel could come out as the chip leader.
Daniel Nielsen has Jack 10 suited. Alexander has ace-8 offsuit. Daniel Nielsen needs a jack.
I wouldn't
10.
finish my drink if I was in this situation. I think it's a
Three
bad
diamonds,
omen.
not
Oh,
four.
he's got another
Forty
one.
back.
There you go.
Off to a flop.
You're not Daniel Nielsen, are you? Just look at him. Could be on a beach right now as he sees the
queen
10
10
queen
deuce.
deuce. Wow.
Daniel finds the lead with a pair of 10s. Alexander drawing to an ace.
I think that's the first time Alexander showed a little bit of
turn.
emotion losing it all in.
I saw it once more when he lost the king, queen, or king,
Is
jack.
another
And now the
10.
10 means he's drawing dead.
Daniel
To
locks it
remember
up.
him
The
losing to Gary
inconsequential
Thompson.
river.
Yeah, yeah.
And he was frustrated. Let's the frustration show. After all, this was perhaps for the
Daniel will find
tournament
the double up.
in the mind of Alexander. But he's not out yet. That being said, Daniel Nielsen has emerged with half of the chips in play. What a spin. As he sips more of his drink. Absolute chiller. I mean, he may as well be waiting for the dealer to count a $500 pot. Meanwhile, he's playing for 95,000 USD.
Yeah. Alexander left crippled. I think this is the shortest we've seen him all day. He came into today with, I think, 1 mil in chips and is quickly up to 1.2 and hasn't dipped below that since. Had a rough go at this final table, has played very, very well, very aggressively. He's just getting the worst of it. Down to 7.7 big blinds.
Made a great call with the ace-8 off, given the pot odds. Willing to go with it. Does imply he's going for the win, taking that spot. Clearly. Knows his friend Daniel all too well. And I wonder who would have preferred for Alexander to win it for the pay jump.
Maybe, yeah.
I mean, kind of always, right? And now the pay jumps are massive. Next one, by the way, 22,000 USD is the difference.
All right, Daniel on a heater now. Queen Jack offsuit, three-handed. We'll open things up. Ooh, with the pocket sevens now. Ooh, this is tough. You don't really want to tangle with Daniel. But Alex is on 7.7 big blinds. We'll be on 5.5. Does just jam it in with 33 bigs. Alexander down to just 5.7 big blinds. Dream. He had nearly half the chips in play at one point with 8 other people on the table.
That's right. Gotta win flips to win tournaments. He's not out yet. He's not looking to ladder, that's for sure. He's gonna be getting it in ASAP. Kings
Oh
for
my
who?
Goodness.
Oh, he is just getting hit by the deck. How does he want to proceed? Needs to induce a jam from Alexander somehow. Would be very out of character, but could consider limping. Decides to go with the standard open, perhaps. And Daniel with an ace. It's at least getting called. Ace 8 three-handed is plenty strong.
1,040,000.
Yeah, he 3-bets it. What a spot for Who.
How does Who want to proceed here?
Unlike when he 4-bet the aces, first off he has kings.
Yeah.
Much more precarious.
Yeah, a lot less, what's the word?
A lot more vulnerable.
Yeah, you don't want to trap as much with kings as you do with aces.
And more importantly, with the tiny stack, he can actually rep a lot of bluffs when he 4-bets here. That's the key difference.
All in.
Oh, he just rips it. Would have loved to see a 4-bet. That being said, a healthy pickup takes him to 7 million. Highest stack in the tournament thus far.
Yeah, wow, look at that. 45 big blinds, 31 for Daniel. Just 5.2 for Alexander.
Wu Tang Yang having the run of his life. Cash came, player from Singapore.
Alexander taking the spot. King 6 offsuit jamming. Gets through. Much needed chip up there. Plus 400K.
Oh my goodness.
That's 50% to his stack just getting it through. Does have to post the big blind now.
Handsome Who, as he's been called in chat, over 50% of the chips in play, three-handed. Seems dialed in, seems focused, is getting hit by the deck, which certainly helps. Question is what he does with it. For now, Daniel, proper holding, is going to raise it up. King 10 off. Alexander has Queen 5 suited. He's going to peel, leaving himself 745. This is the stop and go kind of play. 1 SPR under that actually. 2 live cards though. Doesn't hit. 10, 9, 4. Top pair. Easy continuation bet.
You can just do 1 big blind. Puts immense pressure on Alexander's range that can't float. Does just that.
4.5 bigs for Alexander. It's getting tough to watch. I've certainly loved how Alexander has navigated this final table. Very, very instructive. Now he needs to pull off the short stack ninja play.
And you got to give him some credit for his temperament. To go from pretty much a winning stack down to this, and to still play well, still take the shove spot, the King 6, still not punt it off there with the Queen 5. So it is a skill.
And to call it off with Ace 8.
Yeah, absolutely.
Really need a good read on your opponent there. Daniel Nielsen, super capable. Jack 4 now finds the shove, and Daniel has King 9 suited. This is getting called, and we will be all in. 30% for Alexander to survive this.
Alexander is all in the small blind for his last remaining 5 or so bigs. With the Robbie, Jack 4 offsuit gets called by Daniel Nielsen's King 9 suited. Alexander is in for his tournament life and is behind with Jack 4 off. Needs to find a jack or 4. The flop. Jack in the window, ace 10. Alexander takes the lead with a pair of jacks. Does need to fade a king, a queen, preferably not a club. The turn. The 6 of
Good
diamonds.
card for Alexander. Could be up to 1.7
Reduces
mil.
some outs there for Daniel Nielsen. Alexander is ahead. Just needs to fade the queen, the king.
I've got a bad feeling about this.
That's not a diamond. For Alexander's tournament life. The
Blue
river.
Ice says, got a root for Alex. Well, there you go, Blue
5 of
Ice.
clubs. Alexander gets the double.
Back in it. Up to 10 big blinds now for Alex.
Still very much the shortest stack, 10 bigs, 28 and 42. Three-way, got to post 2.5 bigs every 3 hands. Basically, a big blind a hand, give or take.
Yeah.
If you think about it, only have 10 hands worth of chips. And that's if you're willing to pull a Jason Lau and go all the way down. More likely than not, got to get it in there.
There we are, King 10, Alexander. Goes for it, all in. Daniel doesn't have a calling hand. Who releases the Jack 7. Just like that, up to 2 mil. This is a very tight 3-handed match. You're trying to fight to survive the blinds that are just killing you every hand. And you don't want to make a misstep. You know, one misstep could be the end of the tournament, even for the chip leader who. But ace 7 offsuit here.
Very strong hand, 3-handed. Oh, he's ripped it. Condescending, perhaps, from Alexander. You got it, buddy.
Yeah, that one is yours.
These three, no doubt, have developed all kinds of dynamics playing together. The better part of 2 days. Action today started 11 hours ago.
All right, Jack 9 offsuit on the button. Just lets it go. Alexander 10-8 off in the small blind. Will jam. Daniel only has 3 high. Gets it through. Really tough with a big blind ante, 3-handed. All right, an ace for Alexander on the button. Just jams it all in. Daniel with a 10-7 offsuit. Who with the 10-5 gives a thumbs up back to Alexander. Up to 2.5 million in chips. He's more than tripled his stack since his lowest point, sitting on 700 or so thousand. Queen 5 hits the muck. Ace 10 now for who? Hand is kind of strong enough to induce here.
He does like the all-in, though.
Yep, does go for it. And oh, Alexander with an ace calls it off.
Alexander is all
this
in
could
for his
be
tournament
it.
life.
Wow.
Who Tung Yang jams in the small
Needs to
blind
make
with ace 10 offsuit.
A comeback here from the ace-4.
Alexander
This is, I think,
calls
who's
with ace
and
4
Alex's
offsuit for his
fourth
tournament
all-in
life.
together.
He is behind. Blind versus blind, pretty much a cooler. Alexander needs a 4. The flop.
Oh my goodness, and that is it. Who flops Broadway?
Drawing to a chop. Needs a 10 for a chop. The turn.
That is so brutal. Is going to lose all 4 of his all-ins versus who?
It's the 8 of hearts. Needs a 10 for a chop. Only a 10. The river. Is the
Oh
10.
my God.
Wow.
And it is a chop.
What?
For Alexander Lee.
He walked away. He looked at the screen. He cursed the poker gods. But he lives to fight yet another day. Still has to get one over who in terms of all-ins, but does find the chop when he needs it the most.
Wow.
And what an upset for Daniel, by the way. After that flop, could have laddered, could have been heads up. Who would have been heads up with a huge advantage? Instead, we're still three-handed.
Oh my goodness. Can you imagine flopping Broadway? Heads up. Oh, wow.
What a roller coaster. Chat is losing it like we are. Certainly keeping us on our toes here, these three.
Yeah, and play goes on. Oh, 10-6 off is not fun. It's quite on the cusp. I think he's going to go for a limp here. Daniel checks behind. Daniel's turn for the thumbs up.
Yeah, we're only playing for 50,000 USD. Keep it light. Love it. 10 on the flop, by the way, the lead for Alexander. Dangerous board, though.
Daniel does have the gut shot here. Daniel starting off with a one big blind C-bet. Daniel going to continue here. Eight of hearts on the turn gives Daniel the double gut shot. Any 9 or king will give him a straight.
Queen still live as well. Plenty of equity. 26%. Let's check too. Does he want a semi-bluff?
What does Nielsen want to do? It really sucks to bet fold this hand. Alexander does check jam.
Does block the nuts straight as well. Not that he can have it, considering the pre-flop action. Does block queen 9. Just decides to check behind. And hits Broadway nuts for Daniel.
Rough.
I think Alexander will take it, considering what just happened a hand ago.
Depends what happens on the river.
Needs
He
to
could
find-
bluff at it.
Yeah, he might lose some chips while he checks. He will have a stack. Think about the value of that 10. At least the ladder, which is 22,000 USD, a chance to win, which is another 50 or so. So maybe a $30,000 card there.
Potentially.
$13 big. Long way to go, but if you can find a double through, say, Daniel, it swap stacks. If you can find a double through who, it'd actually all be even stacked.
Yes.
That's how close this is. Ace jack off on the button. A huge hand at this stage, three-way.
Just goes for the raise.
And we have hit the break, it seems.
Oh, ace 3 of diamonds for who? How does he want to play this? We have seen a lot of all-ins from him.
Wouldn't blame him. Alexander has 11 bigs behind, stays all in, and Alexander in a fantastic spot to double up.
Alexander is all in for his tournament.
These two have been in so many all-in situations together.
This time, he is ahead. He has aces jack offsuit versus ace 3 suited. How the turntables.
It's who's having fun.
All in button is good there. Alexander is all in with ace jack. Alexander just needs to fade the 3.
I just mentioned this scenario, Sam. Could find a double against who. Three-way even stacks going into the break.
Yeah.
5,
Oh,
4, 2,
dangerous.
1 diamond.
They've already shook hands.
Has to fade more outs. Needs to fade the 3, the deuce, or running diamonds for Alexander's tournament life. The turn is the 8 of spades. Alexander is holding with ace jack high. Needs to fade the 3 or the 2 for Alexander's tournament life dealer.
Look
the
at
river.
Alex. Can't even look.
6 of clubs. And Alexander
Wow.
will double
Dead
up.
even stacks between the three of them. Something like 13 million chips in play. Everybody has just over 4 million now.
That is unreal. And we hit the break on that note. Chat, no doubt, just like Sam and I, you will not be going anywhere. It's going to be a quick one once again, just over 10 minutes. And we're going to come back to these three fighting it out, even stacks for $95,000 and the APT Mega Lion. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments, featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
All in and a call at the APT High Roller. Kyle from the Philippines is all in for his tournament life with King, Queen suited. Alexander has him dominated with Ace, Queen. Kyle needs to find a king or a lot of diamonds for his tournament life. Dealer, when you're ready, the flop. Flop is Jack, 6, deuce, all spades. No help to Kyle. Kyle needs to find a king. The turn. 5 of clubs on the turn. Still no help. 3 outs for Kyle for his tournament life. Just needs 1 of 3 kings on the river. The river. Folks, please give it up for Kyle, your 8th place finisher of the APT High Roller. Gary Thompson has called for his tournament life with King Jack. Alex does dominate with King Queen. Gary Thompson needs to find a Jack to stay alive. Dealer, the flop. Flop is 8, deuce, 3, 2 diamonds. Gary still just needs a jack or running diamonds. The turn.
I'll take it.
Is the jack of diamonds. Bernardino called it. Does have the lead now. Just needs to fade the queen. The river. The ace of diamonds. King high flush will take it. Gary Thompson will. Jason Lau all in for his tournament life. King 7 offsuit is ahead versus King 3 offsuit.
I think it's gonna be a job.
Jason Lau just needs to fade the 3. He will get a double up. Lots of potential for chops. Dealer the flop. Flop King Deuce. Any card over a 7 will be a chop. The turn. Is the 8 of clubs. Both players can only have kings and deuces 8 kicker. Does need to fade the 3 though. The river. The 7, the 3. And that'll be chop. Kings and deuces, jack kicker.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Welcome back to the APT High Roller. This is the final day of the tournament, of the festival, of the stream. The final day of APT Manila 2024. My name is Sam. My name is Vidar. I'm joined by Sam. It is getting late here, Sam. But the key is we are down to three-handed. What a journey it's been. These three contestants have battled it from each kind of stack depth and have ended up almost dead even in stacks. In fact, the person who was the chip leader has ended up with the slight chip deficit. It's going to be quite a battle as we see who ships the APT High Roller. Just about 30 seconds away from going back to the table, three-handed.
So, Vidur, as we're coming back in, we have been informed they are looking at making a deal. Now the stacks have evened out. They are neck and neck and neck. Average stack 4.4 million. Everybody above 4 million. So I believe they are talking over a deal, which means that the level increases will be down to 25-minute levels if a deal has been accepted. That's right, blind levels will be changed to 15 minutes per level. Yes, and here are the deal numbers, it looks like. So we're on the 100K, 200K big blind ante, 15-minute levels going forward, and they've just evened out the payouts, so it would be 3.887 for first place, second place would be 3.866, and third 3.760. So they're playing for an extra 440,000.
Essentially, they've locked up these numbers, so not really much of a difference between them in terms of ICM. Let's just call it 66,000 USD three-way. You can see Ray Chu. He is currently the head of the floor and is helping the players figure out ICM.
This looks very close to an ICM deal, so they will be locking up an even prize pool and then playing for, like you said, the additional 440,000 for the winner.
This is kind of cool to watch. Let's see if we can hear them sign it off.
ICMizer here, so let me put in the chip stack now, and you guys figure out what I do. 4, 6, 5. 4, 6.
Yeah, so Ray's just gonna put in the numbers.
Okay, so basically, like these three numbers, I have to take 440K out. How?
Take fast.
So I take about 300K, 140K. How about that? So 300K, 140K, and take 0 out. How about that?
Well, because third's already paid out, right?
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, right? So therefore, I'm going to ICM 531440.
Oh, wait, no, we can take money.
Yes, we can.
Should we just stagger it then? Yeah, we should take some out of third as well.
Huh?
Can we take some out of third as well?
We actually...
Beyond foresight in chat, very anti-deal. I think it's cool to look in on this process.
It's easier, right? It's easier, right? Yeah.
No negotiation.
Sorry.
After all this, I'm just going to refuse this.
Who's rooting for a deal, by the way, in case you're supporting who? Or indeed Daniel or Alex?
Okay, so I'm going to ICM this for you. 531440. 3674 000. Oh, 3674 So I'll round them, but you know, just look at the number if you are happy with the ballpark figure.
Yeah, seems fine, and then whoever wins gets the extra 440.
And then whoever wins will get the extra 440.
Yeah.
You guys okay with the ballpark number? I'll round them and make sure the total is fine. I'll give you the final number. Okay, ballpark number. Give me a few more minutes. I'll round them.
So that is the process. With chip stacks so close to each other, so much variance in the mix, I think the players are going to be pretty happy taking what has been reported to be about $65,000 to $66,000 a piece. Currently, everybody had locked in 42.7. Next prize was about that much, 65,000. So they're essentially evening things out by locking up second place.
Yeah, it does make quite a bit of sense. Even if you do think you have an edge, you're on 20-something big blinds three-handed.
How much is 440,000 in USD? 7K plus. 7K. So we buy the trophy.
And how much are we getting in the shop?
Just over second place.
Yeah. So that's like 75.
Yeah. So you look at
Oh, Bamilla. We'll have to tell Ray this. Bamilla in chat saying Ray Chu is handsome, by the way.
Hell yeah. You want to meet him? Come to Fukuoka.
We'll let him know. We'll be very happy to hear that.
I think this is going to be final, Sam. So it's going to come down to this. About $7,500 left to play for. Perhaps not as exciting as the $66,000 locked up. But the APT Mega Lion, and if Alexander's and Daniel's play has been any indication, they are going for it. 4.4 million on their hand and mobs. They're going for glory all the time. It is just another day in the office. We saw Daniel jam the Jack 10 suited. Alexander called off the Ace 8. You don't make moves like that unless you're willing to gamble it up for the trophy. So let's see how it ends up. The levels will be shortened. I believe we go 50% on the levels. You mentioned 15 minutes?
Yep. Yeah, we were down to 15-minute levels, so it'll be quite fast. We're coming in at 40-minute levels, now down to 15.
Okay, so these are the free numbers. We're leaving amount playing for is 440,000 for champion. That you free names here: Danny Newson, Alex Linsky, Tang Yang Hu. This is the number you're locking out. If you're okay, sign next to it. And afterwards, sign, and afterwards, I'll adjust the level to 15. I'll adjust the level length to be 15 minutes. Okay. And
There you go, the APT. Super player friendly. Facilitates all deals. In fact, transparent enough such that we're letting you watch. Hope you had fun. Deal is effectively done. Contracts being signed. I'm just kidding. It's just a piece of paper that Ray will then just go and process the funds. But comes down to this. Three-handed, even stacks. So we're playing for just the top prize, mind you. No second place. We're playing a 3 max sit and go.
Yeah.
For an APT Lion and $7,500, 2 buy-ins.
Yeah. Very fun. 7,000 still a big chunk of change. Now that these players have locked up this money, let's see who's going to go after it and take it down.
7,000, mind you, is the pay jump between 5th and 4th place, and these guys grinded it out. So they're going to be doing their absolute best. Some doubt in chat about the levels. It's going to be 15-minute levels. That's what happens after the deal is made.
Yep. Yeah, the players did agree for 15-minute levels, so.
By the way, Mr. Spoiler is on a 24-hour timeout.
All right. Fortunately, too late. But it's all right. Unfortunately, saying please ban Daniel. He's vaping. I don't even think he vapes. I've seen him quite a few times. I don't think I've ever seen him smoke. I think he's more of an alcohol kind of guy. That's his vice.
I mean, he's Australian, so, you know.
Yeah. The likelihood is higher.
Did see him at a sports bar the other day. Halloween night, actually.
Oh, yeah?
I said, hey, Daniel, aren't you Daniel? He said, no, I'm not. Walked away like an angel.
All right, pocket eights going for the limp. Alexander checking back the king, 7 of diamonds here. Two very strong hands for three-handed. I think eights functions a little bit better as a raise. You do want to start building the pot right away while your hand is best. And there are very few flops that you do get to put more money in. And Alexander will make the straight on the turn. Bet and takes it down. With that, Alexander takes back the chip lead. 30 big blinds. Daniel hot on his heels, 4.7 mil, and who not very far behind, sitting on 25.
And by the way, a break and then a deal does change everything. Not just the dynamics on the table, obviously. No more second place, no more ladders, all to play for. Also the mental state, right? Are you as focused? Are you feeling the adrenaline rush anymore? You have what it takes to go for it. Missteps, certainly possible. More so than they were a moment ago. Ace Queen, though, should be easy enough to play. 4 million in chips, opens it up on the button. Yet to see any limping on the button as well. It's the kind of hand that these days does get limped a bit. Want to balance out your weaker limps for the future.
Yep.
4 deuce suited. Will make the call. 4 on the flop. By far the best of it. 9-4-3 also is the kind of board Ace Queen feels comfortable c-betting.
Yeah, you can still get lots of value with a c-bet from Ace Queen. Lots of worse hands it can call.
A 5 actually adds tons of outs in case Daniel was behind. Will make him pretty comfortable. He's going to lead now. Board certainly favoring him.
Yeah, who did pick up a gut shot here is going to continue. King of clubs on the river. Daniel checks it. Checks back. Daniel's going to pick up that pot.
So the momentum going against who in the first 2 hands after the deal. Down to 3 million, 120 bigs. Daniel now in pole position. All 3 of these players have had the chip lead at some point. All 3 of these players have profited $63,000 already. I have to wonder what that does to your ability to make decisions.
Yeah, I feel like the pressure is going to be just taken off a lot.
And that's something to adjust against. You want to keep the pressure on. You're going for an APT Mega Lion. No joke. Not to mention the 7,500 they're still playing for. Also now, it's a winner-take-all, so more room for aggression. Who begins with the King-9 off jam? Nice 3-bet jam there. Takes it down. And where have I seen that before? The thumbs up. I can't seem to remember. Star Wars or something, maybe?
Oh, yeah. Oh, there's someone, he's like very angry, gives the thumbs up and kind of storms off. Oh, that's going to bug me now. I can't picture that.
I'll have to ask.
It's like a TV show or a movie.
I'll have to ask ChatGPT later or something.
Yeah. I can kind of remember that. It's like, oh, you screwed us all. Good job. Good job. Gives a thumbs up. Being very sarcastic.
We could have applied all this pressure to him. Roughly how much?
Look at all this sassy and pressure we could have put on him. Thanks for the deal, boys. I don't know why I let him talk me into it. If y'all saw my hand up, y'all would even think of you. He just wants to make it smart. Yes, I do.
We got some questions about the payouts. So everyone split the payouts, roughly around $63,000 locked up for everyone.
We all had equal stacks.
And then they'll be playing for an additional, what was it, 7,400?
Yep.
7,500 USD. And of course, the Mega Lion.
Like 7K US. Oh, okay.
Someone's saying Daniel looks like the guy from The Hangover. I see it a bit.
Zach Galifianakis, yeah?
Yeah.
I'm sure he gets that a lot.
I've got to go to the airport, so. Yeah. He conned me into it because he has to go. That's what I said. I'm not going to have time for these wins in New Zealand when I win the trophy. Oh, you're not going to have to worry about that anyway. Did you guys eat? No, we're starving. I'm so hungry. We're waiting to get paid. I still have to go to a Carter. You don't fly today, do you? Tomorrow. You fly tomorrow, right? Yeah. What time is it? 10. I should be okay. What time do you fly? 2:45.
Daniel will limp. Who checks it back? Queen, Jack, 4. Daniel in the lead now with bottom pair. I think Daniel could go as Alan from The Hangover for Halloween. Just wear the baby Bjorn.
That's right.
Yeah.
We did see a lot of those back in the day. But the way Daniel dresses so uniquely and characteristically, I think people can go for dressing up as Daniel for Halloween.
There you go.
Cool, calm, collected, never phased by anything. Has locked up the 20x return. Pocket 9s now, opening on the button. Well, Alexander's loosened up. No more fleece.
Oh, yeah.
That's what locking up $60,000 will do.
This could be dangerous for him. Flopping top pair here on the 7-5-5. Daniel will be betting here. Alexander could go for the raise. Plenty of hands to get value from. Jack is kind of close in terms of kickers for if you do want to raise or not. Alexander will be going for it. How's Daniel going to proceed? Click back, call, all in. Goes for the call. His pot is now 2.6 million, heading to the turn, 1 SPR.
Could have easily seen all of it in there. I have a feeling Alexander might have called it off, considering Daniel's reputation, image, and playing style. Now a dangerous turn needed to stop more action, but the 4 of spades is pretty clean. Obviously the 8-6 comes in. Many other draws possible.
Alexander gonna continue barreling here. Very small. $675.
Daniel's not folding, that's for sure. The only question is call or raise.
Looks like another call. 4 million in the middle now. Alexander can only hit a jack or 7. This could be it for his tournament life. Take a river. 8 of hearts is not going to save him, but it could be one where he slows down.
Yeah,
and
one of the
quite a few
worst.
flush draws in Daniel's range. 6 does get there.
It's actually hard to think of a hand that Daniel's calling on the turn that does not beat Jack 7 now.
Looks like the 10% block bet.
Should get called given the price, and Daniel's going to pick up a monster pot and have the biggest stack in the tournament thus far.
Wow, 7.65 million. Very well played from Alexander not to get stacked there. That is a huge cooler sitting on, I think, effectively 20 big blinds. Daniel, look at that, 7.7. Double Wu-Tang's stack.
I'm not calling it.
Was at the bottom of the leaderboard multiple times and for a while. Truly makes it look easy to play fantastic poker. Ace 10 now on the button. Easy open. 20 bigs in whose stack. A bit less actually. 16 or so. Daniel with Queen 7 suited. Can easily defend. And defend he does. Jack 8-5 rainbow. Neither player connects. Who has been consistent with his continuation bets? All kinds of backdoors for Daniel. Out of position, not interested. I think Daniel and Alexander discussing the previous hand.
I was just trying to be nice to you. That's what I get for being nice. You do remember that I did also
Alexander in the danger zone. Under 9 bigs. On the button now. Gonna have to put in 2 of them next hand. Discussion about who the best player on the table is. Doubt an answer is going to be reached amongst you guys, but one of them is going home with the trophy.
Oh, there we go. Quick all in from Alexander. Ace, 7
all
of diamonds
in
for
and a
who?
call. Alexander goes all in with Queen 7 suited.
Alexander
on
at
the
risk
button.
here. What does he have?
Oh, this is rough shape. Queen 7 was just announced.
And
Queen 7?
Yep.
Oh, no.
This could be it.
7 suited is dominated. Alexander with Queen 7 suited is dominated for his tournament life. He needs a queen or some hearts to stay alive. 3-handed here at the APT high roller. Dealer, the flop, please.
Here we go. Needs to find a
flop.
Oh
Queen,
my goodness.
Queen 5.
Wow.
Domination, rotation.
Alexander reversing his curse when it matters the most.
Draw
Against
to
who?
Running aces? Yep, running aces. The
Who
turn
needs running aces or the Queen of Clubs?
is the
I'm just
king
kidding.
of clubs.
Would imply
Alex
a faulty
locked this
deck
one
is what
up.
I meant.
Inconsequential river is inconsequential. Go ahead.
Unbelievable.
And Alex will double up.
Queen 7 bests the Ace 7. Alexander finally having some serious run good. He has managed to stay alive across multiple all-ins when he was behind, thinking back to how he got to three-way even stacks. I think he jammed Jack 4 or something like that against the King 9 of Daniel.
Yep.
Now he's back up to 4 million. Who takes the big hit? Down to 10 bigs now. And they've all locked up after making the deal. $65,000.
I mean, that's my plan. I'm not going to do anything about that. 250. You have 250? I have about 2.4, right? It's close to 250.
Who twice now unable to finish off Alex. Ace 8 of diamonds now. Goes all in, 10 big blinds. 7 deuce. No, doesn't take it. Greg's gonna be very unhappy when he sees that one.
With 15-minute levels, we're at 125, 250. Each pickup is worth 500 and the small blind in case you're not on it. So stacks can swing quickly. Jack 7 off for Who. He's taking everything with a smile, and why not? Who's real? Are you still around? Handsome Who? Very much still in the fight. Down to 10 bigs. Did get extremely unlucky there. All the run good. Perhaps seizing after the deal, after all. Did lock up 65k. But needs to find it again. That's a stack that needs to jam within the next orbit or so. Alexander takes the hit as well. He's the shortest stack now. They're just taking turns being bottom of the ships. Probably can swing the other way as well. Very shortly, we've seen that as well.
Yep.
Right now, Daniel has them both covered.
All right, ace 4 for Alexander, just on 11 big blinds, all in. 10 deuce, will fold. King 3 for Who. Just thinking about it. Lets it go.
I would want to go 12. Yeah, just no chance of that. That's an hour 45. That's what he's done in 20 minutes. How much is that? 5?
Oh, this is close, and Alexander calls it off with the Queen 4 suited, willing to gamble, and it comes down to this. Can Who hold?
Like
or will Alex be down to just 2 bigs?
Hu Tengyang with King Jack offsuit is ahead, but is all in for his tournament life against Alexander Linsky's Queen 4 suited. Hu Tengyang needs to fade the Queen or the 4. Dealer, the flop. A7, 8. Hu Tengyang is still ahead with King Jack high, but now needs to fade a flush draw and pair outs. He needs to siam the turn and siam the river. Dealer, the turn.
Wow, neck and neck here.
It's the deuce of diamonds. It is clean. Hu Teng-yang just needs to fade a heart, a queen, or a 4. Sir, what would you like the river to do? Siam! Siam! The river!
Oh, 10
and
of
folks, that
hearts.
would be a good game for Hu Teng-yang.
And that is it. We are heads
High roller
up. Alexander does cover Hu, and honestly, very well done, Hu. He was down to just 9 big blinds and managed to come in third and lock up second place prize with that deal. 60-something thousand USD for his efforts.
Sam. Cash game players started playing tournaments just this year effectively. What a run we're seeing. First Daniel Lee, the main event winner. Now, Hu proving you can just get in the streets, and if you put in the work and, of course, get the luck you need, you can be a champion as well. Locks up second place. We will take a break for heads up and see you on the other side as we close out the APT High Roller.
Hey guys, so 10-minute break to set up. I'll move you guys. 10,
Can we make it?
No, it's production. Sorry. Yeah, we have to do it. Yeah,
Can we make it an hour?
10:45. We'll be quick. It was gonna be 15, but we'll make it 10.